I am currently eating fried eggs. It is Thursday. Today I'm planning on working on coding a lot more for my game Emoji Pop, which you can see up on the screen right here. What is that black bar? Oh, gotcha. Cool. Yeah, so I'm still down to play some games and chat game design and stuff like that, but I definitely want to focus a lot today on coding because I kind of neglected that a little bit yesterday, but we still had a great time and had some great conversations about game dev and stuff like that. Um, so yeah, that's the plan. Let me put it in the Discord. If you haven't joined our Discord group or our Facebook group, you should check out my Twitter. I'm at Emoji Popcast on all social media platforms. And in my profile on Twitter, you can find the link to the Discord and the Facebook group, which is especially useful if you're a mobile game developer or you just love mobile games. So yeah, let me announce in the chat we are live. Live now. Coding cast. Coding game dev cast. Twitch. Emoji Popcast at everyone. We're going to talk about. Oops. Yes, I do mean everybody. This is the first time I've had that warning. I guess it's because we just passed 30 people in our Discord. We're going to talk about, so Xandra made a post about something I mentioned, so we're going to talk about that. And the other games that people have posted. Xandra, you're already here. What's up, Xandra? I was just about to read your post in our Discord and stuff like that. I think I need a minute to eat my eggs first. How are you doing, Xandra? And everyone out there? I was gonna ask Xandra. Zendra? Zendra. That makes sense. Thank you for correcting me. We had an awesome conversation yesterday with Zendra about game development and the nature of art and interactivity, which I love because I don't really have that conversation with people too often, and I think it's a conversation we should be having more and more going into the future. Let me know if there's anything new, Zendra, on your game, or anyone else if you want to update us on your game. I like to ask that every stream at the top of it. Kind of think of it like as a stand-up meeting amongst independent game developers. Honestly, I feel like you might get people who don't engage with you properly when they see what you're working on. What do you mean by that exactly? With the Emoji Pop game, it's pretty easy to go with, oh, you're working on a mobile clone, even though you have all this insight into art and game dev. That's a really, really great point. And like even in general, when I first announced this game and kind of put up some videos in the Facebook groups and tried to kind of put myself out there a bit, there were a ton of people who were. Let me turn down my volume a little bit. There were a ton of people who were saying like, this is garbage. Like, is this a joke? How are you making this game? How are you promoting it? This is a joke. Like, you suck. Like, literally that's the kind of responses I get, and like people tell me I'm evil and all this other crazy stuff. But yeah, so what do you think I should do something differently in terms of how I present myself or what I'm working on, or do you think I just have to keep going forward with what I'm doing, you know? I'm curious what your opinion on that is, Zendra. Because yeah, that's a good point. Like something to think about for sure. Um, but also this is for like I guess I've been targeting mobile game developers and stuff. Zindra says no. From what I've seen, you don't need to bend yourself to other people's expectations or make something good. Cool, good to hear. Um, yeah, but I definitely have had that experience of people who like don't understand what I'm doing and think it sucks, blah blah blah. Sometimes there are people who actually should do that because they lack real understanding of what they're making. Totally makes sense. Totally makes sense. Um, yeah, and so that's why, like, as the game designer mindset, which we all have, I think, that's why it's important to just be totally open to all feedback. When people send me hateful stuff, like, then I kind of lose my patience, but I really shouldn't. I should try harder not to, because I don't know, like, what can I do? I think by taking that kind of insane criticism and by reacting to it rationally, I kind of am able to like pacify it a bit, and I can try to rationally explain what I'm working on, and but it's so hard because yeah, it's so hard to make. I feel like with every arena of my life, with everything, I'm always like in this weird spot where I'm doing something that no one really understands or agrees with, and I have to constantly try to defend myself or just leave it be, so it's difficult being a devil's advocate, trying to think differently. Like people assassinate me on Twitch because I am making like a mobile game. I'm trying to make a popular game that makes money. That alone, indie devs will crucify you for it. It's insane. Zendra says there's a phrase you can use that kind of flips stuff on people that helps. When someone has huge criticisms that are based more on the idea of what you're making instead of the actual product, you can go, that's exactly why I'm making it, to address those problems. Very good point, very good point. I think this stream has been really useful because it allows me to kind of, they say, Zendra says, that's exactly why I insert that stuff here. It's very powerful something to say. That's a great technique to flip it on them, kind of say, like, exactly, that is what I'm doing, in order to address the things that you're talking about. And so I have made videos about that, but I'm still working on my messaging a bit. So I made this kind of inflammatory video called "Dethroning Candy Crush," and this is where I got a lot of like comments on Facebook. I didn't share the YouTube link, so it didn't get as many views. But I'm kind of talking about let's see, talking about like all these people say Candy Crush is awful, and like all these indie devs are discouraging people from making games like this. And so this in this video, I'm trying to kind of argue exactly what you're saying is like, that's why I'm making this game, because we need to combat what your reaction is. Like, we need to combat the evil addictiveness, whatever you want to call it. I'm trying to, yeah, like you're saying, I'm trying to invert that. And so like I've made videos in the past, but I'm still working on it. One reason I love streaming and stuff is that it allows me to keep working on my pitch, and keep working on my communication and learn from people like you, Zendra, who have like these new techniques, as to how to message myself properly in order to get people to listen to me a bit more. I don't know why it's frozen. I just need to eat this breakfast real fast. Zendra says, learning to get messages across in a specific way is something I had to spend a very long time working on in order to get the results I wanted. Learning how to capitalize on controversy can help. I did that with my Kingdom Hearts mod. Cool, interesting. Capitalizing on controversy. That's something I would never. I haven't really said that I'm trying to capitalize or trying to create, but like I really am. I think that's a great strategy. That I'm glad you're like thinking like that. I'm trying to be kind of like brash, and I think I'm trying to exploit these controversies in a way, like you're saying. I'm trying to be kind of edgy as well with my messaging, and not take myself seriously. Like in this video, there's clips of me like beating up the characters of these other games and stuff like that. There's a funnier part here. One sec. The highest difficulty in the mod is immensely punishing, and it started stirring the pot of the Kingdom Hearts community a bit. And actually, eventually I actually got doxxed over it. Oh, wow. That is intense. Oh my god. Uh, wow. Well, I'm glad everything ended up okay from that. But then, as a result of doxing, the community started to rally, and it ended up with a lot of Discord growth and my Patreon growing. That is a very interesting story. Wow. Man, so I on Facebook I kind of opened myself up to some of that kind of criticism. I didn't get nearly that kind of response as you did. That's insane. Um, but there were like long hateful messages that got ended up getting like deleted because they were like so like insulting and low key like threatening. But nothing like doxing or anything. On my like social media, I've changed my location and stuff, so that's not really where I'm living. Just because I kept finding people who would like respond to me talking about mobile game design and stuff, and they'd respond like, "I'm gonna come over there and teach you a lesson" and stuff like that. You know, it's crazy. People are insane about, especially about games. I think there's a lot of developers that they want games to be a very certain way. You know, like a lot of people want games to be the way they were when they were a kid, which is totally unrealistic. You know, games have changed, the world has changed, and if you're doing something to kind of challenge their worldview of video games, like I'm creating like a live free-to-play mobile game, you know, and they see that as the enemy. That's challenging the kind of console skill-based games that they love, and so they lash out against stuff like that. And I could see within the Kingdom Hearts community, like you're saying, they lashed out regarding like the difficulty and stuff. Like they think it should be a certain way. Like they're very passionate about Kingdom Hearts, you know, and for you to challenge what they think Kingdom Hearts should be or whatever it is, you know, like that hits them in their core because they're all about like it needs to be this way, and like it has to do with like people's childhoods and thing too. And I don't know, it's kind of weird. People are so emotional about video games. Like I get it, but I also don't get it. Yeah, the thing with the difficulty is it was built in a way where you are realistically never going to avoid every hit. Okay, I see. So you have to take damage and manage your MP and HP as RPG resources rather than relying 100% on action game mechanics. So I'm guessing that directly contradicted the way they think games should be made. I'm guessing they thought they should, if they're perfect, they should be able to avoid damage at all costs, and your game was not designed like that. You had a disagreement, and they go insane. On the highest difficulty, doing that requires you to bend your equipment to the will of the game and takes away your freedom to use all the new accessories. So people would jump into highest difficulty and none of the new mechanics, try to use all DPS gear, and try to dodge everything. Then they got one shot and called bullshit despite having literally no defense. Wow. What do you think about like these people that respond so aggressively and threateningly and emotionally about just the video game, you know? Like, isn't that insane? Like, doesn't that mean you have mental problems if you dox someone because of the way they design their game? But I'm glad you like didn't back down and you used it to your advantage. Emotionally angry responses are fine, but doxing is another level. Totally, makes sense. But yeah, like you're kind of saying, like I like know what I'm doing is controversial for some people, like making a free to play mobile puzzle game or whatever. Um, and I just put myself out there as confidently as possible about it, you know, and that it stirs up flames, but those flames and angry comments ended up they always end up taking my posts to the top of the group pages because it gets so much feedback from people who are hating on me, and then it ends up like getting me more popularity and more like exposure and stuff. So it's interesting how that works. When I posted that video about art is games and how I think game is an underlying property of all art due to its interaction, people lost their minds about that as well. Like all these perspectives I have, just like they're totally contradictory to status quo kind of. So it's kind of elicits these insane responses, and I use it to my advantage, but I'm not trying to exploit it. I'm not going out of my way to exploit it. It's just the way it is, and I just try to be confident so that people maybe will come around to the fact that there's smart people who have these opinions. I get that kind of response to Zendra. I'm trying to like train my brain to change your name because I keep wanting to highlight the X for some reason. Zendra says, I get that kind of response when I start equating game mechanics to each other in ways that make people uncomfortable with what it means about their design. I was discussing it in Discord earlier about leveling systems and some people disliking scaling leveling, and in the discussion I was mentioning that there's no real distinction between equipment and leveling. If you have a skill tree that you spend skill points on for your skill and you can refund their skills, that is functionally identical to spending gold on equipment so you can equip again. Okay, I think I see where you're going with that. And people don't like that, I guess. That opinion of your analysis of that. That's interesting. You can build these systems in a way where they have literally exactly the same effect. But people don't like to think about that. Interesting. It's important though because it gets into player psychology. Players interact with those systems differently, even when they're built in a way that they're identical. Right. So you're kind of seeing like you're like analyzing it from like a little farther out. I just remember I need to open up the chats on the other platforms. I'm gonna be doing that on the side. People always gravitate to swapping equipment before swapping skills when they want to adapt to a new situation in the game. Yeah, like that player psychology stuff is so trippy. Some like the way it interacts with the mechanics and stuff, like that's pretty interesting. Let me open up the YouTube chat so we can talk to Sakran. And Sakran is there. Let's go. Update hex stars. I will ask Madman when he gets here. And Twitter. Alright, I got Twitter's and YouTube chat open so I can see all y'all comments. Even if changing a skill versus changing equipment results in you having a 10% crit chance, players will immediately do it in equipment first. And then if they can't find a way to do it there, then they will go to their skills. Yeah, that makes sense. I'm surprised that people have an emotionally angry response to that when you're just pointing out the kind of obvious psychological effect of that. That's really weird. I could see like if you're really focusing on one kind of game, like Kingdom Hearts or whatever, I could see like those people, like some of them are at least cranked up, and all this stuff becomes a lot more touchy when you're dealing with such a specific game and such a specific community. A lot of indie devs get caught up in the semantics and go, but they're not the same. That makes sense. Interesting. I'm glad you have like a more further out perspective that you can more objectively analyze all this. That is a great sign as a game designer, I believe. I've run into problems like even in the industry, like I run into problems like that where I'm like, this is just a semantic thing that you guys are hung up on, and I don't know. I can't go too into it, but that's definitely like a game developer thing across the board. Yeah, so today I wanted to focus more on working on Emoji Pop. We can watch like some kind of video in the background or something, or we can just work in silence together. I figure like I've been told people watch the stream while they work on their own games, so like that's kind of like what I'm thinking is like I can just listen to a talk, or we can just work in silence, and I'll occasionally like respond to the chats or whatever, or play someone's game if they want or whatever. I want to read your post, Sandra. I mentioned we could use the voice chat room in this stream, in these streams, especially on the Monday streams where we play people's games and give them feedback. So game devs can call in to chat about their game. You could do podcasts and interviews like that, which I think you should. That's something that I've been thinking about. I would love to do that. Especially since we're like kind of playing people's games and trying to get exposure for them. That totally makes sense, you know? You are interested enough in design that you naturally come up with questions that lead to long engaging conversations without needing to rely on scripted talking points. So I think, thank you so much for saying that, Zendra. Because that's something I think about myself too. It's so awesome that you think that, because like sometimes I see interviews with game developers and the questions they ask crack me up, because it's like they're just going, I can tell they're just going down a list. Whereas like if maybe I'd have some questions, but I'd ask a question, they'd give me an answer, and then that would like probably lead me to more questions. Like, and you're exactly saying like that, so it's so affirming that you think that about me. Yeah, I'm doing design for the item system right now. Gotcha. So many game dev interviews are horrendous. Yeah, I totally agree. It's like it's so not interesting. They're so stale. If you can think of one specifically, I'd love to maybe listen to one or something where I want to like maybe I should like watch some game developer interviews and like kind of learn from them. I think that could be fun to do on the side while I'm coding. Most game devs and game journalists are not capable of doing that. Totally agree. Like yeah, they'll just go question to question, like totally disparate, and you're not like they're not really diving into anything. And like I like have like this weird perspective on games, like we talked about yesterday, and so like I would always end up kind of asking questions about that. I want to challenge their like point of view a little bit and just see what they think about this kind of stuff, you know? No Clip has good interviews. Okay, we could watch some good interviews. I want to watch some good ones, and I want to watch some bad ones too. No Clip. Interesting. I saw like wow, they got some like pretty big interviews. This is cool. I saw one about like Don't Starve and the Ed McMillan. Interesting. No Clip is a Patreon-funded gaming documentary channel. Cool. Okay, good to know. I was totally unfamiliar with this. This is really interesting. The Edmund McMillan interview is really good. Okay, I'll listen to that. There's someone that I worked with that I think is like a level designer or something on that game or something, I guess. Super Meat Boy Forever, I think it's called. Alright, we'll listen to the Edmund McMillan one. But first I want to go through our groups, make sure we didn't miss anything, and read everyone's posts in Discord, and then we're going to watch this and work on some coding. And then after I finish this, ooh, there's one with Dwarf Fortress too. I've never played Dwarf Fortress except like for a couple of minutes, but they're working on a graphical upgrade to the game, and I'm so excited to play it once that graphical upgrade is out and it's not all just text. One thing that's funny with controversies, it can generate memes for you. Okay, cool. Let's look at this. Dwarf Fortress graphical update is gonna be so sweet. So I'm guessing you've played that game. Like, I wanted to, but I'm just like, there's so much to learn, and it's so hard to understand what everything even looks like. It just like is intimidating to me. But like, I love the idea of Dwarf Fortress, and yeah, I'm so excited for that graphical upgrade. I agree with you. A hater. I'm just here to tell you that I finally managed to break through months long hiatus of playing Critical Mix after rage quitting because of dying a million times because due to the invisibles at the end of the world and beat the game. And then I realized how much of an effing miserable time I had. Don't get me wrong, I love most of your ideas. The streamlined menu is pretty genius. And I think Kingdom Hearts should have worked like that from day one. The freedom of choice when it comes to the world order is also pretty neat. But the implementation is what makes my skin crawl. The menu was glitched and couldn't be used at all for things other than attacking in the first 3/4 of the game. Some interactions made me teleport all over the map. The voices during cutscenes were messed up most of the time, in addition to Sora's model doing random shit, which was actually pretty funny. But the worst aspect for me is the balance. You can tell me to get good all you want, but in my experience, the mob fights are absurdly overpowered in the later worlds, and made me perish in 1 to 2 hits. The Invisibles, which I mentioned earlier, were the most outrageous example of this. When they ganged up on me, I could do jack shit other than save state after every action and load the game every time they've destroyed me, which happened approximately every 3 seconds. And in contrast, most bosses were pissed easy. Even Riku, which I always struggled with, could barely touch me. The same deal with the Ansem fights. It made me adapt a sort of anticlimactic mindset in which I feared mob fights and relived bosses at the beginning, new options, even though very cool concept, were also very uncertain. Badly, in my opinion, the power boost they provided was minuscule compared to the dagger that using them brought to the table, or mashing X, spamming stop was sadly the most viable option. Don't get me wrong, I love what you're doing, and I hope you manage to make something good of it. But right now, the mod in its current has brought me almost nothing but frustration and sadness because I'm really wanted to love it and really did. It made me actually non-ironically hate Kingdom Hearts 1 as a game. That's pretty funny. It made me non-ironically hate Kingdom Hearts 1 as a game. That's interesting. I don't really see why you gotta hate Kingdom Hearts 1 because you don't like the mod, but okay. I hope that I didn't make anyone too sad here, but I really wanted to share my honest opinion with you guys. That was a wall of text. Do you mind if I ask questions about your opinion? A lot of these issues sounds like you patched it yourself and it failed. I played it a little bit and couldn't get into it, but really been interested in play it with the graphics. You use defensive equipment, you can literally mash one button to beat fights he's talking about. Okay, I see. Interesting. Yeah, so like it's funny how like passionate, like the fact that you would write out this whole essay. That is pretty funny. I should have screen grabbed some of the. I wanted to screen grab some of the comments I got about what I was sharing, but they got deleted by mods before I could screenshot them because some people were literally like, "You are an evil human being. You are doing humanity a disservice by making this game. You are worse than terrorists." Like this is literally what they were saying. I need to get my headphones so I can listen. I don't delete anything unless it makes my Discord server get in trouble in some way. Yeah, and this was on Facebook, on groups. And I didn't want to delete them. They literally just got deleted by like people who mod because They literally were like threatening me. Like, it was insane, you know. But I wish they had stayed there because they were just so funny. I have 0 mods and no slow mode on my Discord. Somehow it doesn't get flooded with spammers and stuff. That's surprising considering like how many people you have in your Discord. I think it was like 1.5 thousand or something like that. That's interesting. Oh, all right. Let's go back to Discord and we'll watch this interview and code in a minute. But yeah, I love what you said about podcasts and interviews. I'm still trying to figure out exactly, like what is my whole strategy with all this, like what do I invest my time in, because I'm working on this game. Do I spend my time making YouTube videos every day? Or do I do maybe 1 or 2 a week? And do I have some kind of weekly podcast where I talk about these bigger ideas? Does a podcast, is that really good for the exposing people to the game? Not really, Is interviews the way to go? I think interviews is a really interesting concept because I'm already playing these people's games and giving them feedback. Like, it'd be good to have, like, vocal discussions about it at the same time, I think. I wonder, like, can I make just these YouTube videos and podcast clips and YouTube clips or whatever from just the stream, just clip them out? Or do I need to, like, do them more professionally, not through the stream, I'm really not sure. But yeah, I'm really, really grateful for that feedback. I would really love to do that. Something I already have like the SoundCloud account where I can host the podcasts and everything. I think interviews with indie devs is a great way to promote yourself and them and get insight into projects and design mentalities. I think that's a great idea. We should do that. Maybe like I'm thinking like maybe we just have like this Emoji Popcast live Monday through Friday. I was doing it for a few hours. Maybe I extend it. And maybe on some days, we'll have interviews scheduled at certain times, and then we'll clip those and put them on YouTube. That because I want to like try to save time and be efficient as well, So like by coding on the stream and interviewing other people, I'm getting YouTube content, I'm promoting other people's games, I'm working on my own game, and I'm creating a live stream. So I'm creating all this content just in one kind of by doing one thing, by one I'm streaming, but I'm also doing 4 things at once, So I really like the idea of like doing these interviews on the stream. If I can make the quality good enough and stuff like that, it might be worth just to try out. Yeah, it covers a lot of bases with only one time slot. Exactly. That's why I started streaming like yesterday. That's why I want to stream till 3 because I'm like, why not just stream all day? And now maybe I can just like work on making it more productive, because I was having so much fun talking to everyone about game design and stuff like that. So I was totally cool with that. But like, obviously in the future, I should spend more time, coding, and doing some other stuff like that. Yeah, I just need to think about how exactly to structure everything, and I don't have very much of an audience yet, but like that's okay, like by doing these interviews, even if there's only a couple people watching and everything, like on YouTube, it'll expose what we're doing, and maybe more people will come in through that way. I think I saw people posting in game development as well. Hope you're doing well. Right now, I'm working on localization of my games, translate 17 languages. I hired native speakers, freelancers to translate. Not sure of the quality translation. At least Denmark sucks, the gamers informed me. So in any case, if you know one of these languages, I'd really appreciate it. Interesting. I like that they're posting about. I want like, it's like this game development stuff is cool, like to get feedback and everything. But I love the idea of like people like looking for people to help. Like someone know a translator? I can pay an artist to do this for me. Like that'd be awesome if people could like get work and help each other out like this. Zendra says, I would recommend you find some kind of task that you can reliably switch to when you are talking to people that doesn't involve coding. That is a great point. When you're further in development, you could switch over to playtesting whenever you get into a conversation and back to coding when it's easier to focus again. So I recommend you find some kind of task that you can reliably switch to when you're talking to people that doesn't involve coding. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Yeah, because when I'm talking to people, obviously, like you're saying, um, I can't focus on programming, and it should be something that like, it makes sense when I'm talking to people. I should be doing something visually interesting. That I think that's what kind of you're saying. I think that totally makes sense. That's really good feedback. Um, I could like play like mobile games and stuff. Like I've been really into. Oops, wait a second. I've been really into this game, Farm Break, that was released on Monday on the Google Play Store. So I could be playing like maybe other people's games. I'm curious if you think that's a good idea. Eventually, I could be working on like skins and stuff for my game, like doing some kind of art stuff or maybe something like that. Even just playing your own game is good. Playing casually while doing other things is not a bad way to find some types of bugs. That totally makes sense. Totally makes sense. Makes sense. If you're just in autopilot mode playing the game while talking to people, it's easier to notice when someone breaks your autopilot flow, which usually leads to a bug. That's a good point too. That's not bad. That's not a bad idea. That's a good way to find bugs and stuff. Totally makes sense. So yeah, it makes sense. When I'm talking to people and chatting, we're chatting and stuff like that. Sometimes I'm pulling up links they share and stuff like that. But I should be always at least like playing some kind of mobile game. Maybe it's mine, maybe it's someone else's. And then when I'm coding, I've been working on more and more like watching a video like in the background. So like I'll have some GDC talk or some game dev interview so that even just coding, like if you're not into the coding and watching me code, maybe you're coding as well. We can listen together to a talk and occasionally take breaks to kind of talk about what they're talking about maybe. Uh, I play my game casual quite a bit, and then instead of specifically bug hunting, I try to play effectively, and then it makes me notice something that's not supposed to because it messed up my strategy. Totally makes sense because I could totally see that. Like it breaks like your concentration and like you're saying, and like makes you play kind of in a different way that exposes some kind of like more bugs. That totally makes sense. I love this game because it combines puzzle and action in a really delightful way. Um, and I think its monetization is really smart. So this game, you're collecting coins as you play, and you can use those coins to unlock skins, which people really like to do that. But also, if you lose one of these levels, you have to start at the very beginning again, unless you spend coins or watch an ad. So I like that this game, it's like there's multiple ways to use the currency, which I think is really important for monetization of mobile games. It means that these currencies have extra value to players, and um, they have to kind of strategically use them. And I like, for example, like I want to collect coins, I want skins, but I also want to be able to save myself if I lose a level. So that makes me incentivized to maybe buy coins because I see so much value in them. And there's competing rewards that are competing for the use of the currency. And of course, playing other games like this is great for research. Totally makes sense. Totally makes sense. Yeah, it's like great for research, great for promotion and community, like all this stuff. Like so, we're doing so many things at once. I'm really a big fan of this, and thank you so much for giving me this feedback. Like, I think this is gonna really help me make the stream better, which I'm constantly looking to. Oh, there's actually a mobile game for Shin Megami Tensei too. It's a gacha game like all anime gacha, but retains high def SMT combat systems. So that's awesome. Thank you for sharing that. Um, I would love to like maybe like I could like play that for like a day. Like we're working on game dev and coding and stuff like that, and like Shin Megami Tensei is the game we're gonna be playing all day. I could like totally see myself doing that kind of like making it like the game of the day almost, you know. And we can have like a bigger discussion about it and could make an interesting YouTube video like reflecting on it at the end of the stream. Um, the game is very interesting. Has a very interesting quirk about its monetization. Interesting. Okay, so that piques my interest a lot. That's something we could totally talk about and learn from. That is a great suggestion. I'm gonna write that down here. Many of the older SMP games were not very accessible, and many people have emulated, pirated the majority of their SMP games. But that means those players are more likely to dump money into the mobile game as a sort of way to compensate for the piracy. Interesting. That's like if they designed it that way, that's really smart. Like, I'm guessing they did intentionally design it like that. That's pretty interesting. I feel like you're right. There's a lot we can learn from that. That was close. As my way of paying them indirectly in a way. Oh wait. There's been a lot of times where I bought something in the game and I was like, normally I wouldn't spend this much on a mobile game, but I pirated SMT4, so they deserve my money and I'll give it to them. That's my way of paying them indirectly in a way. Interesting. That makes sense. So like by leaving those monetization channels open for pirated games, like yeah, like I was curious if they could like design their game in a way so that if you pirated the game, like it was more incentivizing somehow to spend money. Dev Yeti is here. What is up, Dev Yeti? I'd like to see if difficulty increases. Hello, by the way. Hey. So I actually tweeted at the developer Studio 85, and I said like how much I enjoyed this level I was on and how difficult it was, in a way. I like the skill orientation of it or whatever. And they said wait till you get to level 30, and I was like, oh man, there's 30 levels. So I think they're suggesting that the game is get more and more difficult. And so I think it is gonna increase like you're saying, and I'm really curious like how difficult it gets, and like I think it's gonna be really fun. Oh god, oh god, oh god. I think that there's all these little squares that you have to like kind of pick up afterwards in this level. Like you have to like really think through like how to get there. It's pretty interesting. Oh god. I don't know how. So how do I get here? Oh, I have to end here. Okay, I see how to get there. Oh god, that was close. This looks really cool, says Zendra, from the left. Gotcha. Yeah, so you have to kind of think through all this order of operations in some of these levels. It's like, okay, to get here, I could come in from here. How do I end up there? Okay, I can land here. I can land here. I could land here. And you're trying to think of, like, how do I land there? Yeah, it's really cool. It's called The Farm Break on Google Play. And it's a really interesting puzzle game because their balance between chance and skill is really awesome. Exact same way. Okay, right. So it's mirrored. Hold on. Yeah, you're right. So how did I see? I always forget how I end up there. So oh, you're right. So I landed here. Okay. So I have to end up here. Thank you for highlighting that, Dev Yeti. Okay. So I have to go up. Oh, and then I got it. So now I have to land here. To land here, I should be here. And I won. Thank you, Dev Yeti. You helped me out, actually. That's a big help. So I got this one last stage. And so if I lose on this stage, I have to go back to the beginning unless I spend some coins. So, like, I really love this monetization, like, because you could use coins or watch an ad, you know, and that's really incentivizing. But then if you don't, you'll lose progress, or you might not want to because you want to save skins, and so that's kind of incentivizing. I wish I have this kind of game ideas someday. Easy to dev, but really cool. Yeah, I agree with you. Midi Roaf says, this game is so cute. Totally agree with all y'all. It's called Farm Break on Google Play. I really recommend you play it. I'm learning a lot by playing it. I totally agree with Dev Yeti. Easy to dev, but really cool. So another game that really inspired me in this way is called A Monsters Expedition. Have you heard of this game? Let me open it. Zendra says, from what I'm seeing, the game is a sliding ice floor puzzle fleshed out into a full puzzle game. You're exactly right. And I think, yeah, the Pokemon Ice Cave. It's that, but it's got action mechanics. So like things are bouncing around. There's portals. Like there's spikes that like if you pass them, I can show you actually really fast. So there's like these spikes, and so everything's kind of timed based, whereas it's not just turn based. So like after like a second, these spikes will pop out. So it kind of encourages you to go fast, kind of, and time out these things so you don't hit the bombs. Okay, I'm safe here. So Zendra says I'm 26. I am 26 too. Zendra says sometimes I wish I was 16. LOL. Great game, says Cavalier GameDev. Thank you for joining us, Cavalier GameDev. I love your name, Cavalier GameDev. I consider myself a Cavalier GameDev as well. I wanted to respond to what Dev Yeti says about it's easy to dev but really cool. So let me show you a Monsters Expedition. So this is a kind of it's a puzzle game as well. It's based on the game Sokoban, which is a classic kind of puzzle game where you move boxes around in an order to put them in all the right place. But this game is inspired by that. Let me show you some gameplay. Instead of moving boxes around, Dev says, "Oh yeah, I saw it last time." So with regard to what you were saying, I love its simplicity. It's so simple. The mechanics, like same thing with Farm Break. The sliding around is so simple, but the level design and like everything you do with it, it's just like it gets so deep. You know, like these puzzles get so deep, but it's based on such simple mechanics. Design art something you can just achieve easily. That's definitely true. If you can just find the like, I'm thinking all the time now. I'm inspired by Farm Break and a Monsters Expedition. I'm always thinking like, what is like the really simple mechanical system that I can use to create like this really elegant gameplay? You know, like that's because that is really hard to achieve, and like think through all the level design and everything, and come up with the right game elements and everything. But yeah, I just wanted to show you that. Let's see if they show you like later on in the game. So it's you knock down these trees and move them around. It's really simple. But then the levels get really complex. You have to think through all these like order of operations, you know. So I just wanted to mention that as another example of a game that's simple, really simple, like super simple, but like so like, and that makes it easy to get hooked onto, but also like so deep, you know. Let me see if I can beat this level. This tree game reminds me of that game where you have to grill a sausage, Steven's Sausage Roll. I never played that, but that is a totally great comparison. Definitely kind of related in a way. You have to flip it, move it, etc. to cook all sides, not burn any. Ah, I see. I really like a Monsters Expedition because you're knocking over these trees kind of and rolling them around. But you do it in a way, like it's like an open world game on top of that. Hi Dylan, Vinicius Lima's here. So the developer of the game is in the chat, and we were all talking about, I think you can see the past chat, we're all talking about how amazing this game is. Zendra said that looks really cool. Dev Yeti wants to have an idea like this kind of game someday. Midi says this game is so cute. People mention like the Pokemon Ice Cave. So every time I stream this game, like everyone's always like, this is amazing, you know? Hi there, Tivisoft is here. What is up, Tivisoft? Wow, we got a lot of people here. Thank you so much for joining us. Yeah, so we were talking about how to make the stream better, and like, so my plan is to kind of be playing these games and we're chatting together about game design and stuff like that. I want to start interviewing game devs, like, I don't know how to pronounce your name exactly. Vinicius, I think is how I'm gonna say it right now. If you want to like call into the stream sometime, I would love to like talk about this game and how you developed it and everything like that. Maybe we could like schedule something. But yeah, this is awesome. I'm glad that you are here. I'm gonna try to beat this level. I was talking about how I love like the monetization of this game because I've been using my coins and watching ads so I don't lose progress on these stages. But at the same time, I want to save my coins because I want to use them to buy skins. And so like the fact that the currency is so valuable for multiple things, makes me actually really want to spend money on it. So and feel positive about that. So just as like a game developer, a mobile game developer, I think I've learned a lot by the way you've designed the monetization alone, let alone the amazing game design. You know, that's something I just wanted to kind of call out as like a something I think is really good. And again, obviously the biggest thing I love is the combination of timing and strategy. Like I'm always looking for, okay, I want to get to this safe spot, so I think through like the execution of actions beforehand. Again, it's called Farm Break. You can play it on the Google Play Store. Oh god, so I know I'm gonna get in some trouble here, so I got into a safe spot. Okay, so I'm almost done. Boom. Okay, level 13. Oh god. Oh, so I have to get these, and the bomb is so tight, so I have to go really fast here. I love that, okay. Nice. Okay, so there's spikes on these. Oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god! So sometimes I'm thinking ahead, and I'm like, okay, I have to execute action, A, B, C, and then I'll be safe. But sometimes I kind of miscalculate, and I end up like being kind of in a bad position. So I'm just like frantically trying to quickly make moves in order to save myself. Like those are like the most adrenaline-filled moments for me, and it feels so good to like get out alive. Oh god, oh god, oh, see, no! Ah! That's what I'm talking about. So yeah, how's the response been to this game, Vinicius? I would love to know, like people that I'm talking to like absolutely love the game. So I'd love to know like how things are going on your end if you don't mind sharing. But makes sense if that stuff is private as well. I hope everyone downloads this game and gives it 5 stars. I hope to make a great puzzle game like this as well someday. I'm very inspired by this. Oh god, oh god, oh god. Okay, I'm safe here. I love that the spikes, they take like a couple seconds. I love the timing. Like, if it was a bit faster, it'd be a bit more punishing, but it gives you a lot of time to try to like avoid the problem. I like that a lot. Oh god, oh god. Oh god, oh god. Oh, what the? Ismail says, "Hey bro, I believe you can play on the keyboard. See if it works." That blew my mind, but it doesn't appear to work. Vinicius says, "Guys, the hard game starts at level 18." So like, I tweeted at Vinicius saying like, "Oh, this level 12 like is really good. It's really blowing my mind." And they said, "Wait till you get to like level 30 or something." And I was like, "Oh my god, there's that many levels in this game. Like I'm so excited to see like how hard it gets and stuff." Because that's something else that people were really curious about. Everyone's always like, I want to know how hard it gets, you know, I want to see how the difficulty keeps scaling. And so the fact that you're teasing us about these later levels really has me excited. Midi Rof says, "To me it is hard already, lol." Yeah, I love this game. Like, thinking about the safe spots seems really important. Oh god, oh no! It's hard not to freak out. Okay. I should look into, I think there's a way to map the keys to certain actions. So I could totally look into doing that so I could use the keys, I'm pretty sure. That would be that's a great suggestion that Ismail gave. I hope y'all follow. Thanks. I didn't see the follow. Yeah, thank you, Vinicius, for following our stream. Hope everyone follows because I stream Monday through Friday, and I love playing games made by community people, especially games made by Vinicius that are so amazing like this. And I love to talk to. I would love to talk to developers in the future and talk about their process and their games. And every Monday we have a huge stream where we go down the list and play everyone's games, and we all together play them and give feedback. And this Monday, actually, we're gonna do our first tournament. So we played this rock paper scissors RPG kind of game last week that was super fun, and it's got this in-game tournament that real people could play. So the developer's working to create like a stream-specific tournament for us, and we're gonna give out like $20 to whoever wins. And so that will be on the stream at 10 a.m. on Monday. And so we're planning on doing that like more often, to kind of promote people's games, and give people a chance to win some money and stuff too, which I thought was cool. So it'd be a really easy way to win $20 if you guys come to stream on Monday. Just another experiment. I want to start doing some interviews. Zendrus had a great idea for that. Mattman PS2, what is up, Mattman? Mattman is one of our biggest community members, a day one OG. Okay, I need to win this. Okay, I'm almost there. Okay, gonna take my time here. Boom. Got it. Alright. Oh god, oh god. So I love levels that are really open like this, without as many walls, because it's kind of more difficult to figure out how to get to the different squares and stuff. Nice. What is up? What is up? Oh god, I love the timing. I'm just gonna make this pattern. That was kind of fun. Oh god, okay. So this is safe. So like being able to detect safe spots is like a really important skill in this game, it seems. And like kind of thinking through your moves in advance, but sometimes these obstacles kind of mess up your plan and you're frantically trying to save yourself. I love that. Okay. I feel like I'm making this interesting pattern kind of and not even doing it on purpose. So this is like going move by move kind of. I like that the different levels kind of you have to approach them different ways kind of. Like this one going a little more slower. So now I gotta figure out how to get to all these squares that are like lined up with these bombs. Okay. So how do I get here, for example? I need to land here. How do I get to here? I have to land here. Okay, I could land here. And go to the left. Up, down, okay. Okay. So I see. Now I can go up. I can go left and right. Designing these levels must have been so fun. Like as someone who's like really into level design and stuff like that, like this would be so fun to make these kind of levels. Like I'm sure it'd be so difficult too. Like it's amazing like how much content is in this game. Vinicius says ha 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 ha. Yeah, so like I would love to talk to you sometime about like your process with designing these levels and like how you made this game. Honestly, I would really love to like kind of pick your mind about this stuff. Dev Yeti says I'd like to see that ninja moves because does all the characters are able to success all with different patterns or just a skin? So are you asking if all the skins behave the same? Because I think the answer is yes. I think it's just cosmetic. Yep. Yeah. So I think that I think all the skins are just cosmetic. But if Vinicius says otherwise, then we would. But I'm pretty sure all the skins are cosmetic. Okay, down, left, up, right. Oh, that says Dev Yeti. I could see that being an interesting design concept, and maybe you could kind of use that nut of an idea to like make your own kind of game where the skins kind of change your moves and stuff like that in a puzzle kind of game. I could see that. I think I like that it's consistent. You know, it makes it like more about the core gameplay, and that to me is enough. But I could see you taking this game in different directions, where like maybe it's a different gameplay system where the skins do slightly different things and stuff. That could be cool. I'm too afraid of copyright issues. Well, it wouldn't be the same exact game, you know, but you could do it with like a different kind of puzzle game, you know. I love like thinking of what if they did this? What if they did this? Like, you know, if you imagine the different ways people would take their games, like sometimes it like can inspire totally new games, you know. Okay, got a couple more to go. If I lose, I'm gonna be very mad. I think I gotta land here. Oh my god! I rushed. That was awful. Ugh. I gotta go back to the beginning. I should have watched an ad. I messed up. Hit the wrong button. Me, says Ismail. I love that it was on the last move. Like, oh my god. Okay, let me just see if I can like do this better. Okay. now I'm starting from square one. Mitty says, I'm trying so hard to get Zombie Piggo. Let me see what that one looks like. Zombie Piggo, 600. I bet I could have, but RIP in pieces, LOL. I was using coins to avoid losing progress, so I should try to play better so I can keep my coins, kind of. But I guess I could have watched ads as well. Yeah, the Zombie Piggo looks cool. Heaven Piggo. Hell Piggo. I kind of want Hell Piggo. Oh, God. Oh, my God. I can't believe that happened. Alright. I need to take a quick break from this. I'm just so frustrated with that. Okay, hold on. I want to walk away, but I can't, you know? Come on. Oh, that's gonna be a great clip though of me freaking out there. Okay. I'm going to redeem myself. It's cool, like, I like resetting my progress because, like, I see how much I've kind of learned because I'm so much better at these levels now and stuff, so it is kind of nice to kind of go back and play these levels if I've lost because it allows me to practice these kind of mechanics a bit more, but also shows how much I've learned, and that feels really good. I like that there's this constant tension of you trying to kind of go faster, but also you want to take your time, so that to me makes it really engaging as well, moment to moment. Okay. Ismail says, "Who made this level? They should be arrested. It's so difficult." To me, like I don't feel like that. To me, it feels like it's difficult, but also perfectly within my grasp, which to me makes it like the perfect level. You know. And he says, "I agree." Vinicius says, "How can I sub the stream?" I don't know. Maybe I don't have a sub option available. I really, you can follow. I think you already did, but I really appreciate you willing to sub to me. I should set that up or something. But I'm totally cool. Like, thank you for asking. I don't think I've set it up. Maybe I should look into that. I'm really appreciative that you'd be even willing to do that, though. We gotta hit affiliate for sub button. Okay, thank you for responding to that. Honestly, it's just so awesome to have all of y'all in the chat here, and so we can talk about games and play this game together. That's just alone really awesome. The requirements are extremely low. Oh, I have to hit affiliate. Yeah, I think I need like 75 followers or something like that. 3 average viewers, 8 hours of stream over 7 days, really low stuff. Okay, so yeah, it's because I haven't hit affiliate yet. Gotcha, good to know. Well, together we're gonna hit affiliate, you know, it's only a matter of time. We're just getting started. Oh god, so I'm gonna go down and I have to make a quick turn. This is where I redeem myself. I would love to see a level like I love levels where you're like the spikes make you just constantly have to make moves. Like I like thinking like really fast like that. Like those moments feel so good. Okay, we're definitely gonna do it. I'm not going to lose. I'm being very careful right now. Don't mess this up. Let's go! Oh god. I love going fast, kind of. It's kind of fun. Zendra says, you probably have most of the requirements, just missing 1 or 2. I'm not sure where you check your status. Let me look. I've seen it before. Stream summary. Achievements. Aha, here it is. Path to affiliate. I have streamed way more than 8 hours. So we need to reach 50 followers. And then I need an average of 3 viewers. We're about to get there. Once we get 50 followers, this will probably work out on its own. I spend a lot of time sometimes in the afternoon streaming without too many people watching. Maybe I should, I don't know. That's kind of bringing it down because sometimes I have a lot of viewers at the same time. Ismail, thank you so much for following. And now we're at 24 followers. Let's go. We're going to get there in no time at all. Yeah, it doesn't update yet. So we've already today made like 5 more followers thanks to y'all. So thank you so much for that. We're going to get there in no time. So that's awesome. Okay. This looks tricky right here. oh God. Okay, so I have to go right and up. Down and up. Okay, let's do this. Boom. I'm going to try to beat this one without dying. Mattman says, put follower goal in title or a screen to encourage followers. Good idea. I had that originally. Somewhere. Maybe I got rid of it. I should totally put that back in. Good suggestion. I will totally do that, Mattman. Oh God, oh God, oh God, oh God! Ah! I'm gonna use the coins. Zendra says, I posted the link to my stream posted the link to this in my Discord as well. Thank you so much, Zendra. That means a lot. That's awesome. I really love like working together as a community like this. Oh God, I'm very community oriented, you know, like I'm not even looking to make money on any of this, you know. I'm just looking to like promote other indie mobile game devs and bring us all together, and people who like mobile games, and so we can help each other out, you know, because we don't have the resources of these giant companies, you know, so we need to stick together and help each other out. So that's kind of what this community and what this stream is all about. Oh God, oh God. And like I'm obsessed with mobile games and game design and thinking about them deeply, and so This is a great place to do that with all y'all. Oh God. I love the timing because you have to kind of go the path of the bomb in this level, and so you have to really like each level kind of makes you master the timing of certain elements in a different way. I really like that. Okay, this part really got me tripped up. Oh, so this one's like a long ways. You have to really time this one precisely. I really like this, and I have to do it again down here. Okay, I'm gonna go down. Okay, I gotta go back to the beginning again. I like the birds here. They kind of indicate that's how you kind of go from the top to the bottom. Boom. Okay, last section. Okay, so this is again kind of teaching the timing, and we got the buzzsaw back. I haven't seen that in a while. These buzzsaws are tricky. I like going through sections where it's a lot easier to kind of get through the coins without much worry. And then it kind of, it's good for pacing, you know, like the rewarding sections versus the really challenging sections. If it was just intense the entire time every level, that would be too much, but I like the balance that they strike. Oh God, oh God. Okay, oh God. Do I want to go up? I don't know if I do. I might have to. Maybe I should go the route of the buzzsaw first. So I could kind of go in here when the buzzsaw's down and then try to sneak past it. Okay, that was good. Let's go. Let me make sure I can see the YouTube chat as well. Okay. Ooh, so I have to like time out the going through the bomb as well as kind of getting these spikes. Maybe I'll save that for later. I should do it now. Okay, that was good. Nice, this is a good section of reward. Boom, boom, boom. Okay. So I'm timing out the spikes and the bombs at the same time. I love the bomb obstacle. At first I was thinking like, oh, this bomb obstacle seems kind of simple and everything, but actually is very great to start mastering the timing of the game. So I'm loving the bomb obstacle now. I love how heavily it's being used. I feel like I'm learning a lot from interacting with it. Okay. Sweets. Oh God. Okay, I'm okay. I meant to go up. Boom. See, now I'm rolling. Okay, this section up here is tricky because the bombs are like kind of next to each other. But I have to go there. Oh God, oh God. I didn't know what I was doing there for a second. Okay, I like that there's no bombs at the top or bottom. So really the major danger is kind of focused in the middle. Oh God, okay. Whew. Okay, oh my God, now I have to go up again. Oh man, this is tricky. Oh God, oh God! Alright, I like this level a lot. Oh, frick! I don't want to skip it. Let's just do the coins. Okay. I'm really curious what the third stage of this level is going to be. Get down! Oh man. No! I'm not skipping. Okay, I think I'm being a little more calm because I understand how the bombs are working a bit more, I think. Not freaking out as much anymore. Okay. Zendra says, just a thought. Is it possible to create a system where you offer a player non-absolute, non-deterministic discounts on revival costs without discouraging them from reviving when it's not on discount? Let me read that again. Is it possible? It seems like a challenge that, if solved, might be good for monetization. Is it possible to create a system where you offer a player non-abusable, non-deterministic discounts on revival costs without then discouraging players from reviving when it's not on discount? Oh, so like kind of giving them. Are you saying like kind of giving them like deals kind of for like cheaper revivals? Is that kind of what you're saying? But then you're trying to warn against, if you do deals, then you could discourage them from reviving without a deal. Is that kind of what you're saying? Yeah. So sometimes it offers you to revive 35 instead of 40. That could be interesting. I could see that being implemented a few different ways. I'm curious if Vinicius has any thoughts on this, but like you could do like, oh, like for all day, it's half off of the revivals, or you could do like for one revival a day, maybe a max of one revival a day, it's like half off or something like that. To like you're saying it, because like once you revive once, I could see people being more likely to revive in the future. I'd be curious to know also like this is probably private information, but like it might even depend on like how many people use coins versus like watching an ad anyway, and like or maybe people don't even need to be incentivized with a deal to use the coins to revive. So I think that's a really interesting suggestion, and I feel like there's a lot of factors that could kind of determine. But I like what you're thinking with that. Might need to might need to target discounts with certain players. I think that's really smart. Certain, like if a person hasn't used revival, you could target those people with a deal. You're thinking like a mobile game designer, Zendra. That's really good. I think that's an interesting point. Okay, I'm trying. I need to get here. If I lose, I'll be pissed off at myself. Okay. So we need to go up, right, down, right, up. Yeah, I think that's a really interesting feedback, Zendra. That was really interesting. I feel like this game is really encouraging to watch ads and use coins and buy coins. This is really interesting. Boom. I could see like watching an ad kind of discouraging people from using coins, but maybe if you are someone that doesn't like using ads, maybe that's what makes you watch the coins. Like I'm streaming, so I'm like, hey, I don't want to watch an ad. I'll just use the coins, you know. But I'm wondering if other people think like that too. Boom. Okay. Oh God. Okay, so this part is safe. So I'm in the middle here. Oh God. I think I have to kind of go down. Boom, boom. Whew. That was close. So this is also really difficult. I have to go right, up, left, up. Zendra says, I would be more likely to watch an ad normally, but more likely to pay gold if there was some kind of extreme high efficiency event happening. Makes sense, makes sense. Yeah, you're right. That's a good point. And I like that because, like, especially you mentioned, like, targeting people who haven't been using coins specifically because, like, the whole idea of, like, these deals in, like, mobile puzzle games is, like, especially to target the people who haven't spent money because if you can get them to spend coins just once, you know, like in these mobile puzzle games, like the Candy Crush kind of games, like sometimes they give you like an amazing deal where it's like pay like a dollar and you get a ton of great stuff, you know, and you only have a day to do it. Like if you can get them to spend money once, that's called a conversion. If you can convert players into spenders, then they're way more likely to spend going forward. You just have to convince them to do it one time. So I think it's an amazing idea to kind of like encourage people who haven't used the coins to just to do it once, and then once they are exposed to that, they're way more likely to do it in the future, kind of. Okay, so this is gonna be tricky. I have to time out my slide to the right, like ahead of time, in order to avoid these kind of bombs. So boom, boom, boom. So it seems like because this bomb is going shorter and this bomb's going longer, it also seems like sometimes it's impossible to get through them. But if you time it out right, the bombs are going at the same time, and so you can kind of like, because this one responds once the bomb dies. It looks like. So I'm kind of learning about how these obstacles really work now too. So I want to kind of go if once they're timed in synchronicity, kind of. Right there. Oh baby, that felt amazing. That felt really rewarding. That was amazing. I love this game so much. Again, it's called Farm Break. If you're just tuning in, it's on Google Play. I highly, highly recommend this game. Oh man, let's go. I like that it starts you off with like these kind of basic challenges. It kind of feels good, like a reset almost. I have to kind of reorient myself to this obstacle, the buzzsaw. Okay, this is gonna be tricky. So I'm safe here. So I have to go boom, boom. Oh man, how do I time this out? Oh, that was awesome. That was tricky. I could have easily messed that up. Oh, okay. I literally have to take breaths once in a while. This game is so intense. Oh, that was close. Oh my god! Oh, that was close too. I was kind of starting to lose control at the end. I love those moments where you start to lose control and you have to like kind of quickly maneuver your way around again. That is so awesome. I love those where you lose control and you start relying on Twitch, kind of thinking like, I think like that on like it reminds me of like Tetris. Sometimes playing Tetris, I start playing like I play like often very strategically, very carefully. But then there's times where like something goes wrong and I have to like rapidly try to fix my mistake and having hard because it's close to the top of the screen. Like that's what that moment reminds me of. Like everything's going to plan, and oh, all of a sudden everything shifts. You got to make up for it. Zendra says, "Oh, cool. One of those people who worked on Crash Bandicoot 4 is in Mark Brown's Discord right now, talking about how they iterated on the progression system and moved from traditional live system, no difficulty settings, shifted over to a wider projection system. Let's check that out. Check it out. Yeah, so I haven't played Crash 4, but I've been hearing a lot of good things about it. We initially started off Crash 4 with a meta progression system that was a lot closer to the original 3 games. Lives, no true difficulty settings, get gems for beating levels and breaking crates. We did a huge adjustment to our progression after. We took a close look at what felt right wrong about it and decided more varied progress felt better for the average player. Not everyone's going to collect every crate in every level, so we didn't want them to feel like they were outright failing every objective. Makes sense. And hence a bunch of our screens had to get big rewards to encompass new stats of progress. Again, this is me speaking of myself. Interesting. What do you think about that, Zendra? I'm curious what your thoughts are on that. Is that a good decision? It seems like a good decision to me, right? Okay, this is the last stage. I like just from the beginning, like just to pick up as many of the easy tiles as possible, kinda. So that I have to like come back, kind of, I think. So now these bombs have the same distance till they hit the wall, so that's good. Okay. Zender says, I like that bigger games are bringing in the idea of more staggered progression systems and lateral progression. Yeah, I think that makes sense too. I think the linear progression is good for like certain chance-based mobile puzzle kind of games, you know, where it's based in chance, but like, yeah, for like general audiences, like it makes sense. You don't want players to get totally stuck, unless you're making like a game that's really focused on that difficulty, which to me, Crash isn't about like the difficulty, you know, it's about the fun of platforming, you know, the idea that you can progress without completing every objective and that there are more optional objectives that are just a couple tailored to specific players. Objectives in Crash are very diverse and tailored to different groups. That's a great point. You know, you can use these side objectives not as like mandatory progression cutoffs, but you can use them to like you can still target those like really completionist people, you know, and without making the game stuff for everyone. That totally makes sense. There's some that cater to exploration and casual play, and there's some that are about high speed play. There's some about careful deathless play. Gotcha. Yeah, that totally makes sense. I love when games find ways to appeal to different kinds of players, just through their design. You know, like um, it like, yeah, like whether you're the kind of there's completionists playing your game, and then there's also new players that are playing a platformer for the first time. You know, there are people that like to think strategically. There are people that like just to play as fast as possible. You know, there's totally different players types. Players play games for different reasons and have different play styles. So I love when developers find ways to cater to them in different ways, like the Crash developers seems like they did. That's cool. Thank you for sharing that. That's really interesting to think about. Sweet. Okay. Oh god. Okay, so I have to get here. How do I get here? Oh, I have to get here. To get here, I have to get here. There we go. Sweet. Oh, whoa. So this is cool. It's using an obstacle in a new way. I love when games they introduce obstacles to you, but then they twist them in ways. That's something that I was wanting to do, like at previous games I worked on. Like we have these awesome obstacles. Let's just keep iterating on them and make like different varieties of them. So I love this technique of the bombs bouncing back and forth now. I could see that totally creating a whole different puzzle space without the developer needing to create a whole different obstacle, you know? That's super smart, I think, on the developer's part and great for game design. There are some that cater to exploration and casual play. There's some about high speed. Oh yeah, I already read that. Yeah, so I really love that idea of catering to different kinds of players within the same game design. That is really smart. So I want to jump. Okay, I was going to jump up here. I might just jump, but I don't want to go to the left because I know the bombs are about to come back unless I timed it perfectly. So I'm going to try to avoid that. Hoping I don't have to go across, but maybe I will have to. Yeah, I do have to go across at some point. Okay. So I have to like, oh man, this is difficult. I have to time it so that I have to go across when the bombs are like inside the pocket. Maybe I'll do it in this pocket. Go, go, go. Oh man. Oh, that felt good. Oh man. I think they do a good job of like in the levels after a really difficult moment, there's like always kind of tends to be like a safe spot that they sometimes designate with birds or coins, so that seems good to me to like in terms of introducing them to like to these mechanics, you know, like if every introduction to a new mechanic was followed by like a bunch of other dangerous obstacles, it'd be hard to kind of learn and have a positive experience with these obstacles. But normally you just have to get around them, and then you're kind of in a safe spot. So I like that in these levels they've found ways to kind of make little beats of like difficult periods followed by more relaxing periods, and that makes for like a allows players to strategize, you know, and build that strategy and learn and all this other fun stuff. Oh god, I didn't think ahead there. Oh frick, I did it too early. It's interesting that they offer you to skip sub-levels for ads. That seems incentivizing. So now I really have to test my skill with the timing of these things. Oh, I went up and my screen kind of messed up. Frick! I was rushing again. Frick! Alright, I'm gonna beat this last level. And then we're gonna move on to something else. Maybe I'll watch like a... we were talking about like Zendra's RIP. I really feel determined to win this last level. Vinicius is RIP too. Thanks for rubbing in my faces, y'all. Especially you, Vinicius, who made this game. How dare you? No, just kidding. So we were talking about like Zendra had this idea of like you could use like the Discord chat to kind of talk to developers of these games and stuff like that, which I said I'd love to do with you, Vinicius, at some point, you know, at any time, you know. And then we could like make a YouTube video out of it and try to share it around and stuff and talk about the game and stuff like that. But also, I want to kind of start watching some of these game dev interviews, because a lot of game dev interviews I've seen in the past are horrible. Like, it's someone who doesn't really know very much about games who's like reading a list of questions and not asking follow-up questions, and they're all these like questions that are kind of just like random and not that interesting. So Zendra mentioned there's this no clip Patreon funded interviewer that does like these little mini documentaries and interviews with developers, and so I want to watch some like good interviews, want to watch some bad interviews, and we'll kind of think about them, and hopefully want to build to like talking to game developers about their games while we're playing them, you know, especially on our Monday stream. They are not always mini, says Zendra. Gotcha. There's like a 7-part documentary on Hades. Wow. Gotcha. Cool. That's cool that they go really in depth like that. So I want to kind of usually on the stream, sometimes I like to code, you know, so I've been spending a lot of time playing games the last couple of days, so I want to spend some time coding on my game. And so when I do that, I'm always open to like feedback about what I should be working on, or etc., like stuff like that, feedback on the game. But I figure it'd be cool to have like a lot of people I think work on their own games while I work on my game on the stream, which I think is cool. So I figured we can listen to like an interview or GDC talk while I'm coding, you know. And then after maybe a couple hours, we switch back to playing, you know, this awesome farm break game and talking and stuff like that, you know. So that's kind of what I'm planning on doing, you know. So it makes sense if you're not into like the coding and listen to a GDC talk, you know. I totally understand, but I do like to spend some time coding in the day so that I can kind of also justify streaming and stuff, because I'm getting my game ready for the App Store as well. So I need to definitely spend some time coding, and I know a lot of people out there are game devs, so we can kind of game dev together is my idea. That's why I stream in the morning through the afternoon, starting at 10 a.m. every day. So yeah, let's do this level again. I feel the adrenaline kind of again. This feels so good. Okay. Need to time this out perfectly. Cool. We got the first one. Sometimes I'm like, am I safe? Am I safe? Okay, I'm safe. Okay, we're gonna go up, down, to the right. Sweet, we're getting a lot of these middle pieces. I love these big open areas because it's so fun to kind of, it's very puzzly, and you have to kind of figure out how to navigate through all those empty spaces and stuff. It's really cool. Okay. Okay, now I'm kind of stuck in this bad spot. Okay, thank God. One more step, one more section. Okay, so this is an obstacle that was introduced a while ago, and I love that they're bringing it back. And so the way it works is it kind of sticks you. So let me get these first. So if you go like this, then it travels and takes you, and so sometimes you have to use these sheep to kind of navigate your way around the levels. How am I gonna get this bottom section? Oh my God. Oh, thank God I did it. Oh, I am amazing at this game. And then you can also do it from the bottom. So sometimes you can't even get these slots unless you use the sheep, which I like. Okay. Oh, okay. I think that's the difficult part. How do I get here? Oh, let's go back down. How do I get here? Oh, I see. So I'm gonna use this sheep to go up here. Boom. Oh God, we got it. Sweet. All right, I'm gonna take a break now. I need to give my heart a break. We're at level 18 now. I can feel the difficulty increasingly ramp up. But it's not like going like overblown. You know, it's ramping up in a way that always feels achievable. But never easy. So I really love that. Never too difficult. All right, so I'm gonna just leave this on the side for now. I might close it for now, actually. So again, this game is called Farm Break. And it was released on Monday, so it's brand new, super fun. So excited to follow this game and keep playing it. It's by Studio 85. I really recommend everyone play this game. It's got a great rating, brand new, super fun game. I love the balance of strategy and skill. Such a rewarding experience. Look at this. Look at how many 5 stars they've gotten. It's insane. And everyone I talk to or show this game to, they always love this game. They're so impressed by it, and they also love the visuals too. So I really recommend you play this game. So let's get back. I wanted to listen to this Ed McMillan interview. Let me pull it up on my other computer as well. And I'm gonna kind of start coding. If you have any questions or any comments on the video, please feel free to share and we'll talk about it. If you have any comments on my game or what I'm working on, let me just show you really fast, I guess. This is my game Emoji Pop. It is a bubble shooter. You can play it at playmojipop.com. The link is on the screen, but we're still a work in progress. And I noticed on the iPhone, when you can play it on a computer or from mobile phone, I noticed on the iPhone it's a little glitchy. It's like a little laggy, so I'm gonna have to figure out what's going on there because it was working totally fine until now. I think it's kind of like some kind of memory loading thing or something. So right now I'm working on this bug where I'm trying to fix it so that you can buy skins and stuff like that, but right now there's just some weirdness and I need to kind of just look at my code and figure it out. It's a little boring, so that's why I figure we might as well listen to this interview and learn about that, and I can work on my own. Kind of by watching interviews, we can learn about how to interview developers, and hopefully I would love, again, I'm going to reach out to Vinicius later, but I would love to talk to him about this game that they made. So yeah, let's do that. And any more feedback about the stream is totally welcome. I'm still, figuring out what I'm doing with this. The idea is that I can create YouTube content, give feedback, and promote other games for indie mobile developers. I can create a community of indie devs that help each other out. I can work on my game. I can stream. I can do all this at the same time. So that's why I think this Emoji Popcast is so promising, I hope. So yeah, let me open this video. really curious what I'm going to think about this kind of interview. Oh, I've actually started watching this before. Interesting. All right, I'm going to start it.
Yeah. He's also filthy. He's not even clean. He needs a bath. Get out of here.
For the sake of our name bars, can you tell us your name and where you work?
Edmund Charles McMillan. Where I work? I work for myself.
Sorry, that's just fun.
Dead baby dress up. So I made a comic called This Is a Cry for Help when I was 15, 16, 17, 18, 19 years old. And it was just a bunch of edgelord type stuff.
Cool,
Very
Xandra.
weird,
Enjoy that coffee.
offensive humor. And there was a series in it called Things to Do with Dead Babies. And the blue baby, which everybody knows now is from my Binding of Isaac, was the mascot of the comic. And Things to Do with Dead Babies were the most commonly talked about aspect of the comic. So I decided when I made interactive things, websites and stuff, that I've got to bring the dead babies. I got to put them out. Everybody loves them. I got to bring the dead babies in. So I made this, click and drag script for a bunch of. There's a little blue baby, and you drag and drop pieces of faces and outfits and whatever else, and you dress it up. And it was one of the first big dress-up games in Flash in like 1999, 2000. And it had even gotten in like a bunch of magazines. Like, it was really strange. Like, it became this mini phenomenon. And back then I was known as Edmund Dead Baby McMillan. Like, that's what people called me before anything else. So like, that was my first claim to fame, was this dead baby dress-up doll. Host was a game I made with Calder Bradford. It was my first multiplayer game. People were making these Flash multiplayer games, and they were really cool, and they were somehow making a lot of money. I didn't make any money off this, though. Calder wanted to make an online multiplayer game. I was like, okay, well, we can make it like a Smash Brothers type game. And I came up with this character, which I later used in the Binding of Isaac, called Host, which was just a skull and a bag of flesh underneath it, and its head would come out and knock things around, and it could shoot maggots out of its eyes. And that was the game. It was like 2 to 4 players. People could chat and talk to each other and then attack each other, and they were just trying to knock each other off the map. Triacnid. Triacnid was the first game that I made with Florian Hensel, who was a kid at the time, and he would...
So one thing I think is interesting is that you don't, at least in this interview, you don't hear the questions. Like, maybe just because the interview was just asking Edmund McMillan to kind of explain his past projects. I'm curious if all their interviews are like this, because, like, I don't know, like, I would want to ask questions where the question matters just as much as the answer, I think at least the kind of interviews I want to do, I want to have more of like a dialogue, So just an interesting observation. Let's keep going.
It bothered me on AIM, and he was mostly obsessed with Alex. He wanted to be a programmer like Alex. He wanted to make physics-based games, and he only worked in Flash. And he would always bother me and show me his prototypes. And he showed me this prototype of a spider. And I was like, wow, I could totally make a game. Like, this is really cool. Like, this is a really cool prototype. And he's like, you want to make a game with me? I think he was like 16, 17 at the time. It's like, sure. And I think we made it in like a few months. It was actually one of the first artsy games that I think I had made, where I was trying to do new things that I hadn't done before. I was trying to be more moody. I was trying to play around with interactivity. Like, you click and drag the spider's legs, but you could overextend and hurt it, so you had to be gentle with it. And then in the game, you had to take care of this egg sac of your babies, and you had to tend to it. So there's this kind of like, be gentle with with the character, but also be gentle with the thing. So it was like this mothery type gentleness. I really enjoyed working with Florian as well. He could kind of speak English then. It was broken for the most part. But yeah, it was that was a fun game to work on. Meat Boy.
This is where he made his
Meat
money.
Boy is a game that I made with John McEntee. So it's another one similar to Triachnid where the programmer had this really basic engine, and he sent me this thing called Vertigo. That was what the prototype was. And it was a little red square that would jump on the walls back and forth and climb. And I'd never really seen anything like that, and it seemed pretty interesting to me. And it seemed like a game that I could flesh out with a bunch of different mechanics and turn it into some sort of vertical platformer. I had some sketches around of a bunch of these superheroes with flaws. That's what they basically were. And one of them was Meat Ninja. The other one was Mr. Fetus. There's a guy named Johnny Icicle Dick. One of them was Duke of Flies. There's a bunch of other guys. And I was like, oh, I really like this Meat Ninja. And it seemed like jumping off walls was like a ninja type thing. So I didn't like the way he looked with a hood on. Because he was all red except he had a hood over his head, and then you could see his eyes and his red face. And I was like, oh, fuck it, I'll just take it off. It looks better. It's just a little red cube, which is what he had for the prototype. The thing was just a red cube. In the Flash version of Meat Boy, he actually had rib cage that was exposed on him. You could see more clearly that he just didn't have any skin. And then I wanted his counterpart to be something that would wrap around him, so Band-Aid Girl, which was what she was called back then. Band-Aid Girl was his love interest, who was just this constantly screaming girl. And Dr. Fetus, Mr. Fetus eventually became Dr. Fetus, and those are the three main characters for it. I remember back then I really used the game as a way to just do cutscenes that were obscene and weird. I think there's even one point where Dr. Fetus pulls down his pants and just takes his shit for no reason. That's all I wanted to do. I just wanted to make dumb animations, and it was like, okay, well, I'll make a game to make those animations with these characters. That actually became my most popular Flash game by far. Millions and millions of people. That was the first game that I made where I got a phone call from somebody. It was my cousin. He's like, you'd never believe this. Listen. And he's like, what? I'm like, and I hear the music in the background. He's like, my roommate's playing your game. Like, I heard it, and I was like, what the fuck is this? And I was like, oh, this game is actually really getting around. And that was the game I banked on. When I got the Microsoft deal, I was like, okay, well, am I gonna make Cunt 2 for Xbox Live? Am I gonna make Dead Baby Dress Up? No. I'm gonna make the most successful Flash game. That's the most. I cut the whole shitting and fucking parts out.
That's hilarious.
Gish. Gish was my first paid game that I ever released. I made it with Alex Austin. It's a game about a physics-based blob character. I had a lot of fun working on it with Alex, and it made it into the IGF and eventually won the grand prize, which was basically the beginning of my career. And it made enough money to survive for about 2 years, I think. It also sent me into a deep depression because after winning that, I felt like, what else could I do? Like literally, like it was the greatest achievement, winning the IGF with Gish, and winning those awards and feeling such gratification and such acclaim, in this small little pocket. And then nothing higher because you could not get published. You could never go on the consoles. That wasn't going to happen. Like there were simply no options in the future at all. And I remember thinking, well, this is as good as it gets, and I got to go get another job somewhere. What am I going to fucking do? But eventually I just started saying, oh, fuck it, I'm going to make games. I'm going to just make a shitload of Flash games. Ether. Ether is a game I made with Tyler Glale. Probably at the time for sure, one of my most personal games. And it's a game where you play as a little kid who visits other planets. He's basically going into his imagination and then visiting these other worlds. And the further out he goes, the smaller the Earth gets. And when he tries to come back to reality, everything shatters and he's lost in his imagination. It was super cool. I really enjoyed working on it. I liked the way it looked. I liked working with Tyler. But with Ether, I remember waking up crying, just re-experiencing stuff from my childhood, like being back when I was little and feeling lonely and isolated. And it really brought me right back where I was. Felt very artistic, very expressive and emotive. Time Fuck. Time Fuck is a Flash game I made with William Good. Once again, he came to me with a prototype of this kind of like weird dimensional thing. His character was like a bat that could fly around, it could jump back into the background and then come back to the foreground. It seemed really neat. It seemed super, super interesting. A lot of the themes of the game were centered around, I had my 10-year high school reunion. Kind of didn't want to go, because I wasn't a cool kid, and I didn't really get into any of that sort of stuff too, but morbid curiosity of where everybody's at and that sort of stuff too. And around that time, Super Meat Boy was in development, and it had gotten into Nintendo Power, which was pretty cool. And I remember thinking, that's so stupid. I'm gonna bring the Nintendo Power. I'm gonna show people what I've been doing. There was part of me that was just like, yeah, I'll fucking show these people who. The whole thing was run by this girl in school who I remember to this day told me that I will never be a success at life because I'm so antisocial. And I just wanted to go and show her up in some way. And I get there, I left the Nintendo Power in the car. I get there and everybody was fucking wasted. Everybody was crying. It was terrible. People were really depressed. It was awful. And I remember thinking, like, all these people are so stuck in these boxes, these self-imposed boxes. And how weird it was that they're all the same people that they were. And then I started to look at myself and thinking, like, wait, am I stuck in this box too? Like, and I wanted to kind of write about that. I wanted to write about the idea of, like, self-imposed boxes when the door is right behind you. Like, you just have to turn around. Like, and the idea of changing perspectives and dimensions in a box, it just felt neat and interesting. And I contacted one of my best friends from high school, Justin Carpel, and I asked if he wanted to, he's a musician, I asked if he wanted to do music because it felt so appropriate if I could do music with my best friend from high school about this game that felt like it was from high school. Everything just worked so well, and I started to just write this really bizarre story about a character whose future self invites him into a box where he's trapped for all eternity, but the future self had to do that in order to get out of the box. And it's looping constantly. And that's why the text of the title is always like changing and stuff. It's just an amalgamation of all those weird things that I had experienced about that time, and I really like the character design too. I like a solid black character with like barely any facial features. Coil. My mom was dealing with the death of my stepfather at the time, and she became extremely depressed and very, like, she would just call me up and say, I'm dying, I think I have cancer and all this other stuff, and she was fine. But she was obsessed with death and obsessed with dying. I wanted to write about that, but through this alien life form being born, it's like I wanted everything to have a circular feel. Everything had to feel like a coil. So it had this life and death spiral where the written story of the game is talking about a woman who lets death in and it like corrupts her and destroys her. But then you're playing as this alien life form that's being born, and it goes from like conception to, you know, a little egg that grows, and eventually you play through these different stages, which are kind of almost like WarioWare mini games in a way, which was happening around that time too. So I'm sure that was part of it. And then you eventually leave the water and you find another alien thing and you mate with it, and then you birth your eggs and die. And that's the circular, and then it restarts. I remember the thing that really fucked people over was they couldn't experience the game because there were no instructions, and all it was a screen with a spiral and with arrows just going in a circle, and you had to do a spiral motion in order to start the game. So the majority of people that played the game they would just comment, game sucks, doesn't start, no start button. And I was trying to do something right off the bat to let people know that they weren't playing a regular video game. It was something that was different. It felt more abstract, more artistic, and weird. It comes off a little contrived now, but it is what it is. You know, I was much younger and I was learning. It got nominated for a few awards, and it's another game Florian and I worked on before, The Binding of Isaac. Super Meat Boy. Super Meat Boy is my first console game.
I didn't realize how many games Edmund McMillan made before finding like huge success financially with Super Meat Boy and Binding of Isaac and stuff. I knew he made Flash games, but I didn't realize how many serious projects that he took on. Like it's pretty motivating too, to show like you have to kind of stay with it, you know. Yeah, he's made a ton to Zendra, Yeah, that's really interesting. I think it's kind of motivating as indie devs, like sometimes you gotta like put a lot of work in and keep getting better, and like some of these projects like are really serious and won awards and stuff like that and everything, and just like obviously the console landscape, wasn't at the point where people like that could be making money, and now it is. I'm actually thinking actual one-on-one interview questions were part of the bonus content for being a Patreon. Gotcha. Interesting. This is still interesting though. Like I feel like because in this video, he's Edmund McMillan's basically describing, his perspective on game creation, his personal journey and how he views them. So like, I think it makes sense that you don't see the interviewer talking about it. Like, like they're just trying to set up Edmund McMillan to tell his story. But like again, like I'm more interested in like I want to be in your face, pulling out stuff from your head. Obviously like this is like a super valuable video though, and it makes sense they made it this way. It's interesting. The end is nigh. Binding of Isaac for Souls. Let's switch to a different one, just because I'm curious. Let's pause the no clip. I'm gonna leave this open so we can come back to it. I want to watch like a bad game design interview. I don't know if I have a bad game design interview, that'll come up with anything. Let's do like Jonathan Blow interview. Okay. This seems like, okay, well, I'm curious. This is GameSpot. I'm really curious what the quality of this interview is going to be. For some reason, I feel like it's not going to be good, but maybe I'm wrong.
Okay, so the reason why we're here today, the reason I asked you here, your game, The Witness, is coming up, and it's on our most anticipated feature, part of that feature. But we don't know much about this game other than it's kind of like Myst. So what is The Witness?
Yeah, well, I've had to be very spoilery talking about it because it's an exploration, puzzle, adventure kind of game, right? And we've been in this interesting position where we're trying to be very open, on our blog, talking about what we're making and what we're thinking about. We also don't want to spoil the game for anybody because the magic of the game is like what happens in your head when you're encountering a new situation and figuring out what's going on here and stuff. And so we've purposely not said that much about the gameplay. I'll say a few things, but yeah, this is actually going to be an interesting challenge as we roll toward release. And we try to do a trailer. How do you do a trailer for this game without spoiling the game? I don't exactly know.
Because the concept is it's a first-person, open world-ish puzzle-solving adventure on some kind of abandoned islands. And that's kind of...
Yes. So it's very deliberately following in a certain history of certain kinds of games, right? So back when CD-ROM drives became a thing, right, that people could have in their computers, right? You had games like Myst that took advantage of that and sort of blew up, and Myst was huge, and lots of people played that. And I really loved that game back when I played it. But when I look at that, and then a whole bunch of games came after that, right? Trying to be like Myst. I mean, Myst was a whole series, but then if you walked into some computer store at that time, there'd be 15 games that were all trying to be Myst, right? And usually not as well. But then, as I look back at those games now as a designer with, back then I wasn't a designer, right? I was just someone in college. And now I have ideas about how to design games. And, game designers as a whole have learned some things in the past 20 plus years. So as I look at that whole genre with a modern design sensibility, I say, oh, that's wrong, and that's wrong, and that's right. There's all these things I wouldn't do if I was going to make an adventure game. So the question is, so one of these ideas we have as modern game designers is you have some idea about what's the core gameplay of your game, what keeps it interesting. In a first-person shooter, right, it's often you might go into a mode where it's like seeing guys and aiming, right?
Yeah.
Or you might go into a mode where it's like, okay, now I'm looking for resources, and you're kind of flipping back and forth between those things. Actually, now it's like 50% cutscenes, but you ignore that part. And so that, like, if you're making that game, you're aware that that's you can always go back to that feeling or that mode that you want the player to be in, right? And that's true for most modern kinds of games. Like for a racing game, you know what that's supposed to feel like when you're designing it, right? Adventure games, by which I mean the old style, like puzzle-solving adventures. Not, like sometimes Tomb Raider gets called adventure now or whatever, and that's not what I mean.
Yeah.
Those never had an idea of core gameplay. Like it's sort of supposed to be like you're figuring out puzzles, right? But if you actually look at what happens when people play those, most of the time they're not really figuring out the actual puzzle that the designer wanted them to be thinking about. They're like, well, in the old style text adventures, it's like, does the parser understand this word? No, why not? Right?
Yeah.
And in later graphical adventures, it's like hunt the pixel, or it's like, do I feed the sandwich to the seagull? No. Do I feed the sandwich to the dog? No. You know, like trying random things. And those aren't that interesting to me, and I think they're not really that interesting to most players. Those are like the bad parts of those games, right?
Okay.
And the good parts are when something really clicks in your head and you get a puzzle and you understand what's going on, which really can only happen when it's a good puzzle and when it's not surrounded by cruft, right?
Okay.
And so
but I guess, I mean, just like looking at Braid though?
Yeah.
Like Braid was a lot of, because there was no tutorial in any way, so you'd enter a new world and you'd figure out your powers, and so there was a lot of experimentation.
Yeah.
So I guess it was
Question.
ultimately always logical. It still was a lot of the equivalent of, do I feed the pelican the sandwich?
Sort of. I mean, I would argue with you a bit there because there's not. So if I get a little programmery for a second.
Okay.
In adventure games, the way puzzles are implemented is with like if statements, right? You sort of say if this object and that object. So you're sort of saying arbitrary stuff as,
Yeah.
as the person laying out the design logic. So in Braid, it's definitely the case where many of the puzzles in that game, more than half, have like exactly one solution. Some of them have multiple, but the multiple ones are different enough that some people only see one anyway. So it's effectively one solution. But all of those puzzles were designed a different way by making the sort of the physics of the world of like you go into that world and how does time work in that world, and then seeing what puzzles kind of naturally arise from that and then making those happen. So it's not like typing in a bunch of special case if statements, but it's like, let's see what happens in this dynamic. Now, I think that's a step better than the if statement thing I was talking about, but in Braid.
Okay, so I like this interview. Like, I like that they're digging into the design and really talking in depth about some of these problems. And the interviewer even interrupted Jonathan Blow a little bit to like say like, okay, what about this first game? How is this applied to what you're talking about? So I think this is like a decent interview. I won't watch the whole thing. Because I just saw that this video was suggested, and I've seen this, and I'm pretty sure I remember this being a pretty bad interview. I want to look for a bad game design interview, so I want to learn from this. Let's watch this one. And on the side, I'm working on like the avatar customization, updating, and stuff like that, and being able to use your coins to buy new parts for your emoji.
Today, we're going to have a slightly different format. We're going with a Q&A session, and it's my pleasure to introduce Jonathan Blow. Jonathan Blow is an American video game designer and programmer who is best known as the creator of the independent video games Braid of 2008 and The Witness of 2016, both of which have received critical acclaim. From 2001 to 2004, Blow wrote the inner product column
like how
for
he's
Game
reading
Developer
this.
magazine. He was the primary host for the experimental gameplay workshop at the Game Developers Conference, which has become a premier showcase for new
To me,
ideas.
it feels like he
in
probably has
video
no
games.
idea who this person is.
In
Like,
addition, Blow was a regular participant in the Indie Game Jam,
You should
and
at least
Blow is
have
also a
bullet
founding
points, you know?
partner of the Indie Fund, an angel investor fund for independent game projects. Please join me in welcoming Jonathan Blow. So, John studied computer science pretty close in Berkeley. What was it like with a passion for game development studying in university?
Not that good. It was a different time.
That's a good point. IGN probably has some bad interviews. We should look there next.
There was nothing in school, almost nothing remotely applicable to game development, right? There was one computer graphics class, and that was it, right? Everything else was computer science. This was, 1989 to 93 or 94, so it's probably before most people's birthdays here, I guess.
And were you building video games at that time, or did that come later?
I did. I mean, I started programming when I was a kid, like around 10 years old, maybe 11, something like that. And I started by making little hobby games, and then they got more sophisticated over time. And then there was maybe a break from that when I was in college for the first couple of years, when I was like being all serious about school. And then eventually I switched back to spending a lot of my time on my own projects. Yeah.
What kind of tools were you using at that time? So we have a lot of first-time game developers in our class, and we're introducing them to Unity, which is a bit more higher level than, I guess, the C architecture used to. What was it like, I guess, trying to use these more, let's say, rudimentary tools as a developer then?
There was no such a thing as a tool to make games with at that time. Really nothing. So you were just programming in C or some other language. Like back then everybody liked making domain-specific languages, so you might make a programming language that you thought was better to make games in and then make the game using that. And I think ultimately that's been shown to be a misguided approach, but that was what people did.
So in learning your fundamentals at university, is there anything you wish perhaps a mentor at the time had told you, knowing that you would be pursuing games, or even maybe some advice which you wish you hadn't taken?
I'm sure there are many things. The problem is coming up with something coherent, because what happened, so you're in school, you learned a bunch of stuff, and you probably brought some computer knowledge in with you beforehand, and by the time you're toward the end of school, you're like, yeah, I know a lot, right? I'm really good at this, or something, and now I'm going to go do stuff in the real world. And the actual thing is like, here's nothing on some graph, and here's kind of how much you are able to learn within a 4-year time span at school, even if you work really hard. And here's what is actually required to be competent at this domain, right? So it's like a huge leap that you have to go from here to there, right? And it's not a leap that is makeable instantly, right? It requires more years of hard work. And something about seeing that clearly would have been helpful, I think.
Yeah.
It would have helped me attack that in a more orderly fashion and make less of a mess.
When you talk about maybe the delta between what you've learned in school and what you're going to need to succeed in the games industry, what are the resources where you see people picking up that information?
I don't know that there's an organized resource. On the internet today, there's just tons of information, right? The problem is 97% of it is bad advice, and 3% of it is really good advice. And I don't necessarily know how you're supposed to know which 3% is the right 3%. Certainly it's true that anyone writing a column on the internet about how to make games the right way probably isn't quite the right person to listen to, right? They're not the worst person to listen to, but they're the person who has enough time to write a column on the internet about how you should make games, which by definition, all the people who are at the edge of the envelope of high skill and all this stuff are busy. They've all got more to do than they can possibly do, right? And so they might kick out a little thing once in a while. I made a little blog post today for the first time in 3
bad
years
advice,
about
3% good advice from a person who doesn't understand how to actually explain why that advice
that's a little
works.
bit of a problem.
0.1% good stuff.
But I don't know how to solve that.
So one of the resources we're using are YouTube tutorials and kind of online
I think part of that, I'm curious what you think, but I'm curious, like, I feel like part of that is because game design, at least this is my kind of bias, I feel like game design is not that well understood. Like, we like to pretend that we know what video games are and we know how they should be designed, you know? A lot of people, like indie devs and other game developers, are like every game should be designed like Mario and these older console games, you know? Like, but, like, I don't think we really understand, you know, the nature of what we're dealing with in game design, you know? And I could talk more about that. You know, we started talking about that yesterday. How it's not about just it's not just a mechanic. Like, games are not just a mechanical system with win-loss conditions. You know, it's like this bigger psychological thing. Like mobile games, for example, are all about the long-term value and progress, not so much about the gameplay. You know, so like, I think in general we don't really understand games and their relation to other art media. I'd agree, says Zendra. Especially among indie devs who tend to siphon their opinions from YouTube rather than developing their own. Exactly, that's the problem. I think the word we're looking for is individuation. The ability for a person to think for themselves and not just absorb the opinions of others. But I could see how that just kind of happens. Like I said yesterday, like when I was in high school, I felt like I was missing something. Like I felt like game design could be more than the games I was playing on my PlayStation 3. Like, I felt like it could tackle real world issues more. I felt like it was more than just a game or something. You know, I didn't know what games were, or like, I just felt like there was more to this than what the status quo was telling me, you know, and what everyone was just believing, you know. And when I went to school, for example, this is awful, but when I went to school, I went to UC Santa Cruz to learn. I got my degree in computer science game design, and I learned a lot about, you know, coding and developing games. You know, it was a good experience. But something I heard from multiple legendary game designers while I was working there is that they told me, like, seriously, some like really esteemed award-winning designers, I won't mention their names, but they said in like classrooms, ideas don't matter. It's all about the execution. And I think I see where they're going with that. The only problem is that ideas matter a lot, a whole lot. You know, to disregard the importance of ideas in game design is so silly. You're saying that all game ideas are basically of the same value. Everyone has ideas. I'm of the court that believes that some ideas are good and some ideas are bad, and some ideas are better than other ideas. Like, for example, making this bubble shooter because I think bubble shooters are made poorly. I have a different idea of how they're making their games. It's not just about execution, although that's half of it. And I understand that games are live systems that you have to kind of execute on over time. But just to say all ideas are the same, like your ideas don't matter, they're training us to just become pawns in the game development industry. This is because culture today values hyperbole more than anything in terms of getting people to listen. I think you're right to an extent. I think the hyperbole, like, it sounds nice, this hyperbole of ideas don't matter. But when you really think that through, that means that game design is trivial and it's all about engineering these games, and that's just silly. If you say ideas are only worthwhile with good execution, nobody cares. If you, I see what you're saying. If you go, ideas are worthless, and suddenly people think that's an interesting, possibly controversial statement. That makes sense. It's similar to thought leaders, to be honest. I think that's a very interesting point. I'm really glad you made that argument. I kind of agree with you. I do think it has to do with hyperbole, but this person, I genuinely believe that maybe they don't think that ideas matter. I think that there's certain instructors I had that are game designers. In addition to the hyperbole factor, which I totally agree with, I think that they're conditioned to train students to become executors at these companies. And so when I worked in the industry, I saw this firsthand. The game designers are content creators. They're not game designers. They are people who churn out content and don't question and have no agency with regards to the bigger ideas and the bigger design decisions. So in the mobile game companies that I think design these casual mobile games, often we're given, this is the gameplay you have to make. Even the most senior of game designers, they're told, here's the gameplay system, here's the monetization model, here's the progression model, and you get to design the rest, which includes the levels and the game obstacles and stuff like that. So that is kind of reinforcing the idea that ideas don't matter. It's the execution. So Game designers practically are in the workplace. 99% of them are actually just executors of these ideas that we have no control over, you know? Game designers should be able to design games, is my opinion, you know? And so both in the industry and in education, I see this problem of, and I see all my ex-students and my ex-co-employees, I see them in this trap of thinking that they're game designers, and I think that's really scary because the ability in the industry to create content, to make levels. So when I first started working, I would just make levels all day, and it really honed my game design skills in some ways. But people think that they have these really secure jobs and that they're really important designing these levels. This is something that artificial intelligence more and more can assist, and if it can't totally replace the level design of certain games, it's going to at least make it so that you don't need like 5 to 10 game designers to make a mobile puzzle game. You only need one, and they utilize procedural generation and artificial intelligence. And so I think just in terms of our own livelihood, it's important that we realize that ideas are important. Zendra says, I think part of it is because you can teach someone to execute existing ideas well, but it's infinitely harder to teach someone how to identify a good idea. Great point. AI-assisted game dev will absolutely become popular in the future for turn-based games and puzzle games. You can have an AI turn out like 5 sets of randomly generated cards for you, and then manually search for the good ideas and refine the ones you pick. Exactly. So I have first-hand experience with this. I can't talk about it very much, but with bubble shooters, for example, bubble shooters versus match 3 games. This is where my expertise really lies. This is the space that I can talk confidently about. Match 3 levels are way easier to design. You know, one person can make match 3 levels a lot easier because you can have an AI like play it over and over again and see how many moves it takes to beat a level, and you can tweak it. And you're working with like an 8x8 grid of squares. Bubble shooter levels, if you look at the levels in Panda Pop and Bubble Witch, they are long levels, and it's hard to think through and make sure everything's fleshed out, especially because they're skill-based. So you need a full team to make these levels. The problem is bubble shooters make a fraction of the money as match 3s. So how can you justify having a full team designing these levels? And so that for that reason also, the game designers spend all their time focusing on making levels and not actually making the game any better. And so I saw that problem in the industry, and I addressed it. And AI and procedural generation, etc., is one way of addressing that. And that's how I ended up kind of becoming an engineer instead of a game designer. And everyone was very uncomfortable with the fact that I could do an entire team's work. And that is that's a reality that maybe is delayed in some of these companies, but it is inevitable, like you're saying. And I don't think often you'd think these game designers, these companies would realize that, because they go from layoff to layoff often, bouncing around these different level design jobs because their work is not that important, honestly, and is easily replaceable. And there's some people who think that like handcrafted levels are so much better inherently. You're wrong, and we can use AI and procedural generation in tandem with a single designer in order to make that handcrafted feel while using the power of AI to generate these huge levels, at least spoiler plates, or with parameters decided upon by designers, you know? And so this is something that I've done myself, so I know firsthand exactly what you're saying, Zendra. That totally makes sense. But I want to go back to your previous idea. I think part of it is that you can teach someone to execute existing ideas well. It's infinitely harder to teach someone how to identify a good idea. So yeah, I think part of this comes from instructors and senior game designers, etc. They themselves don't know how to come up with good ideas. You know, that's not something that they've ever done. That's not something that they know. You have to be able to evaluate ideas. You have to have a deep understanding of the psychology of game design, and in specifically the kind of genre or platform you're working with. So for mobile games, no one I've ever worked with, I think, has any understanding of the psychology of mobile game design. Absolutely none. We don't talk about long-term value at all. Like, I don't know. I just think that there's a lot of game designers so it's a vicious cycle. Game designers are inept because they're never given like the opportunity to explore and to learn, because the business executives at the top don't trust them to design these games. They require they kind of copy other games. And that's a problem because we need to be able to trust these people to innovate and create real quality and have foresight into the future of the market. But because we never trust them, they never learn, and then they're never able to gain the ability to do it, and so then therefore we never trust them. It's this vicious cycle that leads to these companies having these huge bloated budgets and working with hundreds of people to make games that aren't very good. Zendro says, how do they not talk about long-term value? It's literally the backbone of most mobile games. It's literally the entire carrying gacha games. It's weird. Even level designers, they often don't talk about monetization that much. Often level designers, they think that their job is to make fun, and they think that they're willing to sacrifice sometimes money for fun, and they're all about fun and the player experience. But I think that's silly. Like, we're making mobile games. It's about the combination of fun and monetization. In terms of long-term value, many of these game designers, they just make levels. They just make game elements. They understand how to make maybe the gameplay systems, so that's all they focus on. And no one is talking about the long-term value and stuff like that. Maybe the senior game designer has some idea about how to evaluate and create long-term value for players. But because they have no control over the product, since they can't change the progression model, they can't change the core gameplay, they can't change the monetization model, they really have no ability to even delve into this world of long-term value. We just copy the long-term value from other games, but it doesn't often translate into certain gameplay systems like the bubble shooter that we talked about. It's crazy. And because of that, these people have no skills. Like, anyone can make a level. Like, I'm a humble game designer, level designer, That's why in my bubble shooter Emoji Pop, I allow players to make their own levels and share them and feature their levels in the game, because game design is a universal language that we all speak, especially those who play video games. Like, you're not special if you're a level designer in the industry, And so I'm kind of trying to prove that by training players with like YouTube tutorials and stuff like that. I want to train players within my game how to design and learn this themselves. You don't need to be a professional level designer. You don't need to go to school to become a game designer. It's a universal language you can learn without education, and that's one of the reasons why I've been working on. For example, I'm making it so that you can watch my YouTube tutorials while you're designing levels in the game. So you can I'm working on it so that you can open up like a level design tutorial. You can watch it. This is just a video of me eating toothpaste as a placeholder. I'm pretty weird, but you can minimize it, push it to the side, and you can kind of follow me walking you through how to use the editor and talking you through core game design concepts and level design concepts and training you to maybe get a job making bubble shooter levels or levels in general in the industry. And if you can master one arena of game design, then those skills translate often to other areas. Once you go deep enough into one area, you're able to dig deeper into others as well. Zendro says, long-term value is something I've been actively focused on with my game as well, with layered permanent progression systems. So that's something I witnessed. Is I like the idea of your short-term runs in your game, but having that be the core gameplay kind of loop. But beyond that, there's these, as you said, permanent progression systems that you wouldn't normally see in a roguelike. That's very smart. I'm really excited to see that system once it's all fleshed out. That sounds really promising. Mobile games, again, it's not about the gameplay. Although gameplay is part of it, it's about the long-term progression. Anyone can make a gameplay system. We saw this with Threes. Threes spent a year. The developer spent a year making this game, Threes. Really simple. Someone cloned it, released it for free, has a little bit more long-term value, made a bunch of money. Zendro says, what's great is that since you are doing a run-based game that is different each time, you can have player experience all the different things they will unlock in the progression system before they actually permanently unlock it. That's really interesting. I like that. You're showing them value and showing them future elements beforehand, and they see that and they see the long-term value. That's really awesome. Zendro says there is an end goal of collecting every single unit and skill in the game, which will take way longer than the amount of time it takes to simply experience all of them in a single time. That makes sense. I like that you're exposing players to this full space, like you're saying, and then allowing them to kind of unlock everything over time. I think that's a great way to instill long-term value and stuff like that. That's super awesome. It seems like the real depth in these kinds of games is not just the gameplay, it's designing these permanent systems. And once you like lay this all down, I feel like you're gonna come up with more ideas on how to continually like increase long-term value and stuff like that. That's really awesome. I'm super excited to follow this game. Very interesting. Yeah. I think we have a lot to learn. And that is one of the reasons why I'm really excited to be a part of this community and like work with open-minded people like you, Zendra, and others, you know, like Mattman and others who like are really passionate about this and really critical about thinking about it, because that's really refreshing coming from the industry. And that's why I think indie devs are going to take over, as I was talking about yesterday morning, you know, with the tweets I sent out. Like these some of these casual game developers, they're screwed. They have no idea what's coming in the future. And the indie devs are actually experimenting. And once we figure out how to get some success without those resources, which I think is possible for us, those other companies are dead. We don't need the Harry Potter IP to make a really compelling game, you know? I've been doing in-depth critical analysis of game design ever since I was 13, says Zandra. Yeah, that's awesome. I could see that. And like you see that, like I think the development of your Kingdom Hearts mod is a great example of that. Of like, I think modding is so interesting because your kind of mod is like directly kind of critiquing or communicating with the design of a corporate game. So the fact that you're like, of course you're doing in-depth critical analysis of games, but like even just the development of your, especially the development of your Kingdom Hearts mod, like that seems like a great example of how you are having this dialogue with status quo game design and analyzing and tweaking and improving upon their designs. I think that is really evident in your body of work and stuff. That's awesome. For me, I was older when I started critically analyzing games like that. I didn't play many games until I was in high school. Like, and I came at it from the point of view of, I thought these games were gonna be like art, you know? And I didn't feel like they were very artistic. And so that's kind of where I started critically analyzing things from that perspective. And then it took me like to kind of start making games and going to school and being in the industry to really start like being able to critique certain sectors of these games. I got into critical stuff because of a game I played called Epic Duel. It's a Flash MMORPG with a 1-on-1 and 2-on-2 duel-based RPG combat system, and it was insane how ambitious it was for a Flash game. Interesting. Epic Duel MMORPG. Oops. Interesting. But over time, it's a Flash MMORPG. Over time, the design flaws just kept stacking up on top of it. We kept making posts on the forums about it. Cool. They kept band-aid fixes on top of band-aid fixes to solve problems that were caused by fundamentals in the design. Interesting. I love that you were really engaging with them on those forums and stuff. That shows your passion and how you were critically analyzing these games from a young age. I could see this being like a kind of complex system, which if you don't really know what you're doing, I could see like problems emerging and more problems emerging on top of that. After Epic Duel, I got really into Path of Exile, which is a game like Diablo. I actually have 5,000 posts on the forums between 2012 and to 2015 or there, so they're interesting. Awesome. So I love how engaged you are, and I'm really excited to see how that experience and that kind of dialogue, like, and that learning translates into the game you're making now. It's awesome. Very interesting. I had something I was going to say along the lines of this, but I forgot. Oh. You know, I just thought of an interesting video I want to watch. We watched Jason Rohrer's talk on Indie GameDev. If you haven't seen it, I really recommend it. It's his talk on the Indie Apocalypse. I also like to look into all aspects of game design, like culture and communication. Totally makes sense. It's much beyond the game design. It's about community. It's about psychology. It's about culture. It's about storytelling. All this stuff, like, and thinking about it all through like a consistent lens, I think is an interesting challenge that we need to do more. Jason Rohrer. So I don't want to watch that talk again. I want to. He did this weird show with Chris Crawford. Are you familiar with Chris Crawford? I made a pretty gigantic thread about that gained a lot of traction, Path of Exile, about the way the company communicates with its players, and it caused the company to reevaluate how they were communicating. Interesting. That's awesome. I like that you're having like an impact. I love that. That's a super inspiring story, like how engaged you were and how you're a game developer now, and it's good to know the developers listened and reevaluated and that you made a strong enough case. That's really cool. Chris Crawford is this guy who left the games industry in a really dramatic fashion during the 80s. Chris Crawford made some big like old games on like the old computers. Not familiar with Chris Crawford. He made like some really classic games, like Atari era games, you know. He was a huge he was like the game designer at the time almost. I'm not from that era, you know, so that's just what I gather. He made this great book called thought I might have had it here. He made some great books like on game design, and the one I read in college is called On you can't see most of it, On Interactive Storytelling. And so Chris Crawford left the game industry in dramatic fashion because to him the games they were making were silly toys, and to pursue video games as an art form, Chris Crawford came at it from the perspective that games need to embrace interactive storytelling, and that was at the core of the medium, and that was going to launch games into this next revolution and everything. So he wrote extensively on that in this book called Interactive Storytelling, which I don't agree with many parts of it, but was very interesting to learn from his perspective. But yeah, so he's like this renegade at the time, and he's the founder of the Game Developers Conference. He was huge back in the day. And then he left the game industry in enormous fashion to go off on his own to make interactive storytelling games. Didn't get much success. Arguably none success. You could say that he maybe failed in a way. But then he did this really interesting video with Jason Rohrer, where Jason Rohrer is like this big game designer now. I showed his GDC talk on the Indiepocalypse, which I really recommend. I'm going to be posting a video on my YouTube about it later, where we watch it and react to it. I think you, especially Zendro, would be very fascinated by this. I really recommend Jason Rohrer's talk. Let me get the name of it so you can watch it later. Jason Rohrer GDC talk. It's about unique situation generators. I'll have to watch that. I really recommend it. I'd love to know what you think about it. It's all about how we need to move away from consumable games, and how the future is what he calls unique situation generators. And so super interesting talk that really challenges status quo game design and the way indie devs specifically design games. But they had this really interesting video where, let me get on YouTube. He and Chris Crawford, they go to the Game Developers Conference together, and it's just super fascinating. The idea of Indiepocalypse always kind of sounds silly to me. I personally have a bit of negative outlook on a lot of indie devs. Yeah, I kind of agree with you. And Jason Rohrer, I would watch this video because Jason Rohrer totally dispels the idea of the Indiepocalypse and creates a very inspirational, motivating message for indie devs to pursue successful and artistic and important game design. From my experience, a lot of indie devs feel like they're entitled to more success and they deserve. Downplay success of indie stories by saying they are 1 in a million. Exactly. Instead of maybe considering that these games are generally you're doing something outstanding. Exactly. So like, yeah, we like to say like, oh, these indie games that are successful, like they're trash for certain reasons. And I agree with you because I kind of want to watch it again, but I don't want to because I just watched it. From Jason Rohrer's perspective, consumable games are a thing of the past almost. Like, if you're a really artistic creator in a way, you can make consumable games, but it's all about games that are constantly new and fresh because they're unique situation generators. They're more perfect for streaming on Twitch, with people watching. They're more interesting to watch. They're not just point A to B games where you play it and then you're done with it. It's like this constant live experience that it's community oriented and all this other stuff. And so this is what he thinks is the future of game designs. And so he gives this 30-minute lecture that I think is an amazing, probably my favorite game design lecture I've ever seen. And then at the end, the first person from the audience to ask a question says, let's just watch the question that he asked. Let me show you this. This is hilarious. Yeah, it's called 2014 versus 2018, the shape of financial success before and after the indie apocalypse.
Has changed, right? And I think what we've had maybe is more like a consumable game apocalypse, which doesn't really roll off the tongue so well. So
he's gonna get a question in a second.
So my sort of take-home message, if you want to like reduce your risk in this modern ecosystem, it's pretty simple. Make unique situation generators. And it's kind of an interesting piece of advice to be giving, right? Because even if the indie apocalypse hadn't happened, I might still be giving people that advice in general. Because, like, in my opinion, it seem like the most interesting kinds of games to be making. Anyway, so I think we actually have 3 minutes for questions. Thank you.
Yeah, here it comes.
Anybody? At 41, I'm totally blinded by these lights. It's happening.
Hey. Curse me, I'm gonna keep making consumable games. I love them too much. I can't stop myself, and I'm never gonna stop myself. Do you have any advice for me?
Yeah. Well, when I talked to a couple...
Okay, so I couldn't hear, but I'm pretty sure they asked the question. So this Jason Rohrer gives this huge talk about the future of game design, how we need to shift away from consumable games and to go to unique system generators, and how this is such a better game design, both creatively, and it fits the modern landscape and the modern condition, and it's a better way to make money. And the first person to ask a question is, I like making consumable games just because I'm not going to change what I'm doing. What advice do you have for me? So the first question just basically is an indie game developer totally disregarding all of his logical arguments that he just made to say why we need to shift our focus. And it's just this person saying, yeah, well, I like making games like they used to be when I was a kid. I like making RPGs like Final Fantasy 2. Like, what do you have to say to me about that? And so to me, I'm like, my answer, that kind of attitude is what I see in tons of indie game devs. Exactly. It's totally emblematic of that kind of thinking that you see in other indie game devs, like you're saying, Zendra. They think they can just do whatever they want, and if they put it in work, it'll be successful. Exactly. To them, they're like, well, this is like just as good as Super Mario World. Like, it should be successful. It's artistic. Like, and so this is someone who's thinking about games as mechanical systems and almost as designing games as if it's like the 1980s again, You need more than just work to be successful. Exactly. And again, it's about ideas. Ideas are important. Ideas matter. Not every idea is the same. Imagine being like, the way I like to say it is, imagine being like in like 1981, the Nintendo Entertainment System is just released, and Shigeru Miyamoto realizes, oh, we can put a battery in the cartridge and we can make savable games. So we can make games with stories. We can make games that are more than one playtime session. We can make these epic experiences. And imagine hearing that and being like, I like making games like Pac-Man where you can only play for a couple minutes and it's all about skill. Those are real games, Like, this is the kind of person that's going to be in the waste bin of history. So if I gave this talk and then someone asked me that question, my advice would be to them to get a job, because they're not going to be successful. They obviously have this insanely closed mindset, and they're designing games like it's 1994 still. And game design changes over time with technology. It changes with the world. It changes with the culture. It changes with art, And so that would be my advice, is to don't quit your day job, because you're not going to, I guarantee you, this person will never make a dime making games. And it's not saying consumable games are bad or wrong or can never be made, but if you're just making simple games because you think that's the way games should be made, then that's just silly. You need more than work just to be successful, says Zindra. Yeah. So yeah, I just thought that was really funny. So yeah, this is a video of Jason Rohrer, who gave this talk, and Chris Crawford, who left the industry to pursue storytelling in games. And like he gave this really famous Dragon Slayer speech when he quit, like in dramatic fashion, and he rode off. At the end of his speech, he just rode off like he was on a horse, and he rode off out of the room, and everyone clapped. It was like this really epic thing. I think they showed in this documentary. But it's just interesting seeing these two kind of figures talk together like that. So yeah, I'm glad you found that question fascinating and emblematic of the attitude we see in game devs. So that's what I like to use as an example when talking about this. So let's watch this. It's kind of funny watching Jonathan Blow interviews though with some of these people that don't really know what they're talking about. The education questions are okay because they're specific to a certain like kind of realm, but when he starts asking about game design in general, you can tell that this guy has no idea what he's really talking about. So Jonathan Blow is like always kind of like chuckling and kind of disregarding his questions. Like Jonathan Blow interviews are always so kind of cringy sometimes for that reason, because like he doesn't BS the person, you know, which I actually appreciate. Okay, so I'm gonna play this in the background, and it kind of goes into their histories. That mindset is the same mindset that makes people react negatively when you start challenging their ideas of what makes a game or what defines a certain type of game system. Exactly right. To me, it's a closed mindset, you know, not a mindset of learning. It's a closed mindset that, and you can tell these people the only reason they're making games is because they liked games when they were a kid and they want to keep making those games that remind them of childhood or something. It's like this weird, sick thing, I think, honestly. Yeah, the mindset's the same mindset that makes people react negatively when you start challenging their ideas of what makes a game. Exactly. They react viciously, some of them, when you start questioning what makes a game. When I tell people that a video game doesn't require a win-loss condition, you know, like that alone makes them blow their minds, and you know, and they're totally closed off to new ideas like that. It's really silly. That's a very good point. Or what defines a certain type of game system. And this is something that you were kind of talking about with kind of challenging people's perspectives in Kingdom Hearts and stuff like that. Game dev is a cool job like being an astronaut or fireman, where once you actually get into the job, you realize it's a brutal challenge that only some people are ready to attempt. Very good points. I could see like there's a lot of people who really love video games. Like there's a lot of people who are very passionate about video games and become game developers, and I think that's great. But some of these people, like, just like I've heard this from teachers as well. Like, just because you love video games doesn't mean you should be a game developer. You know, like it means that maybe you have some experience in analyzing these games, depending on how you play them and how you learn from them and stuff. But yeah, it's also can be a brutal job, especially as an indie, especially crunching at some of these studios, and you don't have that much creative output as you think and stuff. Yeah, once you actually get into the job, you realize it's a brutal challenge that only some people are ready to attempt. Very good point. And I think I really recommend people do it if they have an open mindset like Zendra has here, you know, like willing to push the bounds, willing to question assumptions, willing to challenge status quo game design, willing to redefine what we consider video games even to be or mean. It's a very good point about that, though. And yeah, so Jason Rohrer's talks kind of about like Indiepocalypse, which you said is kind of silly, you think, and I agree with you. Like Indiepocalypse, this idea is that like in 2018 now there's like 100 times more of the video games being released by indies, so therefore that's the reason why indies can't be successful. So Jason Rohrer says no, most of those games being released suck. Just because there's a bunch of sucky games being released doesn't mean that you can't make money. It means that you have to be smart and design smart games, and so that's why he's suggesting unique situation generators and community-based games and live games and stuff like that. And so that's the way we make ourselves stand out, you know? We can't rely on, like, I don't know, like, I don't see how some of these indie devs expect to be successful with the way they design games, you know? Like, I think it's more of a hobby than, like, something they should be banking on to make money. All right, I'm going to start this. Feel free to interrupt. This is why roguelikes make up such a large part of indie success stories now instead of platformers like it used to be. That totally makes sense. The roguelike genre is literally just a unique situation generator. Totally makes sense. And within roguelikes, I could see certain roguelikes embracing that unique situation generator more than others, even though inherently they're more of a unique situation generator. Like, you can do things with the design to make them even more unique. I think of games like Don't Starve, where every experience is like a totally new one, and like with new random encounters and new challenges, and it's going to be different each time. So roguelikes, although themselves are unique situation generators, you can, if you're really good at thinking in terms of unique situation generators, you can do things to like really amp up that unique situation generatorness, or whatever you want to call it. That's the entire core of what roguelikes mean these days. Totally makes sense. Even like we were listening to Edmund McMillan, I'd say like Binding of Isaac is a great unique situation generator that within a consumable game. Like that's kind of what a roguelike kind of is. And that was an older game, and I'm excited to see how roguelikes keep going forward with this unique situation generator. We want to keep expanding the possibilities of what you can encounter in these games. Jason Rohr made a game called like 1 Hour, 1 Life, where you're born into the world as a baby to two players of the game, and so your success in the game kind of depends on your parents and how well they played, and as a whole, over time, like you're starting during caveman days, and like over time the game evolves to more advanced technologies and stuff like this. So it becomes like this insane unique situation generator where it's a live experience as well that inspires community and stuff. So there's like there's totally like different ways to kind of approach this unique situation generator. Hades does a good job because it merges unique situation generation with a permanent hub world that changes and can be upgraded based on what you did last run. Interesting. So your unique run also impacts your unique world setup. That's an interesting concept. I like that. I'm going to play this. Feel free to interrupt at any point. I'll talk over it occasionally while I'm working on my own game. And again, I'm working on this. I had some bugs regarding like downloading skins and buying new skins and stuff, so I'm trying to fix that today. That's my goal for today. How much money did they invest in this introduction? Just shows the video. San Francisco, this is where I used to work. GDC 2009. Jason Rohr, indie dev legend.
Hey, just getting my game set up here. Almost done. My name is Jason Rohr, and I'm an independent game developer. I have sort of a very different take on games from what the mainstream industry is doing, what all this stuff around here is doing, all of the sort of glamorous, high-polished 3D graphics and visual splendor and all that kind of thing. I'm really focusing on games that at the core are about interactivity.
My training is in physics. But then somehow I got involved in games, and I worked for Atari.
I love the way this guy talks. I would just listen to this guy talk about anything. Like, his voice is amazing. He should be like a voice actor for like freaking movies or something. Zendro says this guy is just one of those people that stands out. Yes, he is. Like, him himself as a person, everything about him, his ideas, he is just, you can tell he's a freaking renegade, you know. Pretty funny. I love him walking. So he founded GDC. He started it, and now he's like an outcast kind of from like what's going on in the mainstream, you know. But it's so fun to see him walk around GDC with Jason Rohrer and just being disgusted by everything. It's so awesome.
Atari for some years, and then I went to Atari collapsed, and I became a freelance designer, and I did a bunch of games then.
This was his biggest game, Balance of Power. It's a pretty serious, interesting game, and realistic in a way. He's kind of wacky.
When I was at Atari, I realized that games had a fundamental flaw, and that is that they were about things rather than people. Let me tell you about my dream. I dreamed of the day when computer games would be a viable medium of artistic expression, an art form. I dreamed of computer games encompassing the broad range of human experience and emotion. 17 years ago, I decided.
So that was his big speech where he announced that he's leaving the games industry, and he was saying that games are an art form. This is what I want them to be, and so I'm going to pursue them as an art form, not just as playthings for children or whatever. That's what his perspective is. And he was saying this back in a time when we all kind of take for granted games are art, video games are art. Like, no one was saying that in like 1981. You know, they were considered toys. But he's got like a foresight, you know, and I think he's wrong in some of his perspectives, but I understand where he's coming from, and I think his ideas are still valuable, you know. So I'm just gonna keep playing.
If this is gonna happen, I'm gonna have to do it myself, and so I figured, you know, I'm smart. It might take me, 2 years, maybe 3. Well, that was 17 years ago, so. But we just actually launched yesterday.
Come, dragon! I will fight you! Sancho Panza, my sword! Charge! Charge!
He founded this conference 20 or 25 years ago, but after he's left, he's been very critical of the whole enterprise of the game industry and so on, and very critical of this event, and even very critical of the Independent Game Festival and the kinds of games that are on display here.
I really want.
Zender says it wasn't until very recently that video games broke art. It wasn't until very recently that video games being art broke into the mainstream. Even in the early 2000s, you have people going like, is Metal Gear Solid 2 an argument for games being art? I don't understand how that it even can be a question when Metal Gear Solid 1 is obviously art as well. So how could 2 be considered some kind of new argument for games being art? Yeah, I remember like there's this whole argument about Metal Gear Solid 2 is like a postmodern game, and therefore it's of maybe a higher degree of art or something. Yeah, I remember that. It is silly. I think what it is it kind of goes back to our discussion about art yesterday. We see art, the way we defined art in the past doesn't hold up today anymore, which I know people think art is this universal, non-changing concept, but I think art is this fluid thing. And so back then, and still, for a long time, people think of art as like, it has to be like this, what's the film, Roger Ebert? His argument is that video games can't be art because the design, the game player influences what's happening, and so that ruins any chance for authorial intent. I think that's really silly, and one of the core reasons for that is what we talked about yesterday with regards to all art forms are inherently interactive. It's just that we've been limiting them so much, and it's been so constrained by the lack of technology. Really, interaction was there all along, and so I think that that argument is not what is used often to define games as art, but I think that's for me what like makes them so obviously art. Like any means of expression is an art form, obviously, like you and I know that, or has the as should be considered as a viable art form, so yeah, I think that's interesting that even until recently, people have been debating this on both sides. It is kind of silly. I think it's just a fundamental lack of understanding what art is. And if you think about it, how many people who play games experience art in any degree besides watching Star Wars and reading Lord of the Rings, So I think in general, as a society, and like even in film, like half of all movies are about superheroes, And I know a lot of people in the gaming community are really big on superheroes and stuff like that, but Alan Moore, let's read what he said. So Alan Moore, the writer of Watchmen and V for Vendetta, he came out the other day and said, I want to get his exact quote. "I'm not interested in comics anymore," Moore said in a rare interview. "I've been doing comics for 40-something years when I finally retired. When I entered the comics industry, the big attraction was a medium that was vulgar. It had been created to entertain working class people, particularly children. The way the industry has changed, it's graphic novels now. It's entirely priced for an audience of middle-class people. I have nothing against middle-class people, but it wasn't meant to be a medium for middle-aged hobbyists. It was meant to be a medium for people who haven't got much money." Okay, that's interesting. I didn't realize he said that. But that's not exactly what I'm trying to talk about. "I haven't seen a superhero movie since Tim Burton's first Batman movies," said Moore. "They have blighted cinema and also blighted culture to a degree. Several years ago, I said I thought it was a really worrying sign that hundreds of thousands of adults were queuing up to see characters that were created 50 years ago to entertain 12-year-old boys. That seemed to speak to some kind of longing to escape from the complexities of the modern world and go back to a nostalgic, remembered childhood. That seemed dangerous. It was infantilizing the population." So I think this is a really interesting statement that this great artist has made about culture today and how we think of art, So it is blighted cinema, he says. So I think, and this is kind of along the lines of what Martin Scorsese and Coppola and other film directors have said, is that art is really art is now entertainment, and I get that entertainment is still an art form. These highly entertaining things are still art. I just think of them as lesser, not as interesting art, but I think it's our relationship with art. Art is now a means of escape, and just pure blissful entertainment, not as much about expanding our thoughts and rethinking our relationship to the world and certain concepts in different ways. It's about escapism, and I think that's the lens through which we view art now. And so everyone in the video game in the gaming community that argues that video games are art, they say that Halo is just as important as an art piece as serious works of art, Avengers and The Godfather are both works of art, and they are works of art, but just that the art we experience now, it doesn't like make us rethink, anything in the real world. It's all about escape and entertainment and cheap entertainment. And I think that's a good point that Alan Moore made. And so I think that's why, like, so although we admit now, most of us, that games are art, it has to do with, like, I don't know, I think our definition of art has changed to a degree that, I don't know, like, what I'm saying is indie game devs, like, what am I trying to say exactly? I'm trying to sum it up in like a concise way, but I don't really know what I'm saying. I get annoyed with the indie game devs that argue for video games as an art form when all they experience is Star Wars and Lord of the Rings and escapist art, like watching the Avengers. Like, they don't actually participate in deeper forms of art that really question real world concepts and our relationships and everything, So I don't know. I think it's a big mess right now, this whole art argument, and so that's why I try to take what I think is a more nuanced approach, which is that art has changed, and it's the core is interactivity, and we should be not saying like video games are art. That's the end. What, like, when I play like Call of Duty, that's an art. Like, it can be an art form, but that doesn't mean like Call of Duty is a great work of art. Like, I think that's what sometimes a lot of game devs are arguing, is that like the platformers and silly games that they're making are like serious works of art, when really they're just like kind of stupid toys. Like, the Avengers is like it's like a roller coaster ride more than it is like a piece of cinema that's about the real world. So anyways, just a little rant, like, probably not a very concise argument that I just made there about anything, but just something I've been thinking about in terms of this argument of art and stuff, is that, like, although we need to defend games as art, we need to be careful that we're not infantilizing them as art. We don't want to ruin, like, we don't want to, like, we want to still value serious works of art. We can declare video games as an art medium because they obviously are. We don't have to mean that, like, we lower art, like what we expect of our art. We don't want to treat art just like escapism. I want to treat art like art, and art is changed now, but it doesn't mean that has to be like, silly nonsense. I don't know. I need to think more about how I'm messaging this more clearly. Same thing is happening in music as well, says Zendra. I think that's interesting. Like, I think about like how the album has kind of died with the technological landscape. Modern technology changed everything. Exactly, says Zendra. Yeah, so it's like, for example, like, we used to make music. There's still albums being released and everything, but it's more about singles and flashy hits more than it is like thoughtful musical experiences, and like the great albums of like the 70s and 80s and 60s and etc. And there's still great albums being released. Some of my favorite bands release great albums still, but like in terms of popular music, it's all like, kind of silly nonsense. I could see that argument as well. It just kind of, it's kind of weird. Is it because of the times that we live in? Is it, I don't know what it is. Like, cinema's tanking. Like, I think there's this feeling that many of us have that, people, I read articles all the time that declare like the novel is dead, literature is dying, serious music is dying, cinema is dying, all this stuff. Like, what's going on? Like, art, I think, is dramatically changing, and I think that's why this argument about reevaluating what art is and through the lens of interactivity, and how games have changed what our definition of art is, and going into the future how art media aren't as separate from one another as we define them to be, as rigorously separated. So I think like all of this, we need to kind of reevaluate what art is in the modern landscape, and what it probably has been all along. We just didn't realize it. We need to reevaluate our relationship with this art, and so I'm just tired of like these indie devs saying, like Halo is a work of art. Like, I understand video games are art, and like all games are works of art, but like they're made to like, video games are often made to just totally appease the player, to just give them this perfect experience. That's not an interesting work of art. An interesting work of art challenges you, mentally, and forces you to reevaluate assumptions that you've made. As Zendra says, there are also some things that could be considered art that are basically unexplored because of ethical issues. I agree. So like in indie game devs, indie games, like we argue games are art, games are art, games are art. But if a video game were to tackle the the history of slavery, or if there was a game about the Holocaust, everyone would lose their minds. I think it was Super Columbine Massacre RPG. So this is a game that was made in the early 2000s, I believe, about the Columbine shooting. And it was originally nominated for an award. And I think it was in 2008 or something. I forget exactly when. And it was tackling a serious subject. And maybe it wasn't that good of a game. Maybe they didn't do that great of a job. It was 2005. But they ended up revoking the nomination for it in the Independent Game Festival Awards because of the controversy. And then a bunch of other devs backed out because they said, if you viewed this game as worthy of an award and then you remove it, like, are video games art or aren't they? If they're art, we should be able to tackle serious real world issues however the game developer decides necessary, Zendra says, I personally would consider something like the creation of LSD in art and any other designer drugs, but that's a pretty rough thing for people to get their heads around. I always wonder, like, the future, like thinking about, that reminds me of, like, in the future, like, maybe there'll be, like, forms of art that are more they kind of possess your mind a bit more and take you through these, like, drug-like experiences. They could be real drugs, or maybe it's just something that taps into your head and messes with the way your mind is working in order to give you a certain experience. Like, I could see the argument for drugs as art, and, like, going deeper, technology is going to be directly interfacing with our brains in the near future. Gabe Newell says in 10 years he expects in 10 to 20 years he expects the mind kind of interface devices to completely change every industry, which I think is really interesting. So, like, and that's kind of what a drug is. It kind of affects your mind, So I kind of see that. I see your argument there, I think. But yeah, it's pretty rough for people to get their heads around. Makes sense. But yeah, like, this gets me mad. Like whenever there's a game that crops up where they're trying to deal with slavery in a serious way or whatever it is, like, everyone says video games should not be tackling that subject. And it's like, I thought we said video games were art. It sounds like you're treating them like child's toys when you say they can't cover serious topics, Are we going to respect game developers as artists, or aren't we? It seems like a huge contradiction. So yeah, interesting conversation. Feel free to keep adding on to that. I'm going to keep playing. Excuse the German subtitles. If you're watching this in Germany, though, I'm sure you appreciate it.
Of spatial metaphor.
I'm really excited to learn to see how you react to the subject matter in SMT4, because Atlas is a company who pretty much does not let others tell them what to do. Yeah, so that's why I was so inspired by what you were saying about that game. I'm really excited to play it and let you know my thoughts on that. Even when they included Hitler in a game and got told to censor it, they just slapped on sunglasses and renamed from Hitler to Führer and called it a day. That is the most baddest thing I've ever heard. Oh my god, I didn't realize that they, like, included Hitler. Like, it's interesting that it makes sense they received that reaction, but, like, although I disagree with that reaction, that's really interesting to hear that. It's interesting. Yeah, I have a lot of thoughts about this. SMT games are very much based in real world and mythology. Yeah, we were talking about that. It's so interesting. I'm really excited to play that. I want to look more into that Hitler controversy too. There's a combination of all kinds of religious figures, mythological creatures, historical people. Yeah, you were saying that. That's interesting. I like the idea of, like, especially historical figures too. I think that's super interesting as well. I like games that again, what that is doing is you're saying that a combination of religious figures, mythological creatures, historical people, and, like, real world issues. What that's doing is it's using games to tackle real world problems, and so instead of it just being about escapism and totally pleasing the player at all times with a simple win-loss condition all the time or whatever, it's challenging them. It's not forcing them it's not allowing them to escape into some blissful universe that doesn't exist. It's like challenging the real world and what they think. So I love that. And you effed up because he stands up from his wheelchair and starts speaking. Stephen Hawking as a boss. That's awesome. I love the idea of like I love that idea of, like, like RPGs. Like I had this idea once for like an RPG about like the 60s, and so it'd be full of like characters from the 60s and events from the 60s, and being some kind of like lucid drug-like RPG experience about the 60s, you know. I'm actually thinking of doing something similar in my game. I would love that. I would love to see how you incorporate those ideas. Like the fact that you're so inspired by SMT's approach, I would love to see you develop your own approach to doing this kind of thing as well. I absolutely love that. I think it might be interesting to have the final boss be Elon Musk. You should do that. So for one, I love the idea of like tackling things in the real world and like, you know, making sure players know there's some real world issues going on in the game that to think about and themes. But secondly, that's great for like just getting your game out there. Like if people know Elon Musk is basically in your game, like that's going to be an interesting thing that people might check out or write articles about and stuff, you know? So it adds to the viralness of the game, the virality of it. So I think that's super interesting just from many approaches, you know? But yeah, so like I love talking about this like higher art kind of stuff because right now I'm making a bubble shooter I'm just trying to make a very good game. That's what I'm trying to do in an area that I don't think is making games well. So I'm within the realm of mobile puzzle games. That's why I'm trying to make the ultimate mobile puzzle game. And I want to use that as a springboard to like make myself a known game designer, to make some money hopefully. And I want to empower myself to put me in a position where I can start making games that I genuinely am really passionate about, which is like on a deeper level, which is like games as art, games tackling serious issues. And I have a lot of ideas for games like that as well. You know, it's just I don't have like the resources or the platform to really make those kind of games yet, but that's why I'm making this ultimate bubble shooter right now, because I hope that will put me in a position to kind of seriously tackle some of these kinds of areas of game. And both in terms of tackling real world issues, but also in terms of cross media kind of games and like making games that challenge what players think a game is, you know? When I die, I want to make sure that I make it known to as many people as possible that games are not just toys that are strictly within their own medium. I want everyone to know my goal ultimately is to expand the definition of games and transform the definition of art. You know, I'm not doing that, you know, I just want to let everyone know through the games that I make. I think it'd be awesome to start up a production and development house with a collection of indie talent that are making these kinds of games, says Zendra. It's something I think a lot about too, like not exactly like that. I think it's a really interesting idea, but I think about like, how can we empower each other as indie devs? You know, I've talked about like, how can indie devs form a collective? You know, how can they work together to empower themselves, you know, in order to make these kinds of games and to challenge status quo thinking, you know, like, I think that's a really interesting idea that you mentioned in terms of starting a development house or whatever it is, you know. Like Jonathan Blow started like an angel fund for indie game devs that they'd approve, and you could do something similar for artsy kind of games as well, you know. Like, I don't know, I'm curious how this, and like also it's a challenge, like if you're gonna make artsy serious games, like how do you make money, you know? Can you make like a free to play artsy game that makes you money? Like I think that would be interesting to a challenge to try to tackle, you know. But yeah, super interesting ideas, Zendra. I'm gonna keep this playing.
It's an interesting inversion. The problem with artistic expression in games is that the games are fundamentally spatial, and the means of expression available to the player are very limited.
Well, the one thing I'm really nervous about is actually showing Chris some of my games, because, you know, as I got my start as a game developer, I was reading his books, and he was sort of this game design hero, almost like a teacher at a distance for me. And so now it almost feels like I'm preparing for the oral exam finally after all these years.
So it's interesting that you mentioned that, Zendra. It's kind of like how streaming services have started breaking off into anime services, children's services like Disney Plus, etc., instead of being all Netflix that started. So that is super interesting. I'm glad you mentioned that. So this is a tweet I made like last month. I said, what if Mobile indie game devs formed a collective and worked in tandem to create an interconnected platform of games that players could subscribe to. And then someone was really against this idea. So I want to read their arguments and see what you think about it. Right now, says Zendra, the only notable subscription-based services are Humble Bundle, and then the Sony, Microsoft, Nintendo ones that are bundled with their online services. Yeah, it makes sense. And on Apple, they have the Apple Arcade. Google's coming out with their Google Pass, their Play Pass. So I said this in a tweet. What if we could work together and make a platform of indie games of a certain variety or whatever it is that people could subscribe to? And then someone said, you'd be competing against Apple Arcade. Pretty big competition. If you're not at the level that you'd be considered for Apple Arcade, your biggest opportunity for mobile is free-to-play games, not paid subscription. And I said, I agree, but I think it's still possible under circumstances. For example, like you're saying, you can make in terms of Netflix, there's, like the anime services, the horror movie services like Shudder. We could, if you're into making artsy kind of indie games, I feel like you could work together and create, even maybe players wouldn't play all those games. Maybe they wouldn't invest money, but if they're all of them together, maybe that would push them over the top. And I think that's a really great idea you're mentioning, Zendra. And that's kind of what I was trying to argue for. And then this person says, yeah, but there's so many possible risks that get worse as you grow scale. Stuff like app bundle size, blah, 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 courting multiple games under one loader, all this super technical stuff. So they're just arguing against it for no reason. I said, it doesn't have to be on the App Store. It doesn't have to be within a single app. You could pay for a subscription to access all the mobile games. He said the games had to be one package. I'm saying there's a possibility space, like you're saying as well, Zendra, that a special combination of indie devs with certain implementations under certain conditions could theoretically succeed. Best to keep the blinders down, to be open to these possibilities. And then they said, I just assume when you say mobile devs, it has to be live on both app stores, blah, blah, blah. And I said, it could be web-based, I'm just setting up this structure of, like you're saying, indie games working together to make a certain kind of game that appeals to a certain kind of player. Maybe they're artsy, maybe they're of a different variety. And they said, the IO games have shown the capacity for traction on the web, but given shifts by Congregate, blah, blah, blah. So I don't know. So there's people that are just constantly like speaking down to these kinds of ideas. But I totally agree with you. As the cost for attention continues to rise, I don't see any other viable means other than just going straight free to play for sheer fact it's free organic exposure, potential customers. So like, whenever you do something different, there's gonna be people that are like, yeah, but that's not how it's done. And it's like, I understand that's not how it works right now, but it could be possible. Zendra says, I think those people are behind the curve and focusing too much on what worked in the past instead of what's going to work in the future. Exactly. So I try not to let those people get me down, because the fact that people are naysaying and pointing out to the way things work means that you and I are thinking ahead of the times. Even if we're wrong, we're trying to consider every possibility about the future. That's how you create quality. Like, as I said yesterday in the Steve Jobs kind of talk that we listened to, like, you create quality by thinking ahead in the future and understand what you're doing and understand the landscape and that's how you innovate. Technology, says Zendra, is advancing way, way, way too fast to have past-centric approaches anymore. Exactly. And I pointed out that the CEO of Jam City says that their game Cookie Blast is going to be played and popular in the year 2070. This is the thinking of indie devs, past-centric, and it's got to be like the games I played as a kid, then also in the actual industry itself. Like, this is how we made money. We got successful early on, and we're just going to do this forever, and we're never going to have to reconsider how we make games or anything, and we totally understand what we're doing, So this kind of backwards thinking makes me feel so confident and inspired to go forward, because this is why I got into games. I love making art. The reason I got into video games is because this is obviously the art form that we actually have the potential to affect and disrupt and to evolve, So I didn't want to spend years and years learning how to write the perfect novel, and not really do anything that much different, with video games, everyone's so backwards thinking that we have so much potential to change and to make money as well, in order to support ourselves. Zendra says, you have to learn how to predict technology and start developing for future tech before it even exists. Exactly. Gabe Newell gave this interview with IGN recently where they asked him about brain interfaces, and they said that we're actively looking into VR is something that they're working heavily on, but that's current. They're thinking of 10 years ahead, 20 years ahead. They're thinking okay, there's going to be this device that manipulates your brain and allows you to interface with the game in all these crazy ways. And so they're exploring that already, like, and us as indie devs need to do that in our own micro scale. Any industry, if you look, like any tech industry, it's the same pattern over and over again. There's like this status quo thinking that gets successful just because they're early adopters, and then the people that really know what they're doing, they disrupt the industry and they take away all of that money. You need to be able to think ahead, like you're saying. Think about the future tech. Think about the future everything. So I'm gonna keep this playing.
Jeez.
I'm Jason.
What's the weather like up there?
It's a little bit colder, a little less oxygen.
I'm very pleased to meet you.
Yes,
Jason.
yes. Fortunately, there's not very many games here to look at, but I do have mine set up.
Yeah, let's look at it.
Which is the weird two-player game about consciousness and isolation.
Yeah, that's the one I couldn't look at earlier. So.
Right, it requires 2 players, and we're not supposed to look at each other's screens.
Yeah.
And our interaction with each other is very indirect.
Okay.
So we can touch any key to begin, and then if you hit the space bar, you can create blocks and add them to the world.
Okay.
And then if you walk around a little bit to the far left and far right, there's some other things that are explained, two other actions that you can do.
I love the retro graphics.
Zendro says, it's really refreshing to hear other people with this mindset because almost every other indie dev I talk to doesn't see it this way, even though all these extremely prolific people like Gabe Newell have that mindset. It's like they think they can never be the next Gabe Newell, so they shouldn't try to do things the way he does. But that's wrong. The reason they will never be the next Gabe is because they refuse to do things the way he does. Exactly. And so, and I've kind of struggled with this as well, because both within the company thinking ahead in the future, within this whole space of indie development thinking in the future, within the arena of art in general thinking ahead and critically analyzing the way we view things and our assumptions, it can be kind of discouraging, and it would be easy to just kind of shrivel up, and kind of give up, but especially because of the enormous blockade it seems like, but before every innovator, every revolutionary thinker that thinks different, they face this world that everyone thinks the same way and they think different, and you have to be insanely determined. And so the people like Steve Jobs, those are the insane, crazy people that think ahead but also are very confident in themselves and their ideas, like the Gabe Newells as well, they just are very persistent. And those are the people that change the world, like he says in that famous speech he does, the crazy ones that don't listen to what anyone else says and they trust their intuition. Those are the people that are going to make the revolutionary changes. And all the naysayers will be like, oh, why didn't I think of that? And in the future, they're all going to be iterating what we're saying right now in 10 years. And we're going to be thinking 10 years ahead and facing the same kind of obstacles, I totally agree with you, and I love this way of thinking. It's awesome to talk to you about this stuff because, I talk to very few of these people as well. Although for some of these mobile indie game devs, I've found them to be way more open-minded than people in the industry. I know not all indie game devs are like that. Most of them probably aren't. But already in this community, I've talked to people that I think are very in terms of innovation, they're very ahead of the curve. There's one person that's making passive games Spoons Buzz it's called, where it's a game that you play not by playing actively on your phone, but once in a while it'll buzz and it'll have you do something, so that's just one concept that I'm I'm interacting with people that are really thinking in revolutionary ways, and maybe the ideas will work, maybe they don't, but they're thinking differently, and they're really thinking critically about these ideas, and if you're confident enough, they're going to pursue them. And that's what I'm doing with mobile casual games, and I hope to do more with the more serious topics we're talking about in the future. I'm glad that you feel refreshed to hear this mindset. I hope this gives you some comfort and makes you double down on your convictions. That's what it's all about, just to never give up and just know that someday they're going to all be kicking themselves in the butt, So yeah, I think that's interesting. Yeah, most people are sheep. Like, I know it's silly to say, you know, but like, I think it's partially our education system. The way we teach people, it's always through memorization, you know. Even like when you were in math class and you got to the problem solving part of education system is trash, Zendra. I totally agree. Like, imagine back, I dropped out of school when I was 14. Really? Well, maybe this is why you've been individuated so much, you know, when you have your own fresh perspective. Like, even like when doing math homework, you know, or whatever, you're learning a math lesson, you do all of the iteration problems where you're solving the same problem over and over again, and it's like drilling it in your brain, and then you get to the problem solving page, and the problem solving is really just the same thing, just with words, and so to problem solve, you're just going through an algorithm of doing the same thing over and over again, and so we're taught, and math is a very creative field, you know, and so all subjects in school, we are taught this way through rote memorization and algorithmic like approaches to things, and we're never taught how to creatively solve problems. And so I think this is part of the reason many people are closed-minded with regards to some of this stuff. Like, it's just their way of looking at the world as cut and dry, black and white. It's probably the way they view politics as well and every other aspect of their lives. Zendra says, math was always a class that bothered me because they wanted repetition, but I actually was learning the fundamentals of how to use math and break down numbers in abstract ways or approximate ways to make them actually usable. That makes sense. Yeah, I think that... So here's another problem with the way they teach math. My grade 9 math class, I literally did none of the homework, but I passed purely on getting 100% on the exam score. There you go. That's awesome. Not that it mattered, since that it was my last year in school anyway. Gotcha. Interesting. Yeah, I was always really good at math. I won this competition like in my school district and stuff, and I was taking college classes in like high school and stuff, and even then, just because I was a good learner at like doing this rote memorization stuff, it wasn't that I was actually good at math that I was able to succeed. You know, it's like, school rewards people that are obedient, you know, they're not rewarding people that are creative problem solvers. And so the important point I was really, not matter since last year school anyway, so the point I was really trying to make here with math also is that, so math doesn't teach creative problem solving, like you pointed out as well. What it teaches is calculation and memorization. What it teaches every year throughout your entire education system is how to do things that calculators can do, that computers can do for you. So we learn math. So we spend hundreds of hours teaching kids to learn math, and everything they learn, they can use a computer. They can use Wolfram Alpha or a calculator to do. So they're not really that great of skills, you know, like there's some important fundamentals, but we're training kids to do things that computers do. We should be teaching them how to creatively use these tools in order to solve bigger problems and teach problem solving in general. That's what is gonna be the jobs of the future. You know, the good jobs of the future are gonna be based on the ability to solve creative problems that computers and AI can't solve just alone, or how to use computers in order to solve those problems, you know? So it's really silly that the way we teach math is exactly the same. Oh, new tweet from Donald Trump. Batman, stop calling me out for that. That's pretty funny. That's hilarious. Should we read it? I don't want to like get political on this. Yeah, it's just a announcement. I follow David Jaffe. I really recommend people. Oh, he's talking about Donald Trump too. I don't know if any of you follow the David Jaffe stream, but he's the creator of God of War, and they do a stream every day where they talk about console gaming and stuff that I really love learning about the industry. Since I don't do much console gaming, I learn a lot by watching a stream and talking about the game design industry and stuff like that. But yeah. So yeah, Batman, I was coding and we were watching Jason Rohrer, who I know you were watching the talk last week when we did it. Jason Rohrer and Chris Crawford, who's this legendary old game designer who quit in epic fashion to pursue storytelling in games. Chris Crawford's the founder of GDC, and so there's this video, this little documentary that they made where Jason Rohrer the revolutionary indie game developer, and Chris Crawford, they go together to GDC and they view kind of the old games and they look down on them. And Chris Crawford literally founded this convention, is now like it's trash, so just a super interesting video. And Chris Crawford, just I love watching Chris Crawford in any context because he's just so fun to listen to and watch because he's so funny and his mannerisms are so funny. I'm gonna get back to it. Feel free to interrupt me for anything.
It's so...
There's a whole school of us kind of doing this kind of stuff now. I guess part of it is to take the focus off of the graphics and to make people say, well, I'm not here for the visual spectacle. What am I here for? I'm here to think about what I'm doing and why the designer created this particular set of interactions and what they might mean, And there's this little keyboard hints about 2 other actions you can take. Sleeping and waking up.
Oh, okay.
So there's a bit of confusion in this game about which of these things is actually the real world. We don't really know.
Oh, okay.
I like the idea of a rule book that just explains everything, and then the expression is in the emergence. I mean, because your games used to have these big, thick rule books, right?
Yes.
Or explanations of how to play.
Yeah.
You don't sit down to balance of power and just play.
Yeah. And in fact, that's one of the killer problems. In the old days, we were so limited that there really was a choice, a simple trade-off between if you want richness, you got to have a big manual.
Right.
And if you want to have a small manual, you got to keep it simple.
Cool, Matt, man. Thank you for lurking. Going away for a weekend tonight, so I'm busy. Totally makes sense. Hope everything's going productive. I know you're working really hard on this next game. I'm super excited to play it, Hope you're going to have a good weekend. Going away for a weekend tonight. So, are you going to the cabin maybe? Hoping you have a good weekend, relaxing weekend. I'm not sure what I'm doing this weekend yet. Not sure if anyone else has any plans. It was really awesome. We had like a really good chat going for a while at the beginning of the stream where we had I think we had like a dozen people watching us, which is more than I've usually ever had. So that was really encouraging. Makes sense that not everyone can watch the entire time, though. Totally get it. So it makes me think, one question I have about the stream. This is interesting, says Zendra, because it's not even 10 minutes in, and we're already seeing that tertiary technology impacts games way more than you might think. Very good point. And that's something you don't really see that's not something we really talk about very often. People these days will never ever think to consider that the size of the manual is the thing that could impact the game design. Totally makes sense. That's a great point of how games evolve. Game design evolves with there's so many things that cause it to evolve, and we need to adapt to it. Madman PS2 says cabin tonight, and then further up north for wineries for 2 nights. We'll have super fall vibes up there. Sweet. Oh, that sounds awesome. That sounds super sick. I'm super jealous. Wineries up north. That sounds chill. Fall winery tour. That's awesome. I think I'm gonna be working on this game maybe. I've almost got all of the stuff fleshed out to kind of get on the last stretch towards getting it ready for the App Store, but the first App Store release. I just need to keep working on the UI, fixing bugs, and I'm working on fixing some of this meta stuff, getting the ability to, that's what I'm working on now, getting the ability to buy skins and stuff. Zendra says, now we have the tech to just gradually introduce and tutorialize mechanics over time instead of running out of space on the disk. Makes sense. Don't stop the grind, says Matt. Best of luck this weekend. Thank you so much. One question I have is how long should I be streaming each day, because in the mornings it feels way more active, because I had 10 people in the chat while we were playing that game. That was awesome. Should I be coding all day? Should I leave the stream running all day, or should I just do the morning streams? That's one big question I have, an open-ended question about the stream is because if I stream all day, if I stream only in the mornings, my average viewers is really high, but I don't think I should be really caring about the stats that much, should I stream all day and code in the afternoons, and even if there's only 1 or 2 people watching, I'm not really sure, I'd be really curious if anyone has any feedback about that. Because I think it'd be cool to have this just constantly running, and then people could just check in and out as they please, and I could always have something running and be working on my game and stuff. But maybe I should shut it off when it's not as popular in the afternoons. I'm not sure. But yeah. Now we have new tech, just gradually introduce and tutorialize mechanics over time, so running out of space. Yeah, and I think that's a perspective that, really becomes evident when you talk to these old school game developers, like they're the most aware of the changing, when we were born, games were very different, but they weren't that different compared to the way they were in the early 80s and late 70s and stuff. Zendra says, I think it should be pretty easy to get the concurrent viewers for affiliates, so I wouldn't worry too much about stats. Cool. I think that's right. That's a good question that I don't know the answer to, says Mattman. Different times of day will appeal to different people. Keeping a consistent schedule is key. Okay, makes sense. So so maybe I shouldn't worry about it. Maybe I should just stream 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. is what I was thinking, Pacific Standard Time. Cool. That's great feedback. Thank you both for that. And I hope you have a great weekend, Mattman. Seriously, enjoy it, because I know you're going to be on the grind working on this game when you get back. Zendra says with consistent schedule, you can also use that to your advantage in a way. Okay, I think that makes sense. Curious if you have any other follow-up on that. I'm curious how I can use it to my advantage. I could maybe even schedule it out, I code from this time to this time, or I don't know. If you make your schedule time shorter than your intended stream time, it's always better than scheduling a long block and leaving early. If you make your scheduled time shorter, oh, I see. So if you make it shorter and then just end up streaming longer sometimes, that's better. That totally makes sense. So yeah, it makes sense. I need to pick a consistent timing and schedule is what both of you are saying. If you say that you're streaming 4 hours a day, but a good chunk of time you do 5 hours a day, you're you're putting in extra work instead of saying you'll stream 7 hours a day and leaving after 5. Okay, great point. And again, I'm still figuring all this out, so I really rely on both of your feedback, all your feedback about the stream and stuff like that. That totally makes sense. So maybe I was thinking 10 to 4 each day. Maybe I should say 10 to 3 or 10 to 2 each day, and then just sometimes go extra. I like that idea. I'm thinking I should do 10 to 4. I know 6 hours is kind of a lot. Maybe it'd be better to do less. Or I'm sorry, 10 to 3. I'm thinking I should do 10 to 3. Because I want to do 10 to 4, but 10 to 3 would be a good stopping point maybe sometimes. What time is it now? It is 1:43. Okay. Yeah. So I want to do if you want to do 10 to 4, then 10 to 3 seems like a better way. Okay, cool. Because I feel myself compelled to do 10 to 4, but often at 3 o'clock I end up being and I've just started doing this, but sometimes at 3 o'clock I'm okay, I'm kind of done with this right now. So I think I'm going to do that 10 to 3 and then occasionally do 10 to 4 kind of when I want to give myself leeway. That is great feedback. This is something I was really wondering, so this is really useful feedback. Sweet. So feel free to interrupt me at any point again. I'm going to keep this playing. And I think I've decided that schedule now. 10 to 3. I really like that.
And that's one of the things that's really interesting about your stuff, is that you got the richness without the manual.
It's a very sort of narrow channel that I'm exploring, right? It doesn't have all sorts of, it doesn't have the sort of complexity and multifaceted. It's one facet. Passage, for example, explores essentially one idea, which is one little nuanced feeling of coming face to face with your own mortality. Passage is also a game about realizations. And the realization, it seems obvious. Oh, there's the spouse. I wonder what she does. Oh, it's pretty. I picked up this heart. This heart blooms around you, and wasn't that lovely? But then you have this realization about what the trade-off was. Oh, I can't get down in the maze anymore quite as easily.
Yeah.
And so I don't want to just put that in the manual.
What is, I think, most important about your approach is that you're taking the idea of spatial navigation, which has always been done too damned literally.
Right.
And suddenly turning it into metaphor.
Right.
And then exploring, well, what kind of metaphors can be created with spatial systems? How far do you think it can be pushed?
Well, I mean, I think the biggest complaint about all these other games that are spatial, it's not necessarily that they're spatial, but that their goal is to simulate reality.
Yeah.
That's their bread and butter. And anything that doesn't fit into that, anything that breaks that illusion of reality is excluded from possible fodder for game design. Think of a game like Pac-Man as just an abstract example. This game is a game where you're running around in a maze, but you can still see everything in the maze, even though you're supposedly behind walls and so on. When you pick up a power pellet, or whatever you call it, I don't know what it's really called, where the ghosts get scared, all of the ghosts simultaneously realize that you've done this, even though they're way across the maze from you. Spooky action at a distance, it violates relativity, right? But because it's so abstract and symbolic, we have no problem accepting that. We don't ever question why they know. They just know. It's a symbolic, iconic system. But when you get into simulating reality and try to make Pac-Man in 3D, you pick up this pellet, and the ghosts are way over there. You can't even see them. How did they know I just ate this? And why are they scared? You have to have lightning bolts travel across to them or something.
So I just think it's super fascinating because knowing what Jason Rohrer is doing now, with the unique system generators, unique situation generators, like Chris Crawford's asking, I see the artistic appeal of these games. Chris Crawford's saying it's using visuals and visual space as a metaphor for things. But I think Chris Crawford, without saying it, probably thinks that this is a very limited space. I don't think it's the future of video games as art or anything like that. And so I like that Chris Crawford's kind of confronting on that. And this is 10 years ago. This is in 2009. And so Jason Rohrer now is not making these same kind of games. Now he's making unique situation generators. So you can see Jason Rohrer was really gung-ho on this kind of concept, and even he evolved into what he's now doing, which is these unique situation generators. And maybe he can use the metaphor of visual space a little bit, but I love that Chris Crawford's kind of confronting him on this. Is how far can you take this? Your approach seems limited to a degree, although I think it has value. I think that Jason Rohrer eventually learned that there's deeper kind of ways to delve into the art of video game design, that are more successful, but more importantly are more interesting and more relatable and more compatible with our modern landscape and technology and everything we were talking about before. So I just think it's super interesting hearing his ideas back then, and I like that Chris Crawford's challenging him. We need more game developers challenging each other's approaches on this deeper level, and that's not something you see ever.
So the question is there really enough expressiveness in moving around an image? Is there enough there for you to say interesting things with? It's like, suppose I gave you a language with only 50 words.
Right.
Could you really write good poetry with it?
I'm worried about it. I'm definitely worried about it. I made 9 or so games in the past year, and kind of exploring this idea as far as I could.
Yeah.
And I sort of feel like I may have hit the limitations. So this is Pixel Junkie, and this is a game I haven't ever played before.
You've heard nothing of it? Never
Well,
played
I've heard
it?
of it, but I don't have a PlayStation 3.
Okay.
This is actually our home garden. And who we are, we're these grimps. They're called grimps because they grip and they jump.
Okay.
And they move along the plants.
He is not sitting down. I loved if you heard when they first met, Chris Crawford, literally the first thing he said to him is, how's the weather up there? And Jason Rohrer's like, oh, it's cold and there's less oxygen. I thought that was so funny. It is crazy, their height difference. As a tall person myself, I feel I feel for Jason Rohrer. I feel like he might even be taller than me. How tall is this guy? You think Google knows how tall Jason Rohrer is? I demand to know this information. Okay, I accidentally stumbled upon his arrest documents. I would be so happy if I was any taller. I would be so happy if I was any taller, to be honest. My doctor said I would always be 6'4", but ended up 5'9". Gotcha. Oh, they set you up for disappointment. Why? Okay, I don't want to look into his arrest record, but I am curious what he got arrested for. He is 6'2", so I think I'm 6'2" and a half, 6'3". So I think I'm his height. So, Yeah. Probably weed or something dumb. Let's look it up. Traffic violation. Ugh. DUI. I don't want to look into this. I feel bad. I really respect Jason Rohr, and everyone makes mistakes, obviously. Probably is something dumb. Oh, yeah, traffic violations. Interesting. But yeah, really inspired by him because of his open-minded approach to game development and this success he's achieved. Like, he can support his own family with like just on his own, just by making these games. And he lives kind of out, I think, in the middle of nowhere and just does his own thing. Like he said, the people that he talked to in this video, they were like, "You haven't heard of Pixel Junk?" And he was like they were shocked that he hadn't heard of Pixel Junk, or I don't even remember what that game even was, or those series of games. And he was like, "Well, I don't have a PlayStation 3." And they were like, "What?" like, like, can you imagine a game developer not having the current consoles back then in 2009? Like, that would be unheard of. So I give respect to this guy. I respect Mavericks like him, you know. Let's keep watching.
They also have the ability to tether and swing.
So they're almost like little insects.
Very much so, but if you look kind of close, you can actually see they have like a wristwatch and you know, a little backpack and
cute
stuff.
little characters.
Yeah. There's a lot of concept out there about saying, oh, 2-dimension really doesn't belong on a high-def system. All of the games in the first series of Pixel Junk are set out to prove that 2-dimensional games can be great in high definition.
Right. Well, we all know that 3D is just a fad. No, I mean, I totally believe that. I'm not joking.
For letting me know. I always realized that like a second too late. So like I loved that. That was really funny. We all know 3D is just a fad, and they cracked up, and he was like, "I'm serious." But Chris Crawford, like I think what he's saying is like, in terms of the depth of video game design, like, it's not going to be reliant on graphics, is what I take from that. It's going to be reliant on the design advancements and thinking deeper about the art of game design, like we're trying to do here, you know. But I love the shot of Chris Crawford just cynically watching the game, just like kind of pissed off looking at it, and it's like I don't know, like it's like a boring game that, you know, like you see games like this all the time. Like I see no appeal to this to me. So let's keep watching.
You want to look?
It's simply a 2D simple gameplay system. You know, it's like nothing, like we can call it art, you know, but like I think you know, that game Journey that came out, we hold that up as art, you know, and I think that was an artful experience, you know, that I really enjoyed playing. I really liked playing Journey, and I love all their games, you know. I thought Flower had more of an artistic message, although not as much integrated into the gameplay until the end. But in terms of Journey, people are like, this is like a life-changing experience, you know, and I appreciate some people really connect with that game, but like, to me, I'm like, it's just a normal game. I played Flower, but haven't played Journey. Yeah, so like, Journey is a fun game that's like really well-paced experience, and it shows, like, you know, the hero's journey or whatever. I guess that's at its appeal. And maybe people can relate to the changing pace in some abstract way, but I think people hype it up so much, but I'm like, it's just a simple game. Like, come on, people. Like, it's fun. I love that game, but it's like, it's not like the pinnacle of games as art, you know? So that's what I'm thinking, like, in terms of gamers that evaluate games through the lens of art and stuff, like, we don't hold them as accountable as we should be. Like, we rely too much on the visuals and the feelings, the vague notions of it. We need to be delving deeper into, like, the interactivity and, like, the real world messaging and everything. I think there's a lot of areas to explore, but, like, just because it's a fun game that's, like, I don't know, feels emotional but it really isn't, like, I don't know, I think we hype it up too much. So you haven't played Journey, like, I'd recommend it. Like, if you're, I don't know, if you're into kind of platforming kind of games, it's a really interesting experiment. But like, I'm just like, dude, like, this is just a normal ass game. Yeah. Let's keep watching.
Around here more, or do you want to go off?
They're gonna talk about the game now.
Actually, I'd like to discuss that.
Oh, Pixel Junkie. Yes,
Yeah,
let's discuss Pixel Junkie.
So
Should discuss before we leave the show floor is that this is your baby here.
it's very different. I
So
mean,
what started in your living room?
yes. What I started was collegial.
And this is, I guess, this aspect is sort of an industry.
This is commercial.
Expo.
Yeah. This is what the industry is now, and this is what the show should be.
You look at the talks, and it's all about, oh, here's how I got my business off the ground. Here's how I got my particle effects for my rain to look just right.
The best I ever saw was something about two guys saying, giving a talk on the physics of how the female breast bounces, and so how to design the.
Right.
Whoa, whoop-de-doo.
But anyway, so Pixel Junk Eden is, a prime example of the sort of thing I think that you talk about when you criticize the Independent Games Festival.
I didn't like it at all because it's just a variation on the same old hand-eye coordination.
We're into no man's land.
Can you twiddle your fingers fast enough to make cute things happen on the screen? Well, okay, fine. It's a very good variation on that.
Right.
But so what? I mean,
right.
The basic genre of coming up with clever ways to twiddle the buttons.
Right.
That's been done a million times.
The reflex challenge. Pac-Man.
Yeah. I mean, Pac-Man did it pretty well. Now this is better, but
Why didn't you? It's arguable whether it's better. They've completely removed the challenge. What is there there? You're just essentially going through these motions because the game asks you to, and you bring 4 friends in, and you all twiddle your thumbs for a while and make pretty things happen.
Yeah.
And you're not even engaging with the system the way Pac-Man asked you to.
Yeah.
Which is, you become you reflect on what the machine is putting out, and you hone your abilities. And maybe it's a very sort of superficial thing because it's just reflexes, but it changes you, at least a little bit. That game doesn't change you with its mechanical aspects.
Yeah, no, it doesn't. One of the things that as an old fart game designer that sets me apart is that I have seen everything under the sun. Very few things strike me as, whoa, that's new and different.
Right.
In fact, damn few. And I would say that, looking at your work as an ensemble, I realize, whoa, there is something new and interesting here.
Right.
But, The Sims, that wasn't a new idea. That was anticipated by something called Little Computer People done by Activision.
Right.
Everything is derivative. And, in an industry like this, we should be seeing an explosion of ideas. And we're not. I don't know.
I guess you're completely adverse to the idea of ever coming back and making a game ever again.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to do that.
In that, interactive storytelling clearly is interactive computation can kind of be lumped under a similar super banner.
Here's one way of expressing my personal strategy here. The way to be the biggest fish in the pond is not to be a bigger fish.
Right.
It's to find a smaller pond.
Well, you're the only fish in that pond.
Yeah.
I love how dramatic this guy is at all times. It's awesome. I wish I was more like this.
No, you were asking where we're going to move in New Mexico, whether it's going to be Albuquerque.
It's so funny seeing them walk around here because this is where I would go on like my breaks from work. I would walk around here, I'd go to the same convention center every year for GUC, It's like it's so funny to know that they were walking around here. Chris Crawford and Jason Rohrer were walking on the same path that I was walking on when I was pissed off about my work or whatever, It's just kind of funny seeing this place again. It's changed a lot.
work here more off the beaten path. And in fact, we don't have a car, so we are sort of stuck. We would like to live off the beaten path for the benefits that it brings, but then we can't get to the places that we need to go, so we always have to live in somewhat of an urban setting.
Yeah.
So we're moving to Las Cruces, which is a
I know
medium-sized college town.
Yeah.
With a good public transportation, and you have a small yard around your house where you can do some gardening and so on.
Well, you're not going to do much water-heavy gardening.
Not water-heavy. So what do you think of, in terms of interactive storytelling efforts? There's your effort. It's sort of in a similar related camp to what you're doing is what the people try to do with Facade.
Yeah.
Which I'm sure you're aware of.
Oh, yeah.
But which is a total flop. I mean, in its own...
I wouldn't call it a flop.
Well, it's a great...
So I'm not sure if you're familiar with Facade, but Facade was an interactive storytelling video game made, at least one of the developers was Michael Mateus, who actually has some pretty interesting talks on game development and stuff. And he kind of founded the games program at UC Santa Cruz where I went to school. And so he's got some interesting talks about AI and game development and stuff like that. And he goes really deep into AI and storytelling in video games. He went really deep into that. And if you've ever played Facade, I would definitely play it. Yeah, I used to watch a YouTuber called Azure Interaction who played Facade a lot. Gotcha. Okay, I know that they had a lot of so that's a great example of a unique situation generator where it's pretty limited in scope due to the freaking insane technology constraints, of like creating an interactive story. But like, I think that interactive storytelling is a great path for unique situation generators. The ability to have these dynamic stories, and being able to like make games about people and not about things, which is what Chris Crawford said at the beginning. He wants to make games about people, not things, and I think that has a lot of possibility for the future of video games for sure. I'm gonna keep playing it. Glad you've seen it at least. That's cool. It's just so funny. Like I feel like I have all these connections with these people in terms of just like, oh, I used to walk around here all the time. Oh, Facade. Like I talked to the guy. I took a class by the guy who made Facade. Like I don't know. It's over and over again. It's kind of funny.
Great experiment. I loved playing it. I enjoyed it, and it was very funny.
Ian! Hey! God, it's been so long since we've seen you.
Hi, how are you? God, it's been a while. And I have to say, you look great. Make yourself at home. Come on in. Ian, seeing you again makes me remember the wonderful times we all used to have. Funny. Ian, for a second there, I thought you were flirting with me.
I like to think of it as the Wright brothers airplane of interactive storytelling.
Right. Like it's not going to fly you across the Atlantic.
Yeah, but it was
still...
the first one to get into the air.
Right.
And so they deserve credit for that.
Oh, yeah.
Chip rolling in, ready for action there. That's pretty funny. I don't exactly get that joke, but I don't know what Chip is exactly referring to, but I think I get the vague notion of that joke of Chris Crawford, marching in with his backpack. Like I think that's what you're going for with that. Chip rolling in, ready for action. Chip rolling in. Okay. Oh, I forgot their names. Yeah. So like that game was so engaging in the sense that like you wanted to like see what the bounds of what you could do were, like can you get in a fight? Oh, can you sleep with the girl? Can you like mess up their relationship? Can you heal their relationship? Like even though like maybe some of the possibilities are somewhat constrained, like it felt like there was like infinite possibilities a little bit. And I mean, obviously the more you play, the more you get like what the constraints kind of are of the system, but like I love that unique, like it's such a great unique situation generator. Like I hope that more developers keep pushing that forward, Like, why aren't there more facades? Why aren't there more games? Like, it's been 10 years. AI has advanced a lot. Why haven't we seen more games that have taken that to the next level, you know? Like, and why is it purely in the academic scene that we see these kind of experiments? Why aren't commercial developers pursuing it? Like, you know, like they talked about GDC, like, it's all a bunch of nonsense, reiterative nonsense, like regurgitated year after year, thoughtlessly. Why aren't we pursuing more exciting, revolutionary ideas? Like, Facade should have been a spark plug for like this whole new field of games, but it wasn't at all. Kind of weird to think about for me.
Thank you.
Hi.
Wow.
So I guess you know more about this than I do. You can lead the way.
Let me tell you the story of why I got into games. I was part of the Vietnam generation. You know, we all felt very strongly that that war was wrong. All my friends were very anti-war, and I knew a lot of guys who were demonstrating and so forth, and I certainly sympathized with it, but I felt as if it wasn't enough. I mean, just getting mad about it didn't solve anything.
Right, right.
I decided I wanted to understand war in my very naive view that, well, you know, if we just figure this out, you know, maybe we can just make it all go away, you know.
That's why you started trying to design war games and so on?
Well, that came a little later, but the first approach was to study war itself, and I spent a lot of time studying, reading military history and trying to understand how it worked and why people did it. And then as part of that, I happened to stumble into war games. And those were fun.
These were, before you were doing them on computers, you were probably looking into
these were board games.
Yeah, right, the hex grids and so on.
Yep. These were very serious games.
Right.
You think my rule books were bad.
Well, I've heard legends.
Anyway, now wait, what did these do?
So what's that?
That's Alcatraz.
That's Alcatraz.
Yeah. In 1974, I ran into this guy at the computer center who was working on a program.
I love that he didn't know that was Alcatraz. Like, oh, it's an important monument.
Blitzkrieg, which was one of the classic board games.
Right, right.
I told him he was crazy. You know, it can't be done.
You were talking about because of the artificial intelligence issue?
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
So what happened? Did he do it?
He never got it working, but it got me to thinking, well, is it really impossible? And the more I thought about it, the more I decided, well, maybe it could be done.
Chris, you want to climb up here?
Yeah, let's have a look. Let's have a look.
Oh.
This thing, you see how he's got this rotating thing for turning it real fast?
Right, right.
So
you can track a plane that's moving.
Yeah, basically you got two guys.
One who's controlling the vertical.
Yeah,
oh, but this part's locked.
Oh, okay. What do they have here? Oh, they got filters. Oh, very nice. It could be that this was meant to be a multi-purpose gun. I mean, this is definitely anti-aircraft.
The games you were making on the mainframes were not ever going to be commercial products because who had a mainframe?
Yeah, yeah.
You were just doing it for yourself and to show people. And...
Yeah. In 1976, I got the first one running. I called it Tanctics.
Oh, right. I've heard of this. Okay.
And I will never forget the sense of shock I had when the enemy tanks that I had programmed started shooting me up and destroying all of my tanks and then chasing me all the way across the board.
And this was, but you would enter your move into the computer, and then the computer would respond with its move, and you would move the tanks around on a board, a physical board.
Yeah. I had a couple of people ask me for the schematics.
The process of creating these games did help you in that way? In some way?
Yeah, the culmination of all of this was Balance of Power.
Which was a peace game.
Yes, an unwar game.
Right.
And one of the points in Balance of Power was that you do need to use military force occasionally.
Right, right.
But if you do, you damn well better know exactly what you're doing and exactly what you intend to accomplish with it.
And it's interesting to me that that game was very well received.
It came out right when the Cold War was reaching its peak.
Should we try and go back out?
Yeah, and people were scared of nuclear war.
Right.
And
well, you know, the first time I ever heard reference to Balance of Power was I was reading the Weird Games Manifesto, and it was talking about how, you know, other art forms can put you into a strange frame of mind or an uncomfortable frame of mind, and he was talking about very few examples of games that do this, and he pointed out your game, Balance of Power, because when he played as the Russians, it was an asymmetrical game in the way that the world is laid out.
Yeah.
And that he understood for the first time, he was sort of put into the shoes of the Soviets and could understand where they were coming from.
Yeah.
But, you know, it's interesting to me that whatever audience was out there for video games or computer games at that time was ready and willing to consume something as complicated and demanding of the player as Balance of Power.
Remember, this was personal computers.
Right.
And back then, in 1985, the only people who owned personal computers were adults. The kids didn't have these things.
Right.
The market wasn't dominated by children the way it is now.
All right, so
let's see
here's
if
your
we can
adapter.
play some games here. Beautiful electric game. Okay, we're set.
So this is a game where you start off on an island. You're this little creature on the island. You start off on the island with three other creatures.
The thing with the industry being more dominated by kids is even more prevalent, says Zindra, in extremely big franchises like Final Fantasy. Interesting. Older Final Fantasy games were a lot more willing to tackle adult themes and be dark compared to modern ones. That makes a lot of sense. Interesting. Yeah, and like those games, those old Final Fantasy games were expensive. Like they were seen as premium games for like real gamers, I believe. Modern FF games literally feel like censored compared to original Final Fantasy VII. Interesting. And I'm not someone who's played a ton of Final Fantasy, but I could see that trend. That's super interesting to learn that from you. Yeah, and I guess so. Shin Megami Tensei, I guess, doesn't care about attracting children. Maybe they're more an adult-oriented, like the more modern version of the old Final Fantasy, maybe to a degree. Maybe again, speaking as someone who doesn't know what I'm talking about. That's interesting to hear that though. Yeah, Shin Megami Tensei is not at all for children. Makes sense. Yeah, it's like in terms of like games made for adults nowadays, like that are like trying to attract a lot of people. Like Last of Us 2, I've started playing that game, but seems like that's a game that's been called like a really like brutal, gory, serious kind of game in a way. So it seems like there's some developers that are pursuing games as like serious storytelling in a way, and they're not afraid of shying away from serious, touchy topics, but still like in terms of gameplay, they're not really like doing anything different. Children wouldn't understand a lot of subject matter in the games either, or why it's so disturbing at times. Gotcha. Interesting. Yeah, I think too many games, it seems like, appeal to just such a mass audience that they have to dilute certain things, like instead of really making a great game, like for, yeah, and like that, again, yeah, you're right, that makes it so they can't tackle real world issues and stuff if they do that approach, like. And yeah, it seems like it's weird and it's kind of, they're made for children, but I feel like there's a lot of adults that want their games to be made for children in a way. Like, just look at the movies, like we want, like Alan Moore pointed out, that we are flocking to movies about characters made to entertain 12-year-old boys, and it's like we want to be treated like a child. We don't want to be treated as an adult that has critical thinking or is respected by the artist, Like, I think there's a lot of people that want to be treated like kids. They want to escape back to that childhood, whatever it is, like playing some game or reading some comic book. They want to be treated as a child, and it's like this emotional thing that makes a lot of money, but possibly dumbs down society to a degree, maybe you could argue. And those things are fine, but as long as they're not dominating an entire medium of art, This is interesting. I've always wanted to play video games in a creepy abandoned warehouse. Like, how did they set this up? Like, where should we play games? How about an abandoned warehouse? Okay, like, how about someone's hotel room? Like, this is hilarious. Like, whose idea was this?
That are all doing the same thing as you. They're all in the same boat.
Yeah.
And
Projected on the side of a truck.
South,
Good point.
You saw one of them poke its head up, but you can see what they're.
That's
keep
hilarious.
Going, and you'll see them down there.
That's the most like
so they've defined
silly setup I've ever seen.
And they're planting plants in their garden plot, and and you can define a plot for yourself.
Watch the truck like start driving away.
That's the square.
Yeah. Okay. So.
And then use the crosshairs to select and drag a region on the screen that's yours. You can make your region overlap with the regions of others if you want.
Oh, I see. Okay.
And that's where the conflict and compromise comes from, because you can only harvest from the plants that are in your area.
Yeah.
But you can drag your area around somebody else's area and say, hey, that's my plant too.
Oh, okay.
Every time you play the game, the plants look different, and the leaf shapes and the way the blooms. We can go look at some of the variety here of vegetation.
Oh, yes.
There's a third gardener over here. Where is he? Somewhere around here. He's maybe went off in a different direction. He's off by himself someplace. Oh, there he
is.
And he's busily planting. He's already harvested some seeds, and he has started some new plants as well. So I just stole fruit from that guy, and he expressed a little anger at me. So his opinion of me has changed.
Okay.
Because I'm a criminal.
You're a thief.
You can take this action on somebody's plot, a plant where you go in and you destroy it. So I'm going to destroy his plant because I'm angry at him.
Okay.
And he just stole from my plants. I'm a little mad at him too. But if I go and, let's say, I'll destroy his next plant too that he's trying to water there. So this was my first art game.
This is.
It's very complicated, and a lot of people didn't understand it. But the people who did, there's this sort of choosing how many offspring to have, and the dynamics of that, and so on. And eventually, if too much fighting has happened, the island gets so destroyed that there's not even room to grow food anymore. So there's also this whole component where you're trying to eventually escape from the island by building this portal of transcendence, and that's the first layer of the portal. But this got rejected by the Independent Games Festival.
What?
As, I don't know, I guess they didn't think it was.
If you wanted them to accept it, really, what you should have done is put some thermonuclear weapons in there.
All right, so you want to show me, let's do some Storytron stuff.
Oh, okay.
Actually, the one thing I haven't really seen much of, I've played Balance of Power 2K, or is that what it's called?
About 2K, yeah.
Yeah.
So Storytron was Chris Crawford's latest attempt at the time to create like an interactive storytelling engine, where people could use this engine to create their own interactive stories, but interactive storytelling kind of games, not just interactive fiction, but like these, like, I don't know, games as well, kind of. Let's just give it a look. See, this guy can't take a normal picture. This guy's freaking hilarious. Even his book is hilarious. His serious game design books are full of just humor. He's just naturally really funny.
I guess we can run through that a little bit, but I'm really interested in the authoring tool as well, because I haven't really gotten a chance to look at that.
Let's see, the basic structure here, here's where you list the verbs. And so there are lots and lots of verbs.
And you've arranged them into categories that seem dependent on the context of this game.
Yeah. And you can arrange, you can
but that's
set up
that's just for the author to look at.
Yeah. It doesn't affect the player.
This is a verb where you're asking another country for advice. What are the characters in this game? Are they countries?
The characters are countries.
Okay.
But of course, the most important character is always fate.
Okay.
And that's fundamental to Storytron technology. Player number 0 is fate. And fate does more than all of the other characters combined.
And do you get to see the direct outcomes of fate? Like the direct, or is it kind of happening behind the scenes?
Express fate. Normally, fate is expressed indirectly. For example, perhaps I should show you. Well, you've already seen Storyteller, right?
I can see it again. I haven't seen it for a while. So.
Okay, so here's the start. It's September 11th. The Al-Qaeda terrorists have destroyed the World Trade Center, killed 3,000 Americans. What do you want to do? So let's set a policy goal.
Okay.
The obvious goal is, let's go get Osama bin Laden.
Guns a-blazing.
Yeah. So
that's the execute button there.
Yeah, that says, okay, that's the sentence I want. Because if you want, you can change it.
Right. And,
you can go back and pick something else. But
let's do that.
This means, okay, do it. And now, this is fate, only it says your advisors present a background briefing about Afghanistan, and then you've got a whole bunch of policy options. For example, we can go and ask very nicely, would you please hand over? And he comes back and says, no.
Okay.
So now
this is the country's face there.
Yeah, that's him talking back to you.
Okay, so let's launch airstrikes.
Yeah, it's the American thing to do.
So I love Crawford's approach to tackling real-world problems in a very direct way by simulating the global politics of around a real-world event. It's less of fiction and more of a simulation. I think that's an interesting approach to tackling real-world problems in games, and it's kind of educational. Like one of them said at the beginning that after playing the Cold War game Balance of Power, I think Jason Rohrer was mentioning this, that someone could kind of suddenly empathize with the other side by playing as in their position and in their shoes. And so this is, I don't know, I think this is interesting, what other areas can we tackle with this kind of approach to game making? I think it's interesting. How can current genres of games like RPGs or others, how can we be influenced by this kind of gameplay a little bit? So often our gameplay systems are visual action oriented or strategic, or some combination of those, but very often with just 6 buttons and action mechanics, you can't really delve into these serious problems. You can't really you can't put a player in a position to tackle real world issues by giving them the ability to move left, right, up, down, and shoot a gun. That's a very limiting gameplay experience in the sense that you can give players the ability to do whatever you want, and we keep giving them the same kind of gameplay situations. And so, not that that's inherently bad, but it seems like this storytelling, we could pursue this in different ways that can kind of tackle more serious topics or new fields of possibility spaces, So this is, I think, really interesting. I think the problem for me is that it's not very fun in quotation marks, but it could be, or maybe there could be ways to make it, more, maybe there's ways to make it more casual for players, or use it in more limited ways. I'm not really sure, but I think this is something that has potential to explore, explore the territory of.
So Balance of Power obviously is the big public demo.
Yep.
You launched off on this with the idea of dreaming big and so on, and obviously it is a very big, ambitious, audacious dream. Do you ever question it? Do you ever wonder if it's actually going to work in the end? And it's very complicated.
Yeah.
Almost Baroque.
I'll tell you, the problem with this is I have invested my entire life into this. I mean, we've bet the farm on it, literally. If this fails commercially, we will be financially ruined.
You mean you and your spouse?
Yep. And
Never heard of this in a while.
That I can permit to fail. If this fails, my life is a failure, and that's really scary.
Right.
Especially because right now it's very close. This thing could just be a complete disaster. So, how about some dinner?
Yes, let's go get some dinner.
I'm getting hungry.
So that was somewhat depressing, because we know this game didn't make a lot of money, it's a serious attempt at, creating art and, a platform for art, and it's not really a great money-making opportunity, so I think there's a lot we can learn from his successes and also his failures, his commercial failures, but, the way he succeeds is, in creating, in exploring the space that we can all stand on the shoulders of and take new places and be inspired by. So in that sense, I think he succeeded tremendously by creating this product. I've played it myself a bit, and super unique experience that, I find enlightening because of the way it, totally changes the way that we consider games in a way, and it shows this new possibility space. But curious what Chris Crawford's doing now. I hope he's okay, because anyone could know that this wasn't gonna probably make a bunch of money. People who play games aren't interested in these kinds of things, I don't think. Chris Crawford Wikipedia. People games. It's not seeing much but where he is now. I think I saw they had a video of him recently. He's got a YouTube channel. Interesting. So he's doing these weekly streams with people. What are these streams about? I like that he's still active and let's see.
So, let's see. This is our last meeting, and so this is your last
like
chance
a class in
to
interactive storytelling.
ask any questions about anything at all that we have talked about in the last months, as well as anything in any of the material on the website. So, here's Lorenzo. So, it is a completely open discussion, and if you have no questions about any of it, then we'll just talk about what will be happening next. So, what do you say? Any questions or comments or discussion or whatever?
Yes, I have a long question, and I've also prepared questions or answers to your question that you've mailed a few days ago.
Good, thank you.
If I may start with the bigger one.
Yeah, go ahead.
What are your
The focus, unfortunately, they don't say anything here about the personality model or the nature of the relationships, which I consider to be the crucial issues. And certainly if it's it talks about combat and starvation, that doesn't strike me as games yield stories. It's just that most games yield really boring stories. I walked into the room. There was a monster right in front of me, so I shot the monster. Then I turned to the right, and there was a monster on my right, so I shot him too. And then I ran to the right as fast as I could, but a bomb went off behind me and blew me down. And then another monster appeared, and blah, blah, blah. It's, most games yield pretty dull stories. Now, the completely different approach is what we get with text adventures or interactive fiction. There, though, the network is a spatial network more than an event network. That is, you have rooms and you go from room to room, and then you have global variables, blah, blah, blah. So, yeah, there are lots of people have been doing stories with some interactive elements for a long time. Basically, they've got a multimedia story they want to tell you, their little story, and along the way you get to play some games or solve some puzzles, but you're going to get their story. My whole focus is on interactive storytelling. That is, are we talking about one story or many possible stories? Go ahead.
The general idea behind this game and similar games is that you have a gameplay portion of this software. In this case, you manage an outer world colony on some planet, and you have a few people that you can try to boss them around and do stuff, but you don't have a very direct control, and they have their internal states, their lives.
Okay. So I wanna watch these videos later. This is interesting. I think they go really deep. Like if you read the book on interactive storytelling, I'm sure this is what he talks about a lot. But like he's talking about the differences fundamentally between stories in the kind of consumable kind of games, like on consoles, PCs, etc. Where the story, we say there's stories, but like most of it is about the gameplay. Even in games like Last of Us, the Naughty Dog games, like the story is not that the story is not like the story in the great novels and plays and things like that. The story is kind of like a vehicle for getting immersed into the world a little bit, and is overall pretty stupid. But then you got the interactive storytelling, like the interactive fiction, text adventure games where the story is really like you're spatially in this world and you go room to room. Like it's a little awkward, and so something I wondered about, and I used to think about this a lot more, but I haven't as much since I've been working on mobile games. But like, is there a way to blend these together? Can you have like a 3D kind of game where there's like or 2D game even where there's like a mechanical system that's engaging, but on top of that, can there be like the option to have these inputs where you're interacting with the story, kind of like in the Balance of Powers, where you're making these big decisions and there's like a simulation kind of thing? Like, is there a way to kind of combine all this together, and what kinds of games can we make from that? Because my criticism of like the Balance of Power kind of games, like they were playing in the abandoned warehouse, is that it's kind of like not as engaging in a way. It's all kind of conceptual. I just feel like there's probably a whole possibility space for games where we kind of balance these, where we can tell serious stories, and like we don't have to just be using a controller to be running around shooting stuff. The Witcher 2 is probably a close example of this. That's interesting. I did play The Witcher 2. I played the first part of that game. I feel like there's ways we can do it better. I think that makes sense that those kind of RPGs are a good example of how like there's spots where you make decisions, kind of the way the political systems work, because the different story routes diverge into what are essentially different games. Work because there are different story routes. Interesting. But I'm guessing you spend 95% of that time running around hitting stuff with a sword and stuff, right? But I think that that's a great point that those kind of games are starting to like kind of fuse those kinds of ideas. That's interesting. I wonder. I played a little of The Witcher and The Witcher 2. I want to play The Witcher 3. But like, so when I played The Witcher 2, like most of it is about like, you know, running around killing giant rats or whatever it is. I didn't get too deep into that game though, so I don't really know what I'm talking about. But I still feel like I want to be constantly engaged in that kind of storytelling gameplay, you know? Like I don't know exactly what that looks like, you know, but it just feels like there's like, and I don't know. I have this feeling that with what we're talking about, especially yesterday when we were talking about how all art is interactive to a degree, and they're all kind of all the art media that are different are kind of wrapped together in this interactivity kind of realm. Like I feel like if by understanding these kind of concepts better and understanding what art and interactive entertainment really is, and kind of like breaking down these barriers, like I feel like we're gonna be able to like these ideas of storytelling and how commercial games fail at this, like I feel like we're gonna be able to come up with something completely original that we can't even totally imagine right now. And I don't know what that is exactly, and I feel like I still need to keep challenging my assumptions in order to get to a place where I can kind of be far enough out from a perspective. Because like right now, there's people who are like, video games have like a win-loss condition, etc. Like those people are like viewing games like this, and they're only seeing a very small part of the whole pie. And there's people like Chris Crawford that are more out, and they're like, okay, there's that space, but then there's also these other spaces, and I feel like, but he still denies that other media of art are interactive, etc. He doesn't see the cross between these different art media. So I feel like we just need to keep zooming out farther and farther until we see the whole pie, and then we're going to be able to decide to figure out how to make really important games that tackle real-world issues and constantly engage the player and respect them as an intellectual person and not as a child that should be given like a roller coaster ride experience in a video game, which most video games and movies are basically like amusement park rides, you know, except with some more technology thrown into it, you know? So like I don't think I'm in the point where I can like kind of really digest like where it's going, you know, but I feel like we just need to keep questioning our assumptions, keep challenging ourselves, keep looking at inspiration at other forms of art, and I feel like eventually we're going to be in a place where we see the whole medium and art for what it is, and we're going to be able to make incredible experiences. At least that's my hope. The medium is so new that we have fundamental discoveries to make about what it means for video games to be a thing that we can make. I totally agree with you, Zendra. I think that's a great statement you've just made there. I totally agree with you. And so that's what gets me like super passionate and excited about game design and art in general, you know? And I want to be a part of that change. And I'm not doing it with the game I'm working on now, obviously, you know? But by working on this game and trying to build a platform of people who think like you and I do, Zendra, and by trying to like get some commercial success first, I hope I get some time now to keep thinking about these problems, you know? Because I'm not there yet where I can really be an expert on this, you know. I still have stuff to learn, and I think we all do, you know. So like you said, we need to keep making these fundamental discoveries. So by working on this game, like it gives me some more time too to be thinking about these fundamental discoveries, you know. And hopefully someday we get to the place where we can make truly games that like, because for example, everyone's always saying like there was this big debate for a long time. When are video games gonna come up with their Citizen Kane? When Citizen Kane was classic movie from Orson Welles that totally elevated the genre, you know. So everyone's always asking when are video games going to come up with this great work of art that we can all point to and see like, see, this is a game that's going to be remembered forever because it's got an important attachment to humanity and it's really important for its artistry. And people argue like Journey's the game, like this is the game, that's the game. Those games are going to be seen as trivial in the future, you know? So I think in order to achieve that Citizen Kane of video games, we need to keep questioning what video games even are. And what our Citizen Kane of video games is going to be something that we might not even consider a video game. The Citizen Kane of video games might really be just something that encompasses different parts of different art forms and is a kind of a meta kind of game, that, I don't know, it's kind of hard to talk about since I don't even know what it is, yet, but we're waiting for the video game that's going to emerge as the work of art that's going to be remembered forever and is important for humanity. We don't know what video games are yet, so we can't make that thing. It's not even a fair question to ask of ourselves, I think. We still need to make these fundamental discoveries, like Zendra points out, in order to understand, like, what it is that we're even trying to do, and, like, what is it about? Because I think video games have unearthed, like, an interactivity that exists in all media and stuff. So, like, what are the kinds of things we can make knowing all this, inspired by all these different kinds of pursuits, like Chris Crawford's as well? Like, what can we make that's going to, like, tie into humanity, and affect us in such a way and be remembered forever as, like, some kind of testament? I don't know, it's kind of hard to talk about in these terms, but, like, I feel like we need to keep thinking about these problems and keep questioning our assumptions in order to make our masterpieces. Journey is the Citizen Kane of games. Like, it's a silly, it in the future it's gonna be seen as a toy for children. And I know it's emotionally impacted some people, but, like, it's not that great. That's what I'm trying to say. Like, the games we point to as this is a great work of art, like, it's not even, I don't know. I think we're not even asking the right questions of ourselves. So it's just all super interesting to me. And this is something that if you, Zendra, or anyone else has any ideas about, at any point, any discoveries or anything, just let me know. Journey kind of hit me as a fad, to be honest. Yeah, and now there's, like, hundreds of indie games that do what Journey did, it's not that special, like, so super interesting. There's other games that have been called, like, the Citizen Kane of games. Like, I'm trying to think of more, like, so there's a bunch of games that I don't even recognize listed. Half-Life 2, the Citizen Kane of video games. It's a game where you're running around shooting people. I love Half-Life 2. It's one of my favorite games ever. I don't see it as a great work of art, Like, it has no real, like, semblance of humanity. Like, it's just a fun toy. It's like an amusement park ride. Zendra says, I heard about it only at around its launch and then after some random articles here and there, but actually hearing about it in conversations between gamers and devs. So I'm not actually hearing about it in conversations between gamers and devs. Gotcha. Yeah, it's often held as, like, a great work of art, but I think we need to raise our expectations of art. And so I think one part of the problem is a lot of people say, like, this is the Citizen Kane of art, this is a great work of art. It's because they don't know what art is. First, because art has changed due to the rise of technology and video games. But secondly, these people that say Journey is a great work of art, they don't participate in art. They watch movies like The Avengers and Star Wars, and, like, the kinds of things they consume are frankly, like, not artistic at all. Like, very, or they're more about, like, escapism and bowing down and making sure players have a fun time and never, like, disrupt them or anything, So the fact that video games, we evaluate them through the lens of fun alone, basically, means that, like, video games, like, no work of art should be judged through, like, how satisfying they make. Like, we don't view great works in film as, like, oh, this makes us feel very good, so it's a great work of art. Like, that's what we do for video games. It's like, if a video game ever stops, like, totally bowing down to the player and giving them this amazing experience that makes them feel great about themselves, like, if a game doesn't do that, then it's considered a bad game by many. So I think that people just, I don't know, think there's a lot of people in the game industry need to learn, and people who play games, like, we need to expand our horizons, we need to question our assumptions. Zendra said, can you imagine if a movie like Requiem for a Dream were judged based on how entertaining it is? Exactly. It's exactly what I'm saying. You're right. That's a good word. Entertainment. We're conflating entertainment and art together, and people don't even realize how dangerous that is, like, or the importance of it. We that's a great point. We literally conflate entertainment and art. we say, oh, video games are entertainment, thus they're great art. Oh, this is a really entertaining game, therefore it's really good art. Or maybe this is a really entertaining game and it has some kind of story that I like, therefore it's a great work of art. Like that, we need to raise our expectations of art, you know, and we need to delve and play deep experiences beyond video games. You know, we like, I know it sounds kind of pompous saying this, but we need to read Shakespeare. We need to study great films. We need to watch older movies and be inspired by the great authors of our generations and generations past. You know, like, and or because otherwise we're gonna be stuck thinking that you know, Half-Life 2 is the Citizen Kane of games, or that Metal Gear Solid 2 is like a proof that video games are art because it's postmodern, and people don't even realize what that means. I was looking for like an IGN article on it. Those are always really funny. IGN video game work of art. Let's see what comes up here. It's gonna be kind of hard for me to find. Okay. So yeah, that was interesting. I want to watch more of these later on. I want to finish this. Let's finish this video into the night, and then we're gonna end the stream. I want to make sure I get to 3 o'clock. I need to end the stream because I need to eat. I haven't really eaten all stream, you know, except for breakfast, and I need to kind of work a little bit more on my own, I think. So, thank you, Zendra, for watching so far all the way through. Like, it's been awesome having these conversations for you. I feel like I'm learning a lot talking to you, and even in the games industry, you know, like, I can't even like talk to people about this stuff. Zendra says, yeah, I need to eat soon too. Cool. Chill. Understand if you gotta go at any point. I'm gonna be streaming till like maybe just after 3 o'clock. I really appreciate you staying though, and like being such a great participant in this conversation. Like, it really means a lot to me. So let's keep watching. It's hard to find people who engage in conversations about difficult concepts like game design beyond a surface level. I think you're totally right, and we've talked already about some of the reasons for that. You know, we've talked about the way people learn growing up, and you know, the way people don't individuate. We talked about people's like reluctance to see things differently. Like, they want games to be like they were when they were a kid, and so that's the way they always want them to be. We've talked about how people in the gaming community don't really like participate in other forms of art or serious forms of art. You know, I get into arguments on Facebook about people saying like Halo is just as much a work of art than the Mona Lisa and Shakespeare plays. Like, it's you didn't realize the story is about blah blah blah, like, or whatever. It's like, no, like, we need to, like, there's high art, there's art that like lasts, and then there's art that is like drivelous entertainment, you know, and those are fun, but like we need to distinguish between the two, you know. Yeah, it is very hard to find people to talk about this. That's why I made that video originally, because I just wanted to put it out there and be like, I just wanted to state what I believe in and put it out there and see if anyone believes the same. And the people that I got the best responses from were not gamers. The people that watched my video that were most inspired were other artists, visual artists, film students. Those are the people that really were fascinated, and said they were really inspired, and I was told that I changed people's like perspective on what they do as an artist. But from gamers, 99% of them, they just hated it outright and totally discredited any idea that I presented in there. Even though I think I make a pretty solid argument. So I think that makes me kind of, I don't know, it's kind of weird. It's kind of weird being a gamer like you and I and having this kind of perspective. It's kind of interesting. Yeah, I'm gonna keep playing, interrupt at any time. They had a limo pick them up in an abandoned warehouse where they were playing their war games. Who orchestrated all this?
Back in 1992, you were sort of seeing where it was going and complaining about it. And the fact that did it ever fulfill your vision, your negative dystopian vision, or whatever you want to call it, of what you were envisioning back then. You were complaining about the focus on graphics and so on.
Yeah.
I mean, I am not going to sit here and say that when Wolfenstein came out, I was not incredibly impressed and enthralled by it. I mean, I certainly was.
I played it too.
I mean, it certainly captured my imagination. When someone described it to me, even as like you can think of it as a piece of concept art, there's this game, it's called Wolfenstein, where you look through your own eyes down these mazes, and you can actually turn your head smoothly and walk forward and backwards smoothly.
Yeah.
I said, no.
One thing, the pulling out a limo out of a, it was like something like Grand Theft Auto, like they just made some drug deal or something, or gave the player some mission, pulled out of the warehouse. Like, one thing that gamers don't realize, that don't understand, is that just because someone says something isn't art or is a low form of art doesn't mean the person's saying that it is bad. Great points. We're just saying that we should categorize it properly, so when we analyze it and try to create things like it, we understand what we're actually doing. Great point, great point. By inflating games into this high stratosphere of high art that really aren't, we're also we're kind of putting a ceiling on ourselves. Like, this is what we should be striving for, and this is the goal, for art, and it cements video games as childish toys. And people like you and I, we want to take it farther. And so when people say this is high art, we have to say it's a great game, and yeah, like you're saying, it doesn't discount that it's a great game, but there's a difference between a great fun game and an important work of art that speaks something about humanity, or in a unique way that only it could say, that we can't communicate with words. And another, I just want to say really importantly, one reason why I think this is all important, I think all of this could be even existentially important. Discovering, exploring, and the video game medium, and in terms of art and everything like that, and reevaluating what we consider art versus entertainment and everything. I think this is really important from a design perspective, because I think, so we live in an era where there's lots of existential threats, humanity, we could be wiped out by war, nuclear war, by disease, by a comet, by blah 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 blah. But another thing we don't talk about, and by AI, etc., etc. But another thing we don't talk about very often is that I think that there's two paths we could go down as a species. As technology gets more and more sophisticated, we're going to be faced with the decision of, do we invert as a species? Do we cave into this passive entertainment and get swallowed up by it and remove ourselves from the real world? Or do we go the path of games that increase our consciousness, that are about reflecting about the world and put us more in it and give us new perspective on it? I think that these are two very, very different directions that we could go down. And right now, we're steamrolling down the path of inversion. Of pretty soon we're going to have these brain control devices, and if everyone's just obsessed with superhero movies and shooter games, etc., then we're going to be, eventually, in 100 years, we're going to be like swallowed up by some, I know it sounds silly, but by some Matrix-like future where, like, we're all basically already there, except the technology isn't there yet, where we spend all of our time just trying to please ourselves with art, with entertainment, But there's another path, and so I think it's up to designers in order to make this shift, so that at least there's some semblance of hope to be an active member of the world, and I think it has to do with our participation in art. It could swallow us up if art is just completely, this engrossed entertainment. We need people, I don't know, you get what I'm saying, kind of? Zendra says, I think it's existentially important because we're inevitably going to blur the lines between games and reality. That, oh my god, you literally took the words right out of my mouth, Zendra. I totally agree with you. Zendra says, I think it's existentially important because we're inevitably going to blur the lines between games and reality when we start interfacing directly with technology. That was a great, succinct way of saying that I totally agree with you, Zendra. We're going to, and I heard about this on another stream the other day, like, video game immersive video games will soon become way better than the real world. It's going to supplant our need to even exist in the real world. Something I think about sometimes is aliens. I believe that there's alien species. It kind of just makes sense due to the grand scale of the universe that there's other species. And sometimes we ask ourselves, why haven't we come across aliens, you know? And there's lots of explanations for this, blah, blah, blah. Something I think about is, what if every other species ends up, the ones that don't destroy themselves, what if they invert themselves, you know? What if it's really hard to get, as a species advances, maybe it's natural for them to invert into into technology and not keep going outward. And I think that, I'm not sure what I think about that. I think that's dangerous. And, you know, I know it's kind of an out there idea, but like, maybe that's like an inevitable future. But maybe there's a chance we can change that. Is it good that we change it? Is it not? I'm not sure. But I think it's something worth at least pursuing, to try to make art that makes us more in the real world, and gives thinking people the chance to escape our almost inevitable dystopian future of living in a virtual world. Zendra says, social media is already at the maximum limit of doing this without a direct interface. Great point. Like, social media, we're basically androids, says Elon Musk, in the sense that we constantly carry around computers. It's just not attached to us yet. But yeah, like, imagine 10 years from now, imagine 100 years from now, the fact that how quickly we've become immersed in technology in the last 50 years, from almost none to almost entirely now. Imagine it going in the future once we connect our brains into this computer system, and like Fortnite will be our reality, you know? That sounds like a dystopian nightmare. And who knows, like, some people say that that's okay, that if the virtual world's better than the real world, then we should invert ourselves. But maybe there's more discoveries to be made in this external world, and transcendence that we are closing ourselves off to by inverting ourselves. Yes, Sandra says, social media is already the maximum limit of doing this without a direct interface. So as soon as we have that interface, social media will immediately push beyond those limits and wreak havoc. The gamification of social media and social systems is probably the most dangerous thing humans have done, and it isn't literally a planet-destroying nuke. I agree with you. And that's a scary thought. This got dark. Yeah, that's pretty crazy. Like, look how rapid social media is a great point. So I think it's a combination of, look at the rise of video games, look at the rise of social media. Social media has connected us all, and we kind of already participate in this kind of fake universe of interconnection and stuff, you know, that people spend all their time on. And I think people spend more of their time making their social media life look better than their real life. And look at the rise of video games, from Pong in, 1971, to Fortnite and other games like that today, you know? It's like, and we're just getting started with this train, you know? Look at how rapidly social media was able to massively induce depression in people, and imagine what happens when we hook that directly into our brain chemistry. That's another good point. But I think eventually we're gonna kind of forget that we're like living in a way. Like, I think we're just gonna become technology in a way. I don't know. It's weird. At what point do we abandon reality and start skinning over our vision with what we want to see? That is a great point. This sounds like the worst Black Mirror episode ever. Why have a nice house when you can just VR, AR all of your decorations, says Zendra. Yeah, like, and, you know, the people who have power, you know, the Jeff Bezoses and Mark Zuckerbergs of the world that are kind of carving out what the future is going to be. And, you know, the people who have political power, they would love if everyone could have this fantasy world that they can't provide to us in the real world, and they just have to give us some computer and plug us in, and we can live our greatest fantasies, you know? Like, and I'm not speaking like I'm above this, you know? I find myself, like, I want to, like, sometimes I want to be working on something, you know, or go out and meet people, but I end up, like, you know, watching silly, stupid YouTube videos for a couple hours during night, and it's hard to kind of break out of that, you know, even though I know it's bad for me. Like, it's good for me in the moment. And so we've trained ourselves as a species, especially, frankly, as Americans, we've trained ourselves to be constantly focusing on self-pleasure, on constantly pleasing ourselves. If something doesn't please yourself, then you don't do it. It should be about constantly catering to your constant superficial desires, and social media and technology makes it super easy, and it's going to become a lot more easier. Zendro says, then it happens to your entire neighborhood, eventually your entire city. It's just trash, but no one cares, but no one can see it. And you can abuse the wealth gap with this. Why spend $10,000 on stuff for your house when you spend $2,000 to make your house look like whatever you want? And so that's a great point, but also, like, your house isn't even gonna matter. Like, you could just go to some decrepit looking place and just hook up to the virtual world, and you don't even have to worry about a house. You don't have to worry about having relationships with people, all this stuff. It's just gonna be a bunch of people like living out their fantasies in their head, kind of like the idea that we, like, I don't know, our whole social structure in terms of having houses and stuff, all that could even go away. So yeah, this is weird. I think we're at a tipping point, and it's getting harder and harder. So when Alan Moore says, let me go back to that. I haven't seen a superhero movie since Batman in like the 90s. They have blighted cinema and blighted culture. Several years ago, this is the important part, I thought it was a really worrying sign that hundreds of thousands of adults were queuing up to see characters that were created 50 years ago to entertain 12-year-old boys. This is an important part. That seemed to speak to some kind of longing to escape from the complexities of the modern world and go back to a nostalgic remembered childhood. That seemed dangerous. It was infantilizing the population. So we already see this insanely strong tendency of us to do that right now. And the technology of today is going to seem like the way we look at like listening to the radio in like the 40s or whatever, like this is the technology we have. It's not that immersive. We have to look at a screen. Like, that's going to be weird. Like, people in the future are going to be like, oh, like these people had to like look at screens. Like, that's like so silly, like it's going to get like insanely more immersive. It's going to connect with our brains. We're not going to be in the world at all. Like, VR is just like the first like itty bitty step. Like, now the screen is around your eyeballs, that's nothing compared to what's going to happen in 20 years. Valve, as Gabe Newell said, in 10 years, we're going to be able to allow brains to control technology, and you can play games with your brain and stuff. Like, oh my God, that is frightening. Imagine 100 years from now. The AI that destroys humanity is unlikely to be external. Rather, it will be when we merge and become AI ourselves that we're likely to start self-destructing and inverting. I think I could see your point there. So yeah, like, it has to do with the rise of AI to a degree, but like, yeah, really, it's ourselves that we need to better. We need to work on breaking ourselves from just constantly trying to please our every thought. Like, hold on, let me pull up. David Foster Wallace is an author that talks a lot about this. I'm not sure I can find the exact point in this interview, but he critiques the need of, especially Americans, but all people, to just constantly gratify our every impulsive desire. That's what we view happiness as the ability to constantly satisfy every impulsive desire we have. And that's a very dangerous position to be in as a species, and as a race. And this is from 2003, just like before even social media was taking off or anything like that. And like David Foster Wallace is arguing about the political ramifications of this as us as a race. It's kind of scary that like what's an entire race of people, not race, nationality. What's an entire nationality of people? The way that they vote, the way that they, etc. The way that they engage with their politicians, that's all affected by the way we just think and the way we do things with entertainment. And it's going to be way bigger than that in the future. It's going to be not just about affecting politics. It's going to be about like just inverting ourselves as a species. But I'm going on along about this. So that's why I think game design is critically important. As maybe it's as important, and as I said, game design isn't just video games. It's entertainment and art as a whole. Video games have shown that interaction was there all along, and now these media have evolved. Now technology and interaction encompasses all of them, and they're all part of this one thing that we call art, or whatever you want to call it. And so game design is learning about this stuff and learning how to design games and pieces of art that expand our mind, that bring us into the real world. If we can do that, then maybe we can fight this a little bit. Fair says, hello, what's up, Fair? Zendra says, we're heading along a path where game designers might become life designers. I totally agree with you. In a way they already have, I consider social media to be a game by that same definition. It's like an MMO of sorts, and we already are kind of designing life in a way. Fair, we had like a good number of people watching us around 10 or 11 a.m. when I started, a lot more than I have had in the past. We had like a dozen people here, and I told them all about the tournament we're going to be running on Monday, and so everyone seemed pretty excited about that. So I definitely got the word out on the stream today. Just wanted to let you know. Fair is the developer of this rock, paper, scissors strategy game, and we're going to be playing it on Monday, and there's going to be like a tournament where someone's going to be able to win $20, and I was explaining to this all before when I had a lot of people in the chat in the morning. So I think it's going to go really well. I'm really excited for that. Just wanted to let you know that I was spreading the word today on the stream. So that was a very dark topic, but like that's why video game design is critically important. The rock paper scissors game is really cool. Yeah, LOL is fair. Oh man, what time is it? Thanks is fair. Yeah, no problem. I think that's like a good place to end the stream, but I know Fair just got here. Fair, is there anything you want to say or anything? I need to like eat and stuff and take a break. I've been streaming for like 5 hours, and I'm still new at streaming, so I don't have the endurance yet. Fair says, while I was sleeping, you were streaming. Oh yeah, that's right. So Fair's in Korea, I believe. So we've been trying to figure out this timing and stuff. I got up just before. Gotcha. So I wanted to sometimes stream till 4 o'clock, but that's probably when I would end the streams for sure. So maybe sometimes you could tune in at 3 o'clock or whatever. I have like 5 viewers. Maybe let's just keep going a little bit longer. I don't know. It's a good place to end it. We were watching this little video about Jason Rohr and Chris Crawford, who are two kind of mavericky game designers. Zendra says, I woke up at midnight. It's 8:40 a.m. here now. Wow. On Friday. Oh my god, Zendra. Interesting. I didn't realize that's like a different experience watching this from midnight to 8:40 a.m. Like I'm doing this in the middle of the day, so like things are kind of pleasant outside, Farris said you are similar with me. So that's another thing is I stream 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. Because that's kind of like the working hours for most people kind of in the States kind of. It's 7 a.m. in Korea. Wow. Crazy. I'm wondering, because I know a lot of people stream in the evening and stuff like that, but I figure, for the working hours here, it kind of works to do it in the middle of the day for me. But I could schedule, evening streams, at least occasionally, if there's certain days that y'all want, like a Tuesday evening or something, if I know that I'm going to get people to watch the stream then, I'm just doing it because I'm getting people that watch me during the day, so that's just what they're used to, and that's what I'm used to. But if there's a time that kind of works, or certain days, I could totally do an evening stream once in a while. We were talking about doing that for the rock paper scissors tournament anyway. Your coding time is not bad, says Fair. Cool. I could always reduce the coding time a little bit, and then extend it in the evening a little bit and do 2 separate streams, but maybe that's kind of complicated. Something I'm still figuring out, I want to nail it down, the perfect solution to all this, and so I'm totally open. Let me know, anyone, if you have any, suggestions about times I should stream or anything like that, I'm guessing Zendra can't watch the stream midnight to 8:40 a.m. every day, you know, but I definitely want to have these awesome engagements with Farrer and Zendra. So, like, let me know if there's like a time that works out better, you know, like for that part of the world or whatever. But yeah, something to think about. I think I am gonna end it here though. If, says Farrer, I'm curious what you're gonna say. Oh, sweet. Zendra says, I don't have any specific times. My sleep schedule is non-existent. Nice. I am chaos incarnate in like every way. I can tell by picking your brain about this stuff that you have a chaotic mentality like mine. Although I do have a sleep schedule, so I respect your I know what you should call it, your renegade attitude and everything like that. Fair says, you start stream at this time. Zendra and me maybe a little better. Okay, if I start stream AA, if you start stream AA this time, Zendra and me is a little better at this time maybe. Yeah, so I could maybe do like I could pick a day like where I stream in the evening or afternoon, or maybe something like that. Zendra says, chaotic mindset helps me make connections between drastically different things because my brain doesn't restrict itself, staying in its lane. Yeah, I could tell we had this really lucid conversation, so it makes sense that you were like, makes sense it was 6 a.m. there. That's pretty funny. I could see that connections. Fair says, sleep earlier, get up earlier is the best. Makes sense. Early to bed, early to rise makes, early to bed, early to rise makes a man healthy, wealthy, and rise, says Benjamin Franklin. Not sure if people internationally know who Benjamin Franklin is, but that's a quote. Yeah, interesting. Yeah, so I'll think about that, because I definitely want people on that part of the world as well to be engaged with this community and stuff, so I'm gonna figure out a way to make it work, even if it's like a weekend stream, or like maybe on Fridays I go all day, or whatever it is. I'm gonna figure out a way to make it work for everybody, because yeah, it makes sense. Farrer's got to switch, you know. Farrer's got to sleep. He's busy working on rock paper scissors. Needs his rest, his or her rest. I don't know anyone. I don't know anyone's genders. I don't even know who anybody is here. So I always try to use their names instead of their gender. Farrer says, "Wow, weekend stream. Would that work for you, Farrer? Weekend stream, Friday night stream. Would that work? Oh, Friday night stream would be fun. I don't really have much of a life, so I could totally do a Friday night stream. That could be fun, and I could probably start around like a little later, like I hope it will be. Noise. Cool. I could start around like later. I could even do like a night stream for me. I'm she, her if you didn't know, but they, them is also fine. Cool. Good to know, Zendra. Let's make it together. I love when you say that, Fair. Let's do it together. Let's make it together. Okay. That's a good philosophy. Good mantra. Yeah, I'll look into like either a Friday or Saturday evening stream. I could even start late. Like I might even start like 10 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, and that way, so it's 7 a.m. there, 3, 8. Making things together is the mantra of humanity. That is another great statement. Yes, it is. Making things together. I guess that is humanity in a nutshell. Society maybe is a better word. LOL, says Fair. Yeah, I might like do like I might pick a day, either Friday or Saturday or Sunday, or maybe Friday or Saturday actually, where I'll start at like 10 p.m. or maybe even 9 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, and then that'll be like the middle of the day for y'all. So that could be a good way to like. And so I need to figure out like what it is that we're doing then. Maybe that's when we do like the rock paper scissors tournament. But we could do some other stuff to like that too. Like maybe I focus more on playing a game or something like that than developing and watching videos and stuff. Like, so I'm gonna think more about. If you have any suggestions, let me know. But I'm gonna think more about what we would do at that time exactly, because I think that's a great idea. And then I get to kind of tap into different parts of the world and not exclude half the world because I'm not live then or whatever. So yeah, that's something to think about. I was thinking about like streaming like learning Unity and stuff, or I was gonna learn Godot by Zendra's recommendation, so I could like take that time then to like we could do like the Rock Paper Scissors tournament and stuff like that. Maybe I learn some game engine tool, or maybe I play a console game, which I don't play a lot of, and react to it and stuff. That could be fun. Obvious Solution stream 24/7. Love that. Never sleep again. Oh man, we're not technology, we're not AI yet, Zendra. So I will take my 8 hours of sleep a day. I swear. That's pretty funny. Nice. Okay, I think I'm gonna go eat now because I'm pretty hungry. Feel free to message me on whatever platform you know me on, about any ideas for the stream you have, any suggestions for me, any ideas for like the Friday night stream that I want to do. Whatever it is, I'm open-minded to it. I really appreciate this community. I'm not trying to make money off of this. I'm just trying to make an awesome community that's passionate about game design and mobile games. 8 hours per one, Dylan. Are you saying that I stream 8 hours per stream in order to reach both time zones? Because I could do that. It's just that I feel like there's gonna be such a stretch of time where I get like almost no one watching me that I'm like, is it worth it for me to stream for 8 hours? It would be cool. It's like a full work day, I guess. So that at that point, I would start at 10 a.m. and I would end at 6 p.m. So I would end like a few hours from now, like 2.5 hours from now. So that would give y'all like a few hours to watch me if you have like a normal sleep schedule, which I know Zendra doesn't. Dylan 1, Dylan 2, Dylan 3. Oh, I see. So you want me to clone myself? 8 Dylans per hour. Yeah, why only 3 clones? I should just make like 10 clones myself and we could like interview each other. And we got a spammer. Oh my god. You're making it big time on Twitch when you got a spammer. Banned. That's pretty funny. Y'all are hilarious. Alright, I actually am going to end the stream now because I'm starving. Thank you for this awesome stream. I had a great time. Had great conversations, especially Zendra. Thank you so much for having this conversation. Zendra, where are you from? Says Fair. Yeah, I'm curious about that too. If you don't mind saying. I'm in Australia, but I'm Canadian. Cool. I'm Canadian in Australia. Nice. Aha, says Farrah. Cool, good to know where you're from. If you don't know, I'm from California. Farrah said, I saw your chat on Discord. Nice. Yeah, and Farrah, I was like talking about, oh, we got some more chats. Too much idea, not enough time skill to do it. No iOS, only Android for now. So this is, if you post your games in this Discord chat, I'll play them on Monday. So I want to play this game on Monday for sure. Which card? Thanks for sharing. Welcome. Yeah, I love how supportive. They got Farrah and Zendra in the chat right now. I love how supportive and awesome community members y'all are. Just thank you again. Did you post your games? Says Farrah. Yeah, but actually I can post an early access version that has music for you guys in the shop. Cool. We actually played Zendra's game on the stream last week. It's an RPG. Zendra can tell you more about it, or you can learn more about it from the video. But I was super impressed by it. It was super fun. I was only gonna try for like 10 minutes, but I ended up playing it for like at least half an hour or so. It was super fun. It's still early in development. RPG ? Yeah, it's a roguelike RPG. Wow, says Farrah. Zendra says, you are not the first person who tested it and played it 4 or 5 times, 10 times longer than anticipated. It makes sense. I'm not surprised by that. It's got some depth to it that really makes you want to keep playing it. Farrah says, I want to see it too. Zendra says, good sign that I'm doing things right. Totally, totally a good sign. Good. Yeah, I'd be curious what Farrah thinks of it too. I was really impressed by Farrah's idea of their game, Rock, Paper, Scissors. I was blown away by it, and other people in the chat were as well. They were really impressed the way they pulled off multiplayer, and I love the rock paper scissors game. One of the things I love most about it is that it taps into something we all have in common. You know, everyone has an experience with rock paper scissors. You know, and it takes that game and makes it an actually good game. And it's something that has a universal appeal. You know, because everyone knows rock paper scissors, so super fun. I'll upload it actually fast now. Cool. Farrah's gonna try it. Sweet. Yeah, so I noticed I got like 5 viewers now, and so it seems like I'm still learning when people are online, you know. So beginning of the day, very beginning when I started, I had like 10 people watching on Twitch, and then in the afternoon it drops slowly, and then middle of the afternoon, like 2 o'clock, it was around like 2 people. But now I got like 5 viewers, which is more than it has been in a few hours. So it seems like maybe around this time, maybe it picks up again. So maybe the evening stream would be a good idea or something. I don't know. I could also stream for longer and get more people at the end of the day. Right now, I'm still like, you know, getting into it. So I don't know. Something to think about. Kind of hate to walk away when I got a handful of people watching me, but I think I gotta do it. Zendra says you could do a morning stream and an evening stream, although IDK how well that works. So yeah, I need to evaluate. I think that's a great idea because in the afternoon is my dry period, so I need to see if that works just for my life, you know, because it's just convenient to work throughout the day and then stop when I, you know, eat dinner and relax in the rest of the afternoon, you know. But maybe I should kind of tailor my schedule around this. That might be a good idea. It might be worth at least trying out and seeing if I get some traction in the evening. I think that's a good idea. Alright, I'm going to think about all this again. Message me on Discord or Twitter or wherever if you got any more ideas or suggestions or feedback or anything. Thank you all for watching. I'll see you tomorrow.